Requesting connection. Established. Encrypted. We're live. The show you've been asking for. Advice, technology, and community. Linux first, all others second. This is Ask Noah.
Live from Altispeed Technologies, the show that puts you, the listener, in the driver's seat because you are the content. The phone lines are open to be a part of the program. It's a free call, 1-855-450-NOAH. That's 1-855-450-6624. Give me a call. We'll have a conversation about your tech questions or business and tech questions. Linux advocate, above all else, small business owner, and now host of the only radio show centered around you, the listener. Welcome to the Ask Noah show. My name is Noah Chalaya. So I hope you guys are having a really great Memorial Day weekend, and you are as happy to be back into the swing of things as I am. See, at the Ask Noah show, we don't take breaks. We don't take vacations. We go full steam ahead, even when it's a holiday. So last week I made an assertion that Linux was a more advanced platform for security, and I stand by that. There are, of course, some people that challenged my assertion last week, and they gave me some interesting reading material about Windows 10 and how far Windows 10 has come. And I will admit, I learned some things. Windows 10 has definitely come a long way from a security perspective. Everything since XP really has come a long way from a security perspective, and it's been a massive improvement from a security standpoint anyway. That said, I will not only stand by my assertion that I made last week that Linux is a superior operating system with regards to security, but I will double down and say that if you are using computers to run your business, you should be looking for a platform that offers a platform that offers security with a forward momentum. Because security is not a static thing. You guys are saying, no, what are you talking about? But we don't just reach the finish line and then all of a sudden, yay, we did it. Now we're as secure as Linux. It doesn't work like that. Don't get me wrong. And I'm gonna steal a line from Matt Hartley here. If you can execute code, you can execute malicious code. So, and that's full stop. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. Linux is not immune from malicious code, and nobody is saying that. But take it from somebody who locked himself out of his Lux encrypted drive the other week and then tried to break back in unsuccessfully. Despite knowing what I knew about the password, we in the Linux world are so far ahead of other platforms when it comes to security that it's ridiculous. And I sincerely wish them all goodwill and good luck moving forward, but they have, I don't think at this point they have a prayer of catching up to us. Windows 7 and everything after Windows 7 has, they have implemented things like privilege escalation. So in English, if you're one of the people that are listening to us that don't speak geek, so to speak, if you have a program that wants to do something more powerful, then because that more powerful thing could do something bad, it asks you for your password before it runs. And that's, the thing is that we have been doing that in the Linux world since, I don't know, the 90s. So good for Windows. Good for you, Windows. You're so cute. You finally caught up. But I started to think about this over the last week, and what I realized is that we are continually pulling ahead in the security realm. And so where Windows has caught up to us with privilege escalation and a number of other things, we now have things like SE Linux. Now, before I tell you what SE Linux is, if you haven't heard of it before, let me tell you what SE Linux is not. SE Linux is not the thing that you just turn off the first time you boot your server. Because I have worked with Red Hat and SE Linux for a very long time, and what I have found time and time again is that I will go to work for these clients, and what these clients do is they will tell me, we have a policy that you just shut SE Linux off. And the first thing out of my mouth when I hear a client tell me that is, okay, first I'd like you to explain to me what SE Linux is, then I would like you to explain to me how SE Linux works, And then if you still want to turn it off, let's have that discussion. And we have, Altispeed Technologies started in December of 2009. We have never had a client to date that could explain to us what SE Linux was and still wanted it turned off. Because the reality is, most of the time, the animosity towards SE Linux stems from ignorance, just lack of knowledge, really, just lack of understanding of how the thing works. And it tends to get inside of your way and prevents you from getting the thing done that you want to get done. Once I explain to a client what SE Linux is, why it's there, why it works, and how it works, and how you use it, and then I ask them, would you be willing to leave it on? I've yet to have a client tell me they still want me to turn it off. And that's the problem. Because as a community, instead of learning how a really cool new piece of technology works, we just ignore it sometimes because it gets in the way of how we like to get things done. And I am not saying that I am not guilty of this. I am just saying that it's a hazardous behavior, particularly when it comes from an IT security standpoint, because I am the last person that wants things to change. I hate change. I like things to be the same. That's why I'm an LTS user. That's why I'm a Red Hat user. I only have to deal with new versions of software once every 5 years. Sometimes I can stretch it even longer than that. I don't like change. But from a security perspective, you have to be willing to accept change, and you have to be willing to roll with the punches, so to speak. So what is SE Linux? SE Linux stands for Security Enhanced Linux. It's a kernel module, essentially, that you put into place to allow you to facilitate access control security policies. So in English, it makes your computer more secure. SE Linux, at least the core concept of SE Linux, was actually developed by the NSA. A quote taken from the NSA SE Linux team: "Security Enhanced Linux is a set of patches to the Linux kernel and some utilities to incorporate a strong, flexible, mandatory access control architecture into the major subsystems of the kernel. It provides an enhanced mechanism to enforce the separation of information based on the confidentiality and integrity requirements, which allows threats of tampering and bypassing of application security mechanisms to be addressed, and enables the confinement of damage that can be caused by a malicious or flawed application. It includes a set of sample security policies, configuration files designed to meet common or general purpose security goals." So what all of that means is that the NSA said, Linux is a very secure operating system. It works very, very well for us. And we can make it a little bit better if we can say that things like a web server never need to access files outside of the web server. And if for some strange reason we had something located somewhere else that we wanted that web server to do, we want to have to take a step to tell the web server that it is allowed to access these files outside of this place. SSH, for example, if it's looking at the authorized keys file, that's the only file it needs, for reference. I'm making this up off the top of my head. There's other things that the SSH daemon would need to access, but we know roughly what those things are. And if the SSH daemon tries to work outside of that, we want to have a block it first, and then we will address it and see if that's actually what we want the computer to do. It works very well if you want to harden up, a server. So we can obviously enable or we can disable SE Linux. And if you want to see what SE Linux is currently doing, you can simply use the get enforce command. It's all run together, get enforce. And it will tell you it's running in permissive, or it's running in disabled, or it's running in enforcing. Now, if you want to enable or disable SE Linux, we do that in etc/sysconfig/SE Linux. And inside of that file, it's just a text file, and it just says, this is the mode that SE Linux is going to run to, and you just type in whatever you want. You type in disabled if you want, or permissive and enforcing. I'm going to get to that in a second. Now, we can tell SE Linux to start up or not to start up, but in order to change it from disabled to enabled, or from enabled to disabled, that's going to require a reboot, because it has to actually load the thing into the kernel. And of course, if you're asking me, there's no time ever that SE Linux should be set to disabled. Every time I have come across a software manufacturer or vendor that says our software is designed to work without SE Linux enabled, again, it's kind of the same conversation we have with clients. Or if you just kind of talk to them for a little bit, you realize pretty quickly that they just really have no idea what they're doing with SE Linux, and they haven't really messed with SE Linux, and so they just tell you to turn it off because it gets in their way. And if you have just a very basic understanding of how context-based security works, you can kind of look at it and say, oh, okay, well, if I just made these couple little changes, this would work just fine. In the infinite wisdom of the SE Linux team, they gave us two modes when SE Linux is enabled, and those two are enforcing and permissive. Now, enforcing does exactly what you would expect it to do given its name. If there's something that SE Linux finds as a violation, it then blocks that process and prevents it from happening. So, web server is told, you are to read these files in this directory and this directory only, and all of a sudden, somehow that process gets compromised, or maybe it doesn't. Maybe we just modified the web process and we want it to access something outside of the system. Either way, it goes out and tries to access another file in the system, and SE Linux says, nope, can't do that. You're done. You can't do that. And then it logs that, obviously, to let you know what happened. Now, if we put SE Linux into permissive mode, it's going to actually not block anything, but it will log it as if it were going to block it. And so it's kind of like running SE Linux in a trial mode. What would SE Linux actually do? And this is really, really cool because it means that we can see what SE Linux would have done should it have been running. And we have done this countless times. If it's in a production server that needs to be up, no matter what, and you'll get that, I get a lot of clients, we do the security triangle, right? And we explain all of the how we go about that in our process and stuff like that. And you'll get clients that will say, listen, that's all great. We are in the fourth part of the security triangle that you didn't talk about, which is this thing will be up 100% of the time. And we don't care, but it's not just usability for us. This will be up. It will not go down. So you do whatever you have to do with all your funny security stuff. You make sure this doesn't go up. You get somebody like that. We'll start it in permissive mode, and we will just track what is happening with SE Linux, and then see if something would have gotten blocked. And then once we know that the server is running properly, then we'll go back and button it down, tighten it up. You can go from enforcing to permissive without having to reboot the server because SE Linux is still running. It's just not actually taking action. And there's a command for that, set enforce. So we use get enforce to actually see what the thing is doing. We can use set enforce and then equals 1 or 0 depending on if we want it to be in permissive or enforcing. Now, one thing I would encourage everyone that has SE Linux on their server to do, if you have SE Linux disabled, take my challenge. Take the Ask Noah challenge. Turn SE Linux on and put it into permissive mode. And just keep an eye on the thing. All of the logs are /var/log/audit/audit.log. And you can just look at that log, or what I do is I just grep for AVC, because that's what the AVC denial is. That's going to be the error that's going to, well, not an error, but that's SE Linux telling you that it attempted to block something. Just look at that log and see if you even have any AVC denials. Again, we're taking your calls this hour, 1-855-450-NOAH. That's 1-855-450-6624. Call doesn't have to be about SE Linux, doesn't have to be about security at all. You can ask me questions about your Linux computer, ask me questions about your business or business idea, as it were. Now, we manage SE Linux using policies. So by default, there are 3 different types of policies that you can have, and they are targeted, minimum, and MLS. Now, targeted is, in my opinion anyway, the best policy because everything on the system is going to be protected. And it's actually the default. So if you don't want to dig into what policies are and how they work, then don't mess with it. Just leave it as targeted. And that's how all of my systems are set up, and I'm very happy with them that way. My personal systems. There is a minimum policy where only some of the processes are protected under SE Linux. And they bill it as if you run this thing, if you've got some applications that need to be excluded from SE Linux. If I have my choice between running minimum policy and having SE Linux disabled entirely, I guess I'll take minimum. But really, you're leaving a large portion of your system unprotected. And again, if you just take a couple of minutes and look at how the thing works, I think what you'll find is that it's actually like really straightforward, easy to manage. It's just people don't know. And finally, you have MLS. Now, MLS is amazing, and I could spend 3 shows talking about MLS and why MLS is amazing. And MLS is basically like SE Linux on steroids. If you are the super paranoid, if you really want to dig your feet in deep and you want to make sure that your machine is extremely locked down and you want very granular control, MLS is the way to go. It is an extremely advanced multi-level security system, but it's way too complicated for us to cover on this radio program. So we'll talk about the fact that it exists. When you open the policy up, you go to look at the different policies thing. If you choose to do that, you can choose which policy you want to use, or like I said, don't touch it at all, and it'll just work in targeted, which is what I would do if I were you. But just know that if you're getting into it, you're like, man, SE Linux is cool, but there are some really cool things I could think to make it do. Probably does them. You just have to use MLS. Okay, so maybe I have talked you into leaving SE Linux on your system and leave it running. So now how do you actually use the thing? Well, I don't know where this term came from. I think it started on user error, but I've gained the term the old grump, and I'm going to go ahead and just own it. I am an old grump. And the old grump in me says do it with SE manage, F context, which is it's a command line tool, SE manage, security enhanced, or SE short for SE Linux, SE manage space F context, which basically allows you to add labels, which is what SE Linux uses to make decisions. So if I'm losing you, stay with me for another 2 minutes and I will bring it home for you. If you were to open a terminal and you typed ls, we would see a list of all the files. Most people that have administrated a Linux server, at least I hope, have run the ls command and seen a list of files come out. If you run ls tac z, capital Z, you will see the context of every file. Now, every file on your system has context. Inside of the context, you have 3 things. You have the user, you have the role, and you have the type. Now, the good news for getting started with SE Linux is we really only have to worry about the type. So if we're looking at a given file, we can see what the context type is. And then, if we want, we can modify a file's context. We can use the SE manage F context tac A tac T, and apply a context to a given file. So we can change that context type. And if this sounds confusing to you, we have a link. I've got a link in the show notes, and it will make much more sense than what I'm explaining out loud here. But suffice to say, trust me when I tell you that SE Linux is one of those things that sounds very complicated, but it's stupid simple once you actually get into it and you see how the thing works. When I was doing last, one of the things that we got requested over and over and over again was to do something on Linux firewalls. And we never did a how-to, at least during my time there, partly because Linux firewalls legitimately are a black hole. Like, it starts out fairly simple, but the more you dig into it, the more really cool things you can do, but the more complicated it gets. And I could never figure out how to make a very concise tutorial. And I think that more people have experience managing firewalls than they do managing SE Linux. And the truth is, I actually find SE Linux to be much more down to earth and straightforward than the firewall subsystem. Again, excluding MLS. And all that said, some of you are still thinking, nope, I'm out. That sounds terrible. And I'm not going to do any of that. And to you, I say, this is where my friends at Fedora are paving the way for you. How many of you, by show of hands, over the radio, everyone raise their hand, how many of you have heard of Cockpit? Hopefully all of you have heard of Cockpit. Cockpit is a glorious way to manage servers in 2017. It's basically the 2017 way to manage your server. You literally get a dashboard for your server. And I know how much you guys love that word. So this is the first time I'm using it on the Ask Noah show. You get a dashboard for your server that runs locally right there on your box. And when you sign into it for the first time, and it's literally a single command to install it on a Fedora box anyway, you start it up, you go to the IP of the server at the port number, and you get real-time stats about the server. You have a terminal. Have you ever had one of those times where you are messing around with SSH and you're locking something down, and then You go to restart the SSH daemon, you can try and log in, and those of us that have done this before know to keep one window SSH'd in and try a second window and establish a second connection. But let's say you fat fingered the window, you closed it, now you try and log back in. Oops, you can't, you get rejected. That ever happened to you? Happened to me. Cockpit has a built-in virtual console right inside of the little web dashboard thing. So you can go back in and undo whatever you had to do or poke whatever hole you have to poke in the firewall. All there right on your server. You know what else Cockpit has? You guessed it, an easy, intuitive way to manage SE Linux. Now, full disclaimer, I don't actually have any of this stuff in production at the moment because, well, as I said, I'm a grumpy old man and I do everything from the CLI. But I have played with Cockpit, and it is seriously next level awesome. Also, I'm fully aware that, because I know there's somebody writing me an email right now, I am fully aware that the, whatever it's called, SE Linux Troubleshooter or something, whatever that tool is, I know that it does some of the stuff that I'm about to talk about, but here's the thing. It's a graphical tool, so like 0.0001% of the time I have a graphical interface on my server. The other 99.9999% of the time I have a blinking cursor. So the little graphical, it pops up and tells you when there's a denial or whatever. That doesn't really apply to most scenarios. But in Cockpit, you have a graphical way to manage AVC denials. So you'll actually, if you're logged into Cockpit, you'll actually see where it pops up and it says, it has a little thing that says AVC denial, which is, SE Linux did something. And then it has some suggestions on what to do. Now, when you click on the denial, it will say, here's an example of some of the things you could do to fix the issue that you're having. So, for example, do you want to just change the label? Do you want, is the command doing what you want it to do and it just needs a different security context label? Here's the command, then what we think the label should be. If you just apply this, that will fix it. Or maybe you want this process to have access to this file. Well, run this command. Or maybe you think SE Linux just totally screwed up and you need to file a bug. And, obviously there's no this command because it tells you got to file a bug. But it gets even better because not only does it give you the commands, so if you are, ninja-like and you want to do the command foo thing, it gives you those commands, but it has a freaking button next to each one of these solutions. So you want to apply a fix? Click the button. Boom, done. No excuse. No excuse whatsoever not to use SE Linux. Seriously though, Cockpit is amazing. It is really awesome, and I include myself when I say this, but we should all be using it more in production. It would probably save a ton of time. And before anyone writes me any hate mail, Cockpit is not just a Fedora thing. Runs on Ubuntu, runs on Debian, runs on Arch. So we're good. We have a link for Cockpit. It's cockpit-project.org. We'll have that link in the show notes for you. And I'm gonna seriously start playing with Cockpit more and more. I was playing with the Cockpit SE Linux thing just this week for to do Ask Noah to talk about the show, and I was looking at it, I'm like, gosh, this is a really cool thing. All right, phone lines 1-855-450-NOAH. That's 1-855-450-6624. We're talking about SE Linux and how Linux is just a better operating system in general, how Cockpit is amazing. Basically, all the Linux things are amazing, and we don't talk about them enough. All right, let's see here. Who do we have here? We have Blue. Hi, Blue. Well, I got to click the button. Then I say, hi, Blue. Welcome to the Ask Noah Show.
Hey, Noah.
Hi there. How can we help today?
I just got off the phone with my mom's friends who they're fixing to be my clients, and they're old school, and they've been trying to get me to explain the GPL licensing, and I'm doing all this, and I'm basically getting over their head. Is there an easier way to explain this to them? I've tried 3 different ways, and I thought you would know it.
Well, I'll answer your question, and then I'll tell you, well, first let me tell you this. Let me tell you why I wouldn't explain the GPL. I know that's a very Reddit/forum thing to do. You ask, how do I set up a web server? Well, let me tell you why you shouldn't set up a web server. I acknowledge that off the bat, but most people don't care about the GPL. And to some extent, when I am as a working professional, I am aware of the GPL. I like the GPL. I am very thankful that the GPL is there because it legitimately has allowed Linux to get to the point where it is, and I don't think it would be there without the GPL. But at the same time, it's not necessarily it's not always a very sellable thing. It's not necessarily something that a lot of people care about, except for the fact that oftentimes you can twist it into not twist it, but you can show them how it affects their bottom line, and then they care about that. You're talking about a family member, or you're talking about your client?
My client and my mom's was wondering too. They're all.
It says on my screen. Yeah, that's why I was asking. It said on my screen here, your mom. Okay, so I'll tell you how I would explain it. If I were going to explain it, and again, I might look at other selling points of Linux or free and open source software rather than the GPL. But here's how I explain GPL or open source software in general. Is I use the cookie analogy. So I say Oreo, for example, they make a pretty good cookie. Do we agree?
Yep.
Yeah, I like Oreos. So, especially the new double stuffed ones. So, Nabisco makes Oreo, and they have a given recipe that they've developed over I don't know how many years, and then they keep that recipe very, very secret, and then they pump out a bunch of Oreos. And you can go to the store and you can pay a certain amount of money and buy an Oreo. Now, if anyone else in the world ever has a slightly better idea of how to improve an Oreo, there's really nothing you can do about it. You either buy the Oreo or you don't buy the Oreo. And people like me that were waiting for double stuffed Oreos, we just had to wait until they actually came out. Versus if you look at like allrecipes.com, right? They have a bunch of recipes for cookies. And what ends up happening is you find people that they'll take a recipe and then they'll say, well, they'll tweak a couple things and then they'll upload their own version of that recipe. And you can kind of start to draw a parallel and say, where do you think the better cookie recipe comes from? Where one company pays a certain set of cooks to sit inside of a lab and come up with the best cookie, or everyone out there, everyone who likes cookies, all the cookie eaters eat the cookies and then start saying, here's how we can improve the cookie, or here's how we can make some changes to make this cookie better. And if you get to a point, a fork in the road, so to speak, where you have two cookies that are really good, but they just meet two different requirements. Some people like chocolate chips, and some people are terrible human beings and like oatmeal raisin. If you come to that fork in the road, then oatmeal raisin people can go make their cookie, and chocolate chip people can make their cookie, and we can have two cookies for people to enjoy. And that's the kind of forking that you don't get inside of traditional proprietary software. Does that make sense to you?
Yeah, that makes a little bit more sense to me.
Okay. Well, that's the best I can do for how to explain the GPL to somebody. But I reinforce this again. The amount of times that I have sat inside of a meeting and said, well, Mr. CEO, Mr. CFO, let me explain to you the real advantages of GPL software. That conversation pretty much starts and stops with vendor lock-in. And they really don't care about anything else. And I try to stay away from talking about cost for two reasons. One is I don't think it's a fair representation of a GPL software, because you can charge $10,000 for GPL software if you want to. You just have to give them the source code with it. So just because a lot of people are giving their projects away for free does not necessarily mean that we should take advantage of that and just say, well, if you use this, it just doesn't cost any money. In fact, I try and take the opposite approach and say, this is a particularly good piece of software. It happens to be funded by a very small group of people. And so, we'll just roll the cost into the software. And then if it's an organization, we donate that back. Or if it involves a lot of setup time, we just usually use the cost of the setup to kind of offset it so that something on paper is going down as this piece of software is getting paid for. But the second reason is because I think it kind of cheapens the brand, so to speak. When you go out there and tell people, yeah, it's the Ubuntu, it's the free operating system. Well, it's not a free operating system. Canonical spent millions and millions of dollars to develop the thing. It's a very expensive operating system, actually. They're just, out of the goodness of their heart, allowing you to use it at no perceived cost, added cost to you. Doesn't mean it's a free operating system. So I don't like the term for a number of reasons, and so I stay away from the cost of it altogether. But, if you're sitting in a meeting, that's oftentimes the only thing that people care about. All right, Robert is calling from Iowa. Hi, Robert. Welcome to the Ask Noah Show.
Hi, Noah. I have an old Exchange server I'd like to replace. with something using Linux, and I needed to have similar functionality in Outlook, like shared calendars, mobile syncing, etc. What do you suggest?
I'll be honest with you. Coming from the guy who doesn't really like cloud, I'm going to tell you G Suite, and let me tell you why. G Suite is a drop-in replacement for Exchange. Drop-in replacement. And by drop-in replacement, I mean we did a client, and I was really nervous because at the time I'd never done a large Exchange migration to G Suite before. And I was actually considering paying a subcontractor in that managed Exchange professionally to kind of oversee the entire process. And talked with the people at Google, and they said that's not necessary. We have this down to a fine science, and you will not have any serious hiccups. And for the most part, that turned out to be very true. They give you a little executable, and you run the executable, and it says, give me the most privileged user you have on your Exchange server. You give it that information, says, okay, 1 second, talks to the Exchange server, says, okay, here are all the accounts I found. Are all these correct? You say, yep, that's all my accounts. Okay, go. And it will log in to every one of those accounts. It copies all of their emails. It copies all of their calendars. It copies all of their contacts. It puts everything up into G Suite. Then the little executable thing spits out another little executable, and you go around to each workstation that has Outlook installed. You double click on that executable. It says, okay, I was previously connected to this Exchange server. Now I'm connecting to the G Suite server, and this is the account I have on here. That's the one you want to use on G Suite? Yes. Okay, 1 second. And automatically switches everything over to G Suite. The clients have no idea. Here's where I got bit. It does not migrate tasks. And we were doing a very large client that had, they were using tasks to manage all of their dates for important things, important meetings, things that they were doing. And it didn't import any of those. And at no point in the planning meetings did anyone mention tasks. They just kept saying, we use Outlook, we use Exchange, we use Outlook, we use Exchange, make sure our calendars get backed up, our contacts, our emails, all of those things they mentioned, and we got all those moved over. Nobody mentioned tasks. And so if tasks are stored on Outlook itself, you can import them one time, but there is no way to sync tasks, and have, like in Outlook, you can actually share tasks with other users and stuff like that. You can't do any of that on G Suite. I'm told by the fine folks at Google that they are working on that and that they are going to have that available in the very near future. But at the moment, Task is not available. Would that help you, or is it something you're really hoping for something self-hosted?
Oh no, that's perfectly fine. I'm just looking for something to migrate to as soon as possible, and we didn't really want to spend a whole lot of money, so I think that'll work out pretty good.
How many users do you have?
Roughly about 100.
Oh, you're golden. So here is the dirty little secret about G Suite. If you're under 10 users, it's an okay process. I've since done it a couple of times, and it still works out. You sign up. It's $5 per month per user, so it's not terrible. And then they'll set everything up for you, and they say, here you go. Here are the applications that you can run, the little data migration tool and the Google Sync for Outlook. They give you those, and you go and run it. However, if you're over, and I think it's 10 users or 15 users or something like that, you're well over that, they will assign a migration specialist to you. He or she is available 24 hours a day. They'll give you their direct contact number. And throughout the entire migration period, if you ever have any issue, you call you tell them I'm migrating on X day, and say, okay, all right, we'll have that scheduled, and that person is available to you. If at any point you run into any trouble, you pick up the phone, you call them, you say, hey, I ran into this issue. They go, oh, okay, no problem, hold on, and they'll remote into your system and help you solve any little issues. And that, let me tell you, I was fortunate enough that the first migration I did was over 15 users, so we had that available to us, and oh my God, is that next level service. It was incredible. So yeah, reach out to the G Suite team, reach out to Google. You can go on there. You can sign up just yourself online if you want to do that. And then if you call them though, and tell them I'm moving 100 users, you will get their attention, and they'll offer you a bit more help. The other thing that's really kind of nice about G Suite is the management interface is incredible. So you can create users, and reset their passwords and migrate data and share calendars, all that stuff from a central management point, which is really cool. And then G Suite will tie in, of course, to their teleconferencing solution, which is basically like enterprise version of Hangouts, and you get that with the. I think the service comes with G Suite. I think you have to buy the hardware separately. I'm not exactly sure how all that works. I've never had to pay for any of it. It's always built up to a client. And full disclaimer, at Altispeed, we don't actually use G Suite. We use Fastmail. Google keeps saying that they don't data mine anything on business email. I don't know if I entirely believe that. And I think there's been rumors that they've been caught doing it. And I know they've been caught doing it in the educational market, which they said they weren't going to do. So we use Fastmail, and I don't have the need to tie into Outlook because we're using Thunderbird and lately Nihilus. So I'm not worried about it tying in, but G Suite is a fantastic way to do a drop-in exchange. And I have worked on hosted exchange, I've worked on self-hosted exchange, and I've worked on G Suite. And like GoDaddy, for example, has it's kind of like a hosted exchange thing. I think it's like a stripped down version, but it can't even touch G Suite, and G Suite is actually cheaper. Okay, Jay is calling. Hi, Jay. Welcome to the Ask Noah Show.
How's it going, Noah?
Hi. How can we help?
So I'm sort of like many nerds out there who are addicted to getting flash drives on the cheap, and I'm wondering, as an IT pro, do you use a lot of flash drives on your whenever you work on other systems, and how do you get like the best deal possible for flash storage and other storage stuff?
If you go on Twitter, twitter.com/KernelLinux, and scroll back 8-9 months ago, I got into a Twitter war with somebody, and they were challenging me that they had more flash drives than I have, and I got a lot of flash drives. I have so many flash drives. I have in my workbench at my house, I have 2 drawers, and the first drawer is just blank flash drives. They're used for something, but I don't need them. I can reuse them for something else. The second drawer is filled with flash drives that I use for specific purposes. So like I always want to have an Ubuntu 16.04 installation on hand. I always want to have a CentOS USB stick on hand. And so I've got those 2 drawers filled, with every imaginable distro and utility, parted magic, whatever. Those are all in the second drawer. And then I have a third little bag that I carry with me, a little Craftsman tool bag, and I carry the most important flash drives, duplicates of those with me. So I have a system recovery utils, whatever that distro is that lets you recover. It's really great. I have a Linux distro that will let you delete the NT password file on Windows, which is actually, side rant, that's kind of a cool little tool. I should find out exactly what the name of it is, and we should talk about it sometime, because it's scary simple. You plug it in the back of a Windows computer, boot the Windows computer, tell it to boot off the flash drive. It logs you into this little console thing, and you just see all of the users that are there. Click on the user, click delete, and it deletes the password. Then you can get in, assuming of course it's not it's not encrypted. But I carry that with me. I carry Ubuntu, I carry CentOS, and Clonezilla and Parted Magic. All 4 of those are with me anytime I'm anywhere. It doesn't matter where I am. I have them with me right now. As to where I get them, it depends on what I'm doing with them. We order a lot of flash drives. There's an eBay seller, and I'll put the link in the show notes. He has basically bulk flash drives. He sells them 10 at a time, and they're aluminum. And the nice thing about them being aluminum is that they're very easy to engrave. So we buy them. It's like a wholesaler from China or something like that. And we buy them, and then we take them over to our local printing shop, and they engrave our logo on them and put Altispeed Technologies. And those are the ones that we use to give if like a client needs files or something like that, or we do a ton of footage recovery for the police department, and so they'll say,
how many gigs?
They're available in 2, 4, 8, 16, I believe.
Okay, and also in terms of your Linux and your Linux distro on the USB drive, is that persistent or is that live?
It's persistent. I'm sorry. What do you mean? Do I use them for? I don't. It's just install media. It's not. I'm not actually running off the flash drive.
Okay, I've actually done that on occasion on one of my flash drives I've used, so it's a very cool experiment.
So if it's something that we're giving away, it's going to be a one-time use thing. I don't mind using the cheap Chinese ones. However, for the more important things, like for example, the flash drive that contains 1604, for example, gets used. If the one we have at the shop, I bet that thing gets used 50 times a day. I mean, it's just nonstop. For that kind of use, I only buy one brand, and that is SanDisk. And the reason is We have never, in the history of Altispeed since 2009, had a SanDisk, I'm knocking on wood because this is going to happen now, had SanDisk flash media fail. And I mean SanDisk flash drives, SanDisk SD cards. They are phenomenal. Everything from the cheap one to the Sand Cruisers to, I actually wear one, if you ever meet me in person, I have a little SanDisk, what's the model of this thing? It's a 128 gig SanDisk something, and I wear it on my lanyard, and I take it with me everywhere. And it's Lux encrypted, and I keep a bunch of my files on there. I have another SanDisk that is it's a little M.2 drive that's in a USB 3 enclosure, and that's what I do, kind of what you were talking about. I actually install a Linux distro to it, and I carry it around as kind of my go-to Linux box, and it just sits in my backpack. And so if I need to get onto a system where the system isn't booting or something like that, I can boot in, and then I have one of my computers essentially sitting in front of me. I can check my email, I can browse do whatever I need to do, have my password manager, all my syncing stuff is all on that little drive, and I don't have to worry about, privacy, because once I restart the computer, the drive's coming with me. So that's kind of how I've handled that. And I'll have a link to those eBay, the eBay drives in the show notes, as well as I will put a link to a couple of my SanDisk drives. But any of them are good. SanDisk are fantastic. The only issue I have with SanDisk is there's no real way to brand them, because they're oftentimes a funky shape. And SanDisk does this thing where on the top of them, they almost always put some sort of sliding mechanism, and the sliding mechanism thingy gets in the way of like any sort of branding imprint. And the ones that they do make that are aluminum are like teeny tiny small. In fact, that's another one I have. I have the smallest little thumb drive, the tiniest little SanDisk thumb drive. It's the ones that they're no bigger than the USB port, so they kind of vanish into the side of the laptop. And I stick those. I have a 64 gig one that I put in my Western Digital TV Live that I take with me to the lake. And I just have movies on there and stuff for the kids. Sweet Lou is calling from Bradford. Hi, Sweet Lou. How are you?
Hey, how's it going, Noah? How you doing?
Pretty good. How are you?
Oh, all right. Just enjoying my Memorial Day. Are you enjoying yours?
Good. Yeah, I just spent the whole week, latter half of last week and the weekend out at the lake with the kids and my wife, and had a great time, but happy to be back and happy to be on the air. How can we help today, Sweet Lou?
All right. Okay. I heard you talking about SE Linux earlier, and that's all right. I hear it was Kitchen Kitty's suggestion that. But then another user in the chat room, John, started talking about Cubes OS, how secure it was. So, in your honest opinion, between SE Linux and Cubes OS, and probably a regular Linux distribution like, say, Ubuntu or Fedora, which would be more secure, and why?
I'll be honest with you, I really can't answer that question because, one, I've not played with Cubes OS. I need to look into it. But two, my guess is, like when you ask about SE Linux and other Linux distros, so Ubuntu has their own AppArmor thing that goes with it, and I can't honestly objectively tell you that one is better than the other. They both have merits and demerits. SE Linux has been around for such a long time that I have become very, very familiar with it. And it's one of those things where we oftentimes fall into this habit of overlooking the market realities because of our technical superior knowledge. So we look at something and we say, XYZ is technically superior, so we should use it, even though the market totally rejects it. And that's kind of how I feel about SE Linux, is I understand that SE Linux is a technically superior way to go than just having it turned off, and yet the market realities are just an ungodly number of my clients. I walk through the door and the first thing they tell me is, just go ahead and spin up that CentOS 7 box, and when you get it up and running, make sure to kick off SE Linux. We don't want any problems from that. And that has really started to get on my nerves. But I tell you what I'll do. I'll take a look into Cubes OS, Sweet Lou, and I will try and get back to you later, because I think it'd be interesting to look at some of the ways that Linux is really pushing the ball forward with security. And not to mention, makes me, every time somebody calls in and asks a question like that, it just kind of reillustrates and reinforces my belief that I was getting onto the other day, that, Linux is just really kind of pushing forward. All right, Linux.com, headline, thin client market embraces Raspberry Pi. Is the Raspberry Pi ready to take over the low-end computing client This week, N Computing unveiled the RX HDX, its second-generation Raspberry Pi based on the thin client. In addition, ViewSonic announced a software upgrade to the Pi-based SCT25, a thin client that it announced last year. The future of thin clients, low-cost, remotely managed virtual client computer has always been a question mark. On one hand, dropping PC prices and increasing use of multimedia in the enterprise has slowly lowered the demand for bare-bones thin clients, yet improvements in virtual desktop infrastructure, or VDI as we call it in the biz, and ongoing need have cut maintenance costs, support, and operating costs, and they have kept the market alive. Early last year, Citrix, one of the major virtualization software providers for thin clients, along with VMware and Microsoft, jump-started the Pi thin client market by partnering with Raspberry Pi Foundation, Broadcom, ThinLinks, and others to bring its Citrix HDX remote display protocol to the Raspberry Pi. The H.264 Ready Citrix HDX technology, which is available with Citrix Zen Desktop, Virtual Desktop, and Zen App Virtual Appliance software, is an extension of Citrix's earlier ICA protocol. It adds intelligent reduction, adaptive compression, and data deduplication to boost performance, especially in multimedia. The Citrix HDX Ready Pi ships with a version of ThinLinks TLXOS, a Raspbian spin-off which supports VMware, Horizon Blast Extreme, and Microsoft RDP/RemoteFX protocols, as well as Citrix HDX. It also provides a virtual client and management stack that can manage both x86 and ARM devices at one time. The TLXOS operating system runs on Intel NUCs, compute sticks, in addition to the Raspberry Pi 2 and 3. So, like I was just telling that caller, I was at the lake this weekend with my family, and I was making a very concerted effort not to work on Altispeed or Ask Noah stuff. There are a few times that I have to admit I snuck out and got my fix of the internet. And one of those times I was doing this, and I was hiding out in my secret spot to read tech pieces, and I came across this article, and I had to stop and sit down for a moment, because if you consider the enormous consequences of what we're reading here, what we're talking about. First off, I have been moving clients to virtualized infrastructures at a breakneck speed, and it's only getting faster. From a management perspective, it is much cleaner. It is much easier to maintain. From the client standpoint, the actual endpoint that they're using doesn't have to be super beefy. So if you think about it, who is going to spend $1,500 on an Optiplex desktop for everyone in their office when they can buy an R930 and put Raspberry Pis everywhere? The piece of the puzzle that has been obviously missing for a very long time is you need somebody like Altispeed Technologies that are willing to look forward and say, we are not looking at the technology today, we are looking at what the technology is going to be tomorrow, and then we are going to leverage that combined with open source technology to make sure that we can provide a creative cost-saving solution for you without sacrificing any quality. And we'll take something like a Raspberry Pi and say, today we can take this very low-cost computer and we can use it in a very innovative, creative way to replace some very expensive proprietary alternative. And that is the niche that Altispeed has filled, and that is why we make money hand over fist, because we're able to be creative like that. If we're just another IT provider, it'd be harder to compete in this world. But you need somebody like us that's willing to do that up until now. And now all of this is changing, because not only can you buy a purpose-built device from a well-known company that comes out of the box ready to be used in a commercial environment, but they've built this stuff with industry support from names like Citrix and Microsoft. And then they did it on a freaking Raspberry Pi. And I was like, I sent a message to, I was rehashing this as I was kind of formulating everything for the show today. And I sent a message to Chris and I said, what world are we living in that, I went to check the thing out on their website. They advertise right on their website. If you go to N Computing's website and you look at this thing, they say that they are leveraging a Raspberry Pi Zero dongle to get a second HDMI display, so you can get a dual screen setup with these things. And I haven't seen a price, but I've worked with N Computing for a long time, and I know that the base device is $35, so I expect the pricing to be very competitive. And if you back up, if you would have told me 5 years ago that Microsoft would be shipping Linux in Windows. And the maker of the Raspberry Pi, a computer that was built to teach kids about computers, was going to become the next generational standard for low-cost computing. And at the center of all of this stuff, the very thing that keeps the heart beating was Linux. I would have thought you were nuts. I would have thought you were absolutely stark ravingly nuts. And I am watching market after market after market leverage Linux to get closer to the Linux desktop. And I get it. I understand. We are talking baby steps, people, and I get that. ThinLinx TLX OS, it is not a Linux desktop. It's not a Fedora. It's not an Ubuntu. It is. I get that it is custom software to get your Citrix infrastructure so that you can get RDP. I get that. I understand that these people at the end of the day are using Windows. But in the TLX OS manual, there's one of the first things you read is it'll say something like it says TMS and TLX OS can be downloaded from the link below. In the case of the Raspberry Pi, you can download and install it TLX OS from the link, or you can boot the Raspberry Pi from the Noobs bootloader, and while tapping the Shift key, select TLX OS from the list of bootable choices. That's in the manual. And the fact that an enterprise-grade solution that's going to sit in front of the user all day and included in the Noobs installer for the Raspberry Pi, and said Noobs installer is referenced in the manual of said commercial software company as an official way to obtain their software. If that isn't progress towards Linux being everywhere, then I don't know what is. How long before it's just a package included in Raspbian? If that's not already a thing, I don't know, I haven't looked. How long before the package is included in the AUR? If that's not a thing, because again, I haven't looked. How long before people like me convince all of the people that pay me a lot of money to make decisions about their IT infrastructure? How long before we start looking at their bottom line and they realize that the way to run any sized company is to virtualize your infrastructure and leverage the power of a single computer and divide that up among many people? I rarely see a day where there's a client that's using a computer to its full potential. Every hotel we work at, and I mean every hotel we work at, they have a single piece of software, and most of them these days are web-based. It's a web browser, and they are checking people in. They don't even need the virtual infrastructure. I mean, you can do that on a Raspberry Pi with the, Chrome or whatever. But the most cost-effective way to infrastructure is a Raspberry Pi. Oh, and by the way, while you're at it, the Raspberry Pi can actually run a ton of software locally. Because you might think that if a person was remoted into their system, that they would just do all their work on the remoted system. Because I opened up my RDP session in my Windows box, and just, if I need to check my email or browse the internet, I'll just do it on there. You would think that, but that's not what you see. And anyone who doesn't believe this, feel free to come out. You let me know what state you'd like to go to in the country, and I will set up, if we have a client there, set it up. You can come do a walkthrough. At this moment, every Altispeed client that has a need for a Windows box, if they have some piece of software that they need to run, that Windows box has been virtualized. And they use a Linux desktop to access that virtualized desktop. And what you see when these people are sitting inside of their RDP session is they open up to do whatever they have to do, and then they just close it, and they'll open up Firefox or Chrome if they just want to check something on their computer. And that's an easy sell, because it's not Linux altruism that I'm selling here. It's, hey, when your Windows box crashes, we issue a command and it's restored in about 4 seconds. And oh, by the way, you got a virus, you got a malware. Yeah, we just blew the entire Windows ecosystem away and we restored it in about 15 seconds. That is actual time to blow away an image and roll back in Virt Manager, for example. And as of today, May 29th, 2017, I am going to get to go to all of these clients that we have been putting on these virtual infrastructures for years and say, hey, next time you upgrade your workstations, we have a new drop-in solution for you that already works with your existing infrastructure. Oh, and by the way, it costs just a pennies on the dollar to upgrade the actual front-end clients. And I cannot get over how significant I think this is, because to me, this is step one. This is baby step one in a long series of baby steps that ultimately ends with, we are going to be using, everywhere we're going to be using Windows, we're going to do it in a virtual instance, and where it becomes where its ability for Windows to screw anything up is at least somewhat hindered, and the only real operating system we can bank on, the only real operating system we're going to ship and run on hardware, because we don't have to worry about viruses, we don't have to worry about it crashing. It is, gaining traction in the security world. We don't have to worry about Patch Tuesday. It's Linux. So I think that is pretty incredible. I want to go back to the phones, 855-450-NOAH, 855-450-6624. You got a couple minutes if you want to call in. Reggie is calling from Ohio. Hi, Reggie. How are you?
It's Reggie.
Reggie, I'm sorry. Hi, Reggie.
Yeah, big fan of yours, Noah, and I'm mad that last came to an end. But I actually had a question about the Apple Today thing that they just launched, and you can go into an Apple store now, and they'll teach you things about your device or your Mac, and you can go on, like, photo walks, and they'll teach you how to edit photos with your iPhone.
Awesome.
And I was wondering, like, do you see that that's going to be a big pull for people to go over to the Mac OS platform, and do you think that we need something like that in Linux where people can walk into a store and get hands-on support and, tutorials with their devices?
Yes. Yes, I absolutely, yes to all of those questions. Yes, I think that is going to be a hindrance to Linux. Yes, I think we absolutely need to get on top of that. One of the big things I hear from people, there's the software availability thing. We talked about that at nauseum, but one of the things that we don't talk about a lot, but it actually does hinder a lot of people from switching to Linux, and is one of the primary catalysts that got the show on the air, is that most people use a Mac because a lot of their friends are using Mac, or because a lot of their business is using Mac, and so they become comfortable with it, and they have other people that they can ask for the recommendations. A lot of people who are using Windows, they stick with Windows because they can ask those questions with their friends and family and stuff like that. If you don't have somebody that you can ask a question to, if you don't have somebody to walk you through some of the major pain points, if you run into and say, listen, I have to get my term paper due, and I'm in college, and I don't have time to go through forms and post questions and get snotty responses and then go back, and I don't have time for any of that. I just need to know how I set these margins or how I get this particular formatting or whatever it is. If you don't have someplace you can go to do that, then you shy away from that platform. And there's one of the primary catalysts that started the Ask Noah shows. We want to be a resource for people like that. I actually, a couple of years ago, didn't work out. I tried to go to local electronic stores, places that were selling computers, and I said, I will come in and, like on Saturdays or Sunday or something like that, and I will do like a 4-hour presentation on how people can use the hardware you're selling. And one of the things I wanted to do was, Chromebooks at the time were really taking off, and the profit margins were actually pretty big, at least as they can be for electronic stores, because that stuff is sold practically next to cost. And I said, I'll come in, I'll show you how you, instead of selling this Chromebook as just a web browser, I'll come in and show you how you can use it to run Inkscape, and you can, create professional graphics, and how you can do video editing. I had the Pixel at the time. I was doing video editing on the Pixel. I said, I can show people how to do this stuff, and you guys can sell the hardware. And I think the primary reason that didn't go over was because we compete in a lot of the same ways. They sell PC hardware, we sell PC hardware, and a lot of those same places that were selling the hardware, they also sold, services to go with it, setting things up. And so I think they were a little hesitant to go forward. But suffice to say, yes, I absolutely think you're correct that that's a problem. And if anyone has a solution, even if it's Noah, this is what I want you to do, or an idea of how we could provide something like that, I'd be interested to hear it. In fact, did you know that we answer your questions or suggestions, stuff like that, on the air? If you go over to asknoahshow.com, we will take your questions and stuff like that. And we actually had, last week, we set aside the bottom of the hour to focus on noobs questions. And last week, we offered to set up C-File for 5 users. And then, like a jerk, I took off halfway through the week, and the Ask Noah program is not officially run by Altispeed, so to speak. It's kind of my thing that I come in here and do. So nobody from the company had any real idea of what was happening. And so they got a couple calls, and they said, what is this thing? And I said, yeah, we got to set this up. So I have all of you. If you send in contact information, we have it all. I will enter those tickets in either late tonight or early tomorrow. You'll hear back from somebody, and we'll get those rolling. Thor wrote in at the Ask Noah show and asked how I am organizing myself since I have ADD. And the answer to that is I'm using C-File with Sublime Text. And maybe I will have more on that in the next couple days, but I'm basically using it as a brain dump. That brings... Did you think I forgot? I'm professional. I'm not going to leave us with dead air. You guys are listening to Logos Radio, KEQQ 88.3 LPFM. We'll see you back next week.
Now than ever.
Yeah, absolutely.
There you go. And if you guys want to check it out, we have links in the show notes.
That's right.
If you just Google Magic Device Tool, though, it's like the first thing that comes up. Oh, Wimpy,
Yeah.
you wanted to
And
jump in with
maybe let me plug one thing
Oh,
real
absolutely.
quick. We also have got a Telegram group, which is basically an update and support channel, and where you can ask questions, and it's magicdevicetool.com/telegram.
Oh, easy peasy.
So easy.
Yeah. Magicdevicetool.com/Telegram.
Exactly.
Now, Wimpy, you wanted to jump in with something. Go ahead.
I was just looking at the store statistics and I was bowled over. Hey, do you realise how many installs you've had, Marius?
I know. We've recently passed the 10,000 downloads.
Yeah, over 10,000 Snap installs.
That's awesome.
That's
Yeah,
amazing.
I'm one of
I have no idea who these people are, but I'm glad they find that the thing that I produce is useful.
Well, I really think it's just about anybody who's not on Ubuntu that wants Magic Device Tool.
Could be, yeah.
I think that's really what it is, because that was the first thing I thought of was, well, I could try these things in the AUR, or I'll just go grab the Snap. And that's what I did. So I would imagine that's probably a lot of other people did too. It's super handy.
It really is, yeah.
I love it.
Maybe let me add real quick to the point that Wimpy had before. I'm definitely I wouldn't consider myself to be a coder or a developer at all, but still with the Bash scripts and the Snapcraft things that I did behind the scenes, and with this Snapcraft Builders tool that is also up on Git, it was really easy for me to snap it in just one evening or to make it completely run in like 2 days. And definitely from a non-developer point of view, it's really awesome.
Awesome.
That's a great field report.
Yeah, that is. Thank you. Thank you, Marius. Thank you very much. Marius, I was curious, what's your daily driver? Is it a Linux desktop? Is it Unity? Is it a Ubuntu system?
I'm still on Unity. Yeah. I'm currently using 1604.
Hashtag no judgment here. This is a no judgment zone. You're welcome
At
to
least
use
today.
Yeah, Turth. I wouldn't call him out, but Turth in the chat room is totally using Windows right now, and it's no judgment zone. You're using Unity. Wes over here is using, what are you using, Budgie? I forgot what you're using already.
It was Budgie for a while. Right now, it's GNOME.
Oh yeah, okay, that's what I'm on too. I'm on GNOME. I'm on GNOME, and I have some thoughts on that. But I want to let Minimac jump in with Marius before we move on. So Minimac, go ahead.
Yeah, Marius. And do you touch the partitions of the phone when you're flashing the images? Do you change the partition tables? Or does it always stay the same?
Well, I'm technically not changing the partitions tables or the formats itself, but sometimes I have to, if I have to flash, for example, Sailfish on it, then I have to pre-format the system image, but I'm not changing anything about the partition layouts. I'm just formatting the partition itself.
Okay.
Thanks.
So they'll just stay the same.
You're welcome.
Yeah, that's a great question, Minimac. Thank you for asking it. All right. Well, so Marius, keep up the fantastic work. Thank you for staying up late. And if there's other developments down the road that happened that you want to share with the class, you are welcome to join our virtual lug on a Tuesday and share with us.
Or if you just can't sleep that night, we'll be here.
We'll keep a chair out for you. So
thanks for having me, guys.
All right. Very good. So I do want to talk a little bit about GNOME. Not a lot. I know. I won't. You know what? I know.
Just a hint.
I'm just warning you. I know not all of you are big GNOME fans. So first, let's talk about DigitalOcean. Then if you don't want to talk about GNOME, you can leave. But first, let me tell you about DigitalOcean, because I know that's really what you tuned in for. That's what I tune in for. DigitalOcean is my go-to platform now for when I need infrastructure. Essentially, if I need a Linux rig and it doesn't need a screen hooked up directly to it all the time, I'm pretty much just default DigitalOcean. I'm default DO. Oh, default DO, DigitalOcean.com. Go there, create an account. So sign up. I know I'm asking a lot, but trust me, you're going to use it. Create an account, and then apply our promo code. It's like taking gasoline and putting it on top of your barbecue. It makes everything taste better. DO Unplugged. One word, lowercase, and then it makes that fire go like crazy.
Plus, it's like a barbecue in the cloud.
Yeah. Oh shoot, we got to talk about our barbecue coming up.
That's true.
I forgot about that.
It's not in the cloud. Go back.
Well, but first, before we get talking about barbecue, let's talk about cooking in the cloud. DigitalOcean.com. Use the promo code DO Unplugged. SSDs throughout, so you get really fast disk I/O. 40 gigabit connections to the hypervisor, so your network performance is great. Linux is the host operating system. KVM for the virtualizer. You can do huge rigs, super high-end rigs, crazy monstrous high-end rigs that would make 64 kilobytes of RAM Bill Gates' mind explode with the insanity in their size. And they also have a CDN system built in, monitoring. They have been integrating more and more features. My favorite one is block storage. And then, like the cherry on top, they have the best damn documentation on the web. Check it out at DigitalOcean.com. Create an account. Use our promo code DO Unplugged. Get deployed in seconds. Enjoy that SSD performance. Work with teams. Have a little block storage when you need a little extra storage. And deploy a pre-built open source application. DigitalOcean.com. Use our promo code DO Unplugged. And a big thank you to DigitalOcean for sponsoring the shenanigans that is the Unplugged program. So, Mr. West, we're almost at 200 episodes of the Unplugged program.
That is crazy.
And I've been trying to think of what we should do. What should we do? Because I'd love to do something. And one thing that turned out, now Ike shows up. See, you see how
heard us
that?
talking about him.
Yeah, that's true. But I think there was some sort of transmission delay because we were talking about his fantastic blog post a while ago. Anyways,
the Ike signal, it's on the fritz. Come on.
I think there was some fog or something that delayed it. So I don't know how long ago it was, but we did a barbecue and Wes showed up and basically we made out during the what? No, oh geez, that was somebody else.
You weren't supposed to say.
I know. But anyways, the Wes showed up for the barbecue and things just went from there. And now here he is doing a show, and that was pretty fun. I don't think that's going to happen this time, but I still thought we could kind of have a tradition where when the show has milestones, we have a community meetup.
I love that idea.
Like, we have these extra chairs here in the studio.
Oh, it's perfect now.
So even if a couple of people could make it, because it's the middle of the weekday, but even if only a couple of people could make it up here in Podunk, Arlington, they could be sitting in these big comfy red chairs and they could be part of our lug right here in the studio doing the show with us. That could be just a super awesome way to celebrate 200. But I feel like we need to give people a few weeks more heads up.
Yeah, I think so too.
So we were thinking it's possible around the 4th of July because we will have an Unplugged program on the 4th of July.
Ooh.
And I was planning to go to Montana for the 4th of July, but Noah ruins everything.
That guy.
Totally Noah's fault.
Mm-hmm.
So I think instead we could have a barbecue.
That might be a lot of fun.
It's going to be, it'll be a few weeks after our 200th episode, but seems like a pretty good opportunity.
Maybe that's more fair too, because what if it goes terribly or the internet dies? It's better to have past 200. We've proved that we did it, and then we can all celebrate.
Yeah, that would be probably the best. So that's sort of our tentative plan. So there you go, Ike. You got your heads up now. Travel out here now.
All the burgers you can eat.
No, that's true. Yeah. So, but if you do want to come out for our 200th birthday and celebrate on the 4th of July, which will be weeks and weeks after, because we're only like 2 weeks away. No. It's going to be literally a month after our 200th episode, but it'll be fun. It seems like because there could be a good chance people might have the day off from work.
Yeah.
And it turns out my boss never lets me have the day off, so I'll be here, and might as well be cooking.
Yeah, exactly.
And we could fit a couple of people in here. Plus we have the TV in the living room hooked up, so you could watch from the living room. You could watch the show live, and so even if you can't fit in the studio, we'd have room for you in the living room to watch the show, and you basically would get fed by us. Seems like a pretty good deal.
Hang out. It seems great.
Seems like a pretty good deal. So we'll have more details. If you would be interested, contact me at Chris LAS, and we're thinking on the 4th of July to celebrate the 200th episode of the Unplugged program. Yeah, my boss is a bozo. That's true. That is, yeah, he's a real jerk. So I wanted to discuss just with anybody in the Mumble Room that maybe has a little experience, and I thought maybe I'd start with Wimpy because I suspect maybe he's played around with this, maybe under Matei. I'm not really an expert on the plumbing of GNOME. My basic understanding is you have the GNOME shell, which then uses Mutter in the current configuration to do essentially the compositing, and Mutter talks to X. And in the Wayland setup, if I'm understanding this correctly, Mutter takes on more of the X server roles. It does like the mouse tracking, all the stuff that the X server would traditionally do. And I don't know where these problems lie, but I've been recently I'm going to talk more about it on User Error because I'm doing a deep dive right now. So tune into User Error this week where I'm chasing bug reports and I'm doing all this stuff. So I'll have a full report later. But I've been noticing. I wanted to just check in with the virtual lug, and I want to check in with you, Wes. Is it just me, or if your system's been up for like a couple of weeks, does GNOME 3 start to slow down to like a crawl over time? Has anybody else noticed this?
I have not, but I don't have any systems that are up that long that have a desktop that don't get rebooted or suspended. So I don't know if I have that exact use case.
Okay. So you're no help.
But I've seen it here happen at the studio, so I can definitely confirm that it's happening.
Yeah, and actually earlier in the show today, we just had GNOME 3 crash on us, and we had to stop recording and start again because we weren't sure if we lost part of the recording.
That's no good.
And we did lose audio on the stream while GNOME 3 crashed for some reason. Wimpy, have you played around at all with benchmarking GNOME or looked at the performance of this stuff?
Not a great deal, no. I have done some work to integrate Mutter with Mate to see how that works, and aside from key bindings, not passing through, and what was the other? The Alt Tab and Alt Grave implementation just doesn't work the same as you would expect. So it works, but I've not done any serious profiling. I am at the moment doing some power profiling on the different compositors to see what the additional power draw is on the different compositors, but I've not concluded that yet.
Okay. Yeah, that's a whole other aspect of it too, is when you do have a system like this, what kind of difference do the different compositors make on CPU or GPU usage and the power draw that they have? That's a fascinating conversation, probably for a future show. Yeah, this is something I'm wondering about because I did not notice this under Plasma. So just a little background for those of you who don't catch every episode is for weeks and months, I was essentially since the last release of the Plasma Desktop, I've been running the Plasma Desktop on my main workstation. This is a machine that I leave on 24/7. I've even recently started leaving the monitors on at like lower brightness, so that way I can literally just I walk in the room, I sit down, I start working immediately, and
the studio is always on.
The Plasma Desktop never ran into this issue, at least not that I noticed. I probably never made it more than 2 months without rebooting, because I usually just decide, okay, well, it's time to get a new kernel. But I definitely am noticing it within a couple of weeks, really, even a week on GNOME. And on all of the machines in the studio that we've switched over to Linux that are running GNOME are exhibiting these symptoms.
Really?
So it's something I'm trying to dig into. And I know
it's not just a one-off on one machine.
And it's not like I can't swap out Mutter, right? That's not something I can't just do that. I can't swap out Mutter for Kwin or something. Like back in GNOME 2 days, you could do something crazy shit like that. But I don't think you can do that with GNOME Shell. So anyways, if anybody has any more information on it, I would like your help. Tweet me at ChrisLAS or check out the new subreddit, linuxunplugged.reddit.com. Sounds like Ike's got a take on it too. I was reading his take in the chat room, which is pretty interesting. So, and that's what some of the bug reports that I've been digging into have been saying too, Ike. If you want to participate in our chat room, we do this show live on Tuesdays at 2 p.m. over at jblive.tv. You can get it converted to your local time at jupiterbroadcasting.com/calendar. It's like Marius there, he has to sit there and do the time math.
Yeah.
We were chatting about it this morning. He's like, Marius says, I hate time zones. I'm like, I totally know what you mean.
We solved that already.
We have these robots on standby at jupiterbroadcasting.com/calendar. It will convert it to your local time. If you think you could make the 4th of July work, which I know is a little crazy, but if you think it could make it work, let me know. I don't know for sure we're going to do it, but I think it's like a 90% lock. And if we got a few people saying they'd be down, I mean, you and I are going to be here anyways.
Yeah, we will.
We should probably, regardless if people show up or not, have that barbecue going on the 4th of July. So I almost feel like it's all lined up perfectly, so we should just do it. So I think it's a lock.
Yeah,
I think I'm going to say it's a lock. Yeah.
On the 4th of July, then what are we doing?
I know. I think I'm going to say it's a lock. And basically, if you guys want to show up while Wes and I are cooking out and the Beard's here
Then
eating our
please
burgers.
do.
Yeah.
It's one of your few opportunities to see the Beard in person doing his thing.
Yeah. Now, that means I'll have to tell people how to get here and all that. We'll have all that information. But, yeah. Okay. All right. I think we're going to call it a lock. So, Wimpy, I'll expect you here, of course. Obviously, I'm sure you'll fly out. Marius, I'm sure you'll fly out. Ike, I expect you guys all to make it here. It should be no problem. I'm sure everybody in the Mumble Room will just make it. I mean, it should be no problem at all.
What was the date?
The 4th of July, right? America Day. Don't you want to come out for America Day?
No, I might be in the area the week after though.
Ike, if you make it, we'll have a wet T-shirt contest. We might. Oh, really, Wimpy?
It is possible.
Well, yeah. If you're in the area, let me know. I'd make a trip out to see you. If you'd like to make a trip out to see us, go over to jupiterbroadcasting.com and grab a new episode. Usually Tuesday evenings, Wednesday morning, depending on your neck of the woods. Don't forget we have the RSS feeds over there. I did mention it, but I'll just say it again. linuxunplugged.reddit.com. That's where you go to get involved in the conversation after the show, and jupiterbroadcasting.com/contact if you want to send us your feedback. And Wes, are you ready for me to fire off the end of the show music
I'm so
with
excited.
Caster Soundboard? There it is.
That's it, right there.
That's so awesome, dude.
Now the show's ending. You have such power.
That is incredible. And I touched it right there. It's a touch screen, and I'm watching it play across Caster Soundboard, now available as a snap. It's amazing. So great. Listen, we have a new show out, User Air. Go check it out. And Linux Action News, linuxactionnews.com and User Air at jupiterbroadcasting.com. 2 great shows with more Linux content. User Air, a little raunchier. It's more for an adult audience. Linux Action News, of course, is your hardcore take. Super hardcore. Really rough.
So
hard stuff. It's okay. Now it's not that at all. All right. Thank you for joining us. We'll see you right back here next Tuesday. Say goodbye, Wes.
Goodbye.
Bye, everybody. What are the chances that the week that you don't have to record TechSnap, we're done super early?
Well, how does this happen?
Yeah, we got thrown off a little bit, I think, when GNOME crashed.
Yeah.
But yeah, so Ike, we really crapped on how ridiculous it is that you're shipping the Plasma desktop, about how everybody in your project's going to burn out because of the diffusion of resources and time, and the chaotic state that the project must be finding itself in as a result of the fragmentation of your desktop focus. Did not say any of that.
Fair question.
Did not say any of that. Did not know. I actually just think it's really cool. And sounds like Peter's a cool dude. That's pretty much what we said.
Accurate. I will confirm.
I don't know, though. I thought that was pretty good for coming off. Like, let's see what kind of armchair bullshit internet criticism could I come up with if I just randomly...
Let's troll as a service.
Thank you, Mumble Room. You guys were great. Marius, it was great to speak with you.
Yeah, that was great. That was awesome.
Anytime, Chris.
Flash something. Just give me your phone, Chris. It won't be bricked.
Just flash away. Just flash away. Oh, I'm just kidding. I got him a little bit. That's good. All right, jbtitles.com. JB Titles. We covered your blog post about Plasma and all that.
Plasma.
Geez, Bitcoin is $2,200 right now. $2,200.
That's crazy.
Did anybody else hear anything about Japan using Bitcoin or something about Japan making it more official?
Yep. Well, we're going to talk a little bit about it in User Air. So good question.
Yes. Sweet. Yeah.
Yes.
I can't buy things fast enough at the moment. The rate that Bitcoin keeps going up in value.
It's
gone up $400 in like 6 days or something.
Have you had any problem with the transaction fees being too low and your purchases not getting verified in time?
No.
I had a huge problem with that. I thought I was crazy.
Yeah, I was having a big problem with it too.
So I'd say half my transactions are Bitcoin transactions and half are transferring Bitcoin to fiat currency and then using that to fund the purchase.
I had to do like $1 something fee just to make sure it would go through. I tried 50 cents. I tried 60 cents. I tried 70 cents. And then I'm like, okay, $1? Like, what the hell? It's just, I think the network is super busy right now. There you go, Ike. There you go, boy.
Is this?
Yeah, what is this,
Western
everyone? Union?
Well, someone suggested in the Ubuntu podcast Telegram group that how much an effect WannaCry Bitcoin purchases are having on the price of Bitcoin at the moment, which was an interesting point of view.
UbuntuPodcast.org. They're still recording, so I'm going to put that in here right now. After this show is over, what you should do is go get UbuntuPodcast.org.
Right away.
Then download Linux Action News, and then download Ask Noah, and then download User Air. And then, if you're missing Ike, download Late Night Linux.
Requesting connection. Established. Encrypted. We're live. The show you've been asking for. Advice, technology, and community. Linux first, all others second. This is Ask Noah.
Live from Altispeed Technologies, the show that puts you, the listener, in the driver's seat. because you are the content. The phone lines are open to be a part of the program. It's a free call, 1-855-450-NOAH. That's 1-855-450-6624. Give me a call and we'll have a conversation about your tech questions or business and tech questions. Linux advocate, above all else, small business owner, and now host of the only radio show dedicated to you, the listener. Welcome to the Ask Noah Show. I am your host, Noah J. Chalaya. So good evening to you all, and I am happy to be here on the air with you guys tonight. I want to kick off the program this evening with a truly fascinating article put out by our friends over at Tech Republic. Now, they put this article out in a very succinct way that outlines the exact same message that I have been trying to share with all of you since episode 1 of the Ask Noah program. And that is this, that while there may be some uphill battles using free and open source software, there are even bigger systemic problems with the proprietary operating systems that we just carte blanchely accept for some unknown reason to me. All right, let's get into this headline. WannaCrypt makes an easy case for Linux. Ransomware is on the rise. On a single day, WannaCrypt held hostage over 57,000 users worldwide, demanding anywhere between $300 and $800 in Bitcoin. Don't pay up, and you'll not be seeing your data again. If there ever was a time for Linux to shine on the desktop, it's now. Now, I know, eyes are being rolled at the cries of this again, bouncing around the entire internet, but just hear me out. This particular ransomware was nasty, and not just in the scope of design, but consider this. WannaCrypt possesses the capabilities to spread itself. WannaCrypt exploits a known vulnerability in Windows. WannaCrypt uses the SMB protocol, which is often unfiltered within corporate networks. The tools behind WannaCrypt, that is, Eternal Blue and Double Pulsar, originated from within the NSA. Computers in over 150 different countries were affected, including machines within FedEx, Renault, Telefonica, as well as hospital computers across Europe. The above knowledge and more can be found reported in just about anywhere, as well as the story behind the man who stopped the new infections. The thing is, WannaCrypt isn't the first of its kind. In fact, ransomware has been exploiting Windows vulnerabilities for a while. The first known ransomware attack was called AIDS Trojan, and that injected Windows machines back in 1989. It injected a particular type of attack that switched the autoexec bat file, and the new file contained the amount of times that the computer had been booted. When the machine had reached a count of 90, all of the file names on the C drive were then encrypted. The article goes on to say that the important question here to ask is this: have there been any ransomware attacks in the Linux desktop? And the answer is no. With that in mind, it's pretty easy to draw the conclusion that now would be a great time to start deploying Linux on the desktop. I can already hear the tried and true arguments. The primary issue is software, and I will counter that argument by saying this. Most software has migrated either to software as a service or to the cloud. The majority of work that people do these days is via a web browser, a Chrome, a Firefox, an Edge, a Safari, with very few exceptions. SaaS doesn't care. With that in mind, why would you want your employees and staff using a vulnerable system? And again, I think this is where this article really starts to drive home a point. The author really starts to make the rubber hit the road. He says, consider this. If you had an employee that worked in a critical position out in the field, and you provide their transportation, would you have them driving a vehicle with a known issue? Say, for example, that you knew a vehicle had a cracked engine block or a cracked frame. At any moment, this vehicle could suffer a catastrophic failure. At best, that would cause the employee to lose a day's work, and at worst, it would endanger the employee's life. Would you willingly and knowingly send that employee out into the vehicle? No, you wouldn't. Apply the same analogy to your staff computers. Why would you willingly expect your staff to work with a platform that has suffered from vulnerabilities for years, known to lead to such exploits, such as WannaCrypt? Vulnerabilities that at best cause said employees to lose a day's work, and at worst, dock said employee or negatively impact your bottom line. The difference here is that you would be and are willing to deploy systems that with literally nothing more than a malformed URL, they can be compromised. Again, 1-855-450-NOAA, 450-6624. Give us a call. I'm taking your questions this hour. Business questions, business and tech questions, or if you want to talk about malware. A huge prop to Jack from the Tech Republic for this fantastic piece. And the piece is actually much longer. I highly recommend you read the entire piece. It's linked in the show notes. Now, usually, I would just take a few snippets from the article, and then I would elaborate from them, and I would explain. But in this particular case, what I found as I'm going through this article is that Jack is literally saying everything that I would say about his own article. In fact, I've reached out to Jack to ask if he'd be willing to come on the Ask Noah show for an interview. Him and I apparently are cut from the same cloth. We need to stop living in this fantasy world that Windows or Mac OS are quote-unquote easier, because they're not. Are there certain aspects that are easier? Yes. But are there certain aspects like, losing all your data to ransomware that are drastically more painful? Yes. That leads me to my latest kick this week, because Linux, while great, is not going to solve everything. For example, I don't have a Windows machine or a Mac OS machine at my house. Now, that's going to come as a huge shock to some of you, but I wish that meant that my data was safe from these problems. Unfortunately, it doesn't. But no, you just read an article that said that Linux has never been victim to ransomware. Yes, Linux itself has never been infected. That doesn't mean that files stored on Linux systems, or in my case, FreeBSD, hasn't been affected by a rogue Windows machine. Now, my files are stored on a FreeNAS server that has a Samba share. And being the paranoid freak that I am, I don't just have like 2 separate VLANs. I have 2 entirely separate physical networks at my house. One for me and my civilized family, and one for all of you macOS Windows using infected goobers. But have I ever given access to my primary network to somebody who was visiting to, throw a file on my file server for some reason? Or have I ever wanted to give them data on their computer? Absolutely, I've done that. And, do I have any sort of Chalaya house security policy to ensure that their slimy infested Windows or Mac computers don't have any malware on them? No, not really. If I see a bunch of things popping up on the desktop and, ads to increase body organs, maybe I think twice, but, for the most part, no. So what's my answer to all of these issues? What's my answer to the problem, and what should your answer be? A good backup plan. Because, and I'll level with you here, ransomware is really nothing more than a punishment for the unprepared. There's a saying, when the tide goes out, you can tell who's skinny dipping. And the same is pretty much true of your data. If you have a good backup plan in place, then the worst thing that you're ever going to experience is you have to reinstall your OS, and then you restore your data. And in fact, if you're using Linux, then you can skip the whole reinstall your OS part, because, as we've established, your Linux box is unlikely to become infected in the first place. You just may have lost some data. Not really lost data, but certain data may have been compromised, and you may have to restore from a backup. My backup strategy has undergone some changes recently, and I want to preface this by saying what I'm about to talk about is not the entire backup plan. It's simply the first step. It's the first tier. It's step one in a series of many. So let me say that again for clarity. What follows is not an entire backup plan. If you do only this, you are still going to probably lose data. And this is just the first step of the process. Although I will say this. This first step will prevent certain kind of failure. So there is that. Now, this is the first step for 2 reasons. Aside from a disaster recovery, it makes day-to-day life easier. So even if you haven't considered backup yet, even if you're not looking at backup, this will improve your life. And like I said, this will actually save you from certain types of failure. And I will get to exactly what those are, where it can be used as a form of backup. Well, what am I talking about? I'm talking about file synchronization. Now, the Dropbox versus Google Drive debates, they are endless. And some of you are probably aware, Amazon has recently restricted the use of their API, which meant that tons of people that were using Amazon to back up AWS are now screwed. I actually was using this where if you have an Amazon Prime membership, you got a deal where they gave you an API key and you could basically, it was designed to back up your photos, unlimited photo libraries to the Amazon cloud, but they had an API key and there were some scripts that you could use to back up your servers. So I did what any geek would do and said, Amazon is giving me unlimited data, I will use it. And I used it for a lot more than photos. But that has now come to an end, at least temporarily, until they get their stuff worked out. There's, of course, things like OwnCloud, and there are things like Nextcloud. But as many of you have experienced firsthand, as have I, weird file copying issues bite you every once in a while. And I mean, to be fair, I haven't had any of these issues in over a year now with the latest version of Nextcloud, but be that as it may, I got burned at one time and they're still using that whole PHP thing on the back end, and it makes me a little wary. I've tried BT Sync, I've tried Sync things. They're okay, but I guess the first thing that turns me off is this whole idea of like this local web server. So I have to control everything, by opening up Firefox and visiting my own URL, and then it runs this little mini web server. And I know that so my problem is that there's no little applet that I can just see what the system is doing. And I know that there are extensions and other things that you can install and ways to get around this problem, but blah. I just want something easy, simple, straightforward, and cost effective. I just want to open up an app, sign into my account, have all my data come down. Sounds a lot like Dropbox, right? So let's talk about the most common syncing solution that I've seen highly praised. And I mean, by highly praised, I mean that people at System 76 use it, people at Jupiter Broadcasting use it, I have used it. Like it is very prevalent throughout the open source community, and that is Dropbox. Now I'll be the first to admit, Dropbox is actually pretty cool. Jupiter Broadcasting uses Dropbox for all of its production stuff, and it's very, very convenient to just sit down at a brand new box, sign into a magic account, and voila, files appear. Basically, Dropbox turns into like this black hole of data, and you just need a tiny fraction of that on certain machines. So I'll give you an example. When we did the broadcasting machine, I was sitting there and I'm like, oh man, Chris, how are we going to get all these assets on there? We need frames and we need, sound files, and we need transitions and we need artwork and we need all this. How are we going to get all this stuff? How's this all going to work? And he just sits down and he puts in his username and he puts in his password. Well, actually, then he screwed around with a bunch of his security stuff because it takes him like an hour to sign into anything. But after we got through all that, all of the data just like appeared onto his computer. It was really kind of mind-boggling that we had gone from one machine that he literally had not touched since 2013, and now all of a sudden we sit down in 2017 and he just signs in, and all of a sudden all the stuff just magically appears. Basically, we use a selective sync, so we can choose, like, we just want the broadcast assets on this machine. So there's like this canonical place full of all of the data, and he just pulls down what he wants. And that's great. Except not exactly. And I'm not going to rehash the entire situation, pun intended, but the short of it is that Dropbox saves space by analyzing users' files before they're actually uploaded using a hash. So, for example, if another Dropbox user has already stored that file, Dropbox doesn't actually upload it a second time. It simply adds that file to the user's Dropbox. The keys used to encrypt and decrypt the files are also in the hands of Dropbox. They're not stored on individual users' machines. So those architecture choices mean that Dropbox employees can see the content of a user's files, and they could turn over those files, if they're not encrypted, to the government or to an outside organization. And when this first broke a few years ago, Dropbox actually was forced to change the wording on their site from Dropbox employees cannot access user files to Dropbox employees are not permitted to use user files. Again, 1-855-450-NOAA, 1-855-450-6624. Give me a call with your questions or business and tech questions. We're talking about file synchronization and backup today. So if you weren't aware, Dropbox is not a secure place to store your data. We have a link for it in the show notes, and you can read in further detail about what I'm talking about. But suffice to say for today's discussion that Dropbox is not a safe place to put your data if you care about it staying private. And I feel like there's a lot of miscommunication or misunderstanding. When I say private data, I am not talking about, intimate photographs of your significant other. I'm talking about architectural drawings. I'm talking about schematics. I'm talking about P&L reports. This kind of stuff is huge in the corporate espionage world. And if you don't think that there are large corporations, if there are large companies out there that have millions of dollars worth of data, and then they have some employee that is using Dropbox to make his life easier without necessarily cleaning out their IT department, you are sadly mistaken. You should think again. Let's say, though, for the sake of argument, that you don't care about privacy. Maybe it's just pictures of your kids that you're gonna upload to Facebook anyway. So if a Dropbox employee wants to have pictures of my kids, well, they are pretty adorable. I can make their life better. Go forth and steal my pictures. Let's say that's your, mentality. Let's talk about the cost. As of today, the 22nd of May, 2017, for a personal account with 1 terabyte of storage, you are looking at $8.25 per month. Now let's say you're Altispeed Technologies and you have a team of employees that you need to share data with one another. You can't just have one account. I mean, I guess you could, but it kind of defeats the purpose of file synchronization if everyone is using the same credentials, logging into the same account, and, So you need to use their team accounts. Now that's $12.50 per month per user per month. And that gets you up to 2 terabytes of space. So to me, 2 terabytes is enough space for most things that you're going to be doing. I mean, you start getting over 2 terabytes of data and it's like, how many machines can I actually sync all that to anyway? But we at Altispeed Technologies, for example, we have 7 team members. That's going to cost me over $1,000 a year. That's $1,000 every single year just to store 2 terabytes of data. Mind you, I can buy a 4 terabyte Western Digital Red for like $140 on Amazon, right? And let's just say, oh, well, Amazon or whatever, Dropbox backs all my stuff up. Okay, fine, I'll buy 2. I'll buy 4. You know what I mean? The cost effectiveness there to store 2 terabytes of data is just, it's absurd. So there's no way on this planet that makes sense for us. And I started to look for other alternatives, starting with OwnCloud and Nextcloud. Now, all of the issues I've had with Nextcloud and OwnCloud over the past seem to have been resolved. And so if you want to go that route, good luck. Let me know how that goes for you. Personally, I'm still a little bit uncomfortable with the way that C-Sync works, and I'm still uncomfortable with the fact that they have a PHP backend. Additionally, I've seen a ton of progress on the quote-unquote cloud side of things. The contact syncing, the calendar syncing, the web conferencing, all of that seems to be moving at a very rapid pace. But for just file syncing, it seems like there isn't a lot of forward progress. It seems like that's still kind of this is just something we're considering in the back end. If you need the cloud infrastructure, if you were trying to sync your calendar and stuff like that, I think that's a good way to go. The OwnCloud Nextcloud, I think you're basically going to have to do that. The next thing I looked at was things like BitTorrent Sync and SyncThings. And they're okay, aside from the whole web interface control thing. But the real issue I have is that you have to exchange keys in order to exchange data. So let me break that down if you haven't used it before. You have 2 machines. Each machine generates a key. You copy and paste one key into the other machine. You copy and paste the second machine into the first machine. Now those 2 are synchronizing data. Now that's great if I'm sitting in front of both machines. But what do I do if I'm 300 miles away from my home, my machine died, so I go to Best Buy and I buy a new laptop, and I load it up with a bunch of real quick? The number of times I've actually done that exactly is quite honestly scary, but that's neither here or there. There is no possible way for me to, well, I shouldn't say there's no possible way. It's not a convenient thing for me to do to all of a sudden get that machine syncing with all of my other machines quickly. And then finally, a few weeks ago, I finally found what I had been looking for. I'm going to get to that in a minute. I want to jump over to the phones, though. Let's see here. Who do we have here? We have Eric, Indiana. Hi, Eric. Welcome to the Ask Noah Show.
Hey, Noah. Thanks for taking my call. How are you doing?
Excellent. I'm trying not to lose my voice while on the air. How are you?
I'm liking my voice a little better so far, but my question for you is, I think I've called once before about asking some podcast questions. I've been a big fan of the advancements that the JV community has made with that Caster Soundboard app, and I think that can really streamline my podcast recording. So I've narrowed down to the use of OBS to capture the pulse audio input, and when I just play the sound from the soundboard and my microphone that's connected via that sound mixer. But my question is, OBS seems to always default to recording video and audio, but for a lot of my podcasts, I'm interested in just the audio. So I didn't know if you had any advice on just getting audio only. My concern is because it's recording on a ThinkPad X1 Carbon with a, one hard drive, kind of small. So I don't want the video files to take up a lot of space when I record. So I don't know if you had any advice about doing audio only for that.
Yeah, so let me start with this. Are you streaming your podcast or are you recording it offline?
It's literally recording offline. I'm not as good as you guys for streaming live.
No. That's okay. That's actually a good thing if you ask me. So let me start with this. I don't actually like OBS for recording audio, and I'll tell you why. In order to get so garbage in, garbage out. That's a phrase used in the industry, and basically what it means is you can never wind up with something better than what you started with. You can clean it up a little bit, you can hide certain imperfections, but you can never actually increase the quality. So whatever you capture with, that's the best it will ever possibly sound. And to get really good high-end audio capture with OBS, you have to go into the settings and you have to go into advanced and you have to custom choose the codec that you're going to use and the bit rate and all this stuff. And it can be a little bit overwhelming. And I know what most of those codecs are. Chris knows what most of those codecs are, and Rakai knows what most of those codecs are. And the three of us in a room, we're having a hard time figuring out exactly what settings to pick to make this sound the way we want it to sound. You hear me? So I would, if you're just doing audio, I wouldn't use OBS. A real popular software program for recording podcasts. In fact, the group that puts out the software actually has a whole YouTube tutorial on making a podcast with it, is Audacity. And if I wasn't trying to target YouTube, I wouldn't do video at all. I would just record in Audacity. And there's going to be somebody out there that is saying, the problem with Audacity is sometimes it crashes. And if it does crash, sometimes you can't get your data back. That's a thing that happens. If you want to spend a little extra money and really get the cream of the crop, there is a little 1U recorder made by Marantz, and they sell on eBay for like $90, and you can record uncompressed PCM wave. And that's really what you want to do if you can. You can do that in Audacity, of course. You hit the record button, record your podcast. It has the noise reduction in Audacity is actually so good that people that use things like Pro Tools and Audition and stuff like that, I know a couple of them actually use Audacity just to clean up the noise. The noise reduction is so good in Audacity. As just a recorder, Audacity is fantastic. The only time I ever think Audacity really falls down is when you try to start using it as a full DAW. Then you really need to go to something like Ardour. Does that make sense to you?
Oh, yeah, it does. Actually, I should have mentioned earlier, I've been using Audacity basically up until this point, but I couldn't figure out how to do the pulse audio input from the soundboard and my microphone that's connected to the mixer at the same time.
Okay.
Maybe I'm just not looking at the settings right, but I'll look again.
Well, So you're going to have to do some sort of software mixing in order to get that to work. What I would do, just because it's going to save you a ton of hassle, it's going to give you a lot more control, and ultimately I think you're going to wind up with a better product, is I would look at a actual hardware mixer. So if you look at like the MX-10 from Yamaha, it's like a $199 mixer, and it has a built-in USB audio interface that sounds fantastic. The microphone inputs have a built-in compressor, so you have a comp right there on the board itself. Just a fantastic little board. And the thing that Yamaha does that I really think is really forward-thinking is, like slider, 9 or 10 or something like that towards the right-hand board, there's a button. And if you push the button, it goes to inputs 9 and 10. If you push the button again, it turns into a USB slider. So it takes basically what the output of your laptop or your computer is, coming over USB, and puts that into your headphone mix. So you can say, like, if you're doing like a Skype call and you want to listen to the person that's coming back to you, but you don't want their voice to be included inside of the recording, with this little $199 box, it does everything. You can put the soundboard in one channel, you can put your microphone in the channel, you can do a compressor, you can do a Skype thing. And people in 2017, and Chris and I were talking about this the other day, people that are starting podcasting today will never understand how good they have it, because 5 years ago, a compressor alone would have cost you $300. A mixer would have cost you $500. A digital audio converter would have cost you another $500. And then this mix minus thing to get one with an auxiliary send would have been an extra $100 on top of that. And I mean, you're talking about like $1,000 worth of equipment, and today Yamaha packages that up and sells it to you in a box that will work natively right out of the box with Ubuntu, with any Linux distro really. For $200, I can't get over it. It's absolutely crazy for me. Alan is calling. Next door, Minneapolis neighbor. Hi, Alan. Welcome to the Ask Noah Show.
Hi, Noah. How are you?
Excellent. How can we help today?
Well, I'm getting out of communications with the military, and I just want to know if there's some kind of way that I could translate that to sysadmin work. I've been a very long time user of Linux.
I'm sorry, I missed it. What are you trying to translate into system administration work?
Yeah, so I'm getting out of military communication work.
Oh, military communication. Okay, yes. Oh, thank you very much for your service. We really appreciate it.
Oh, not a problem.
Okay, well, how do you translate that into IT administration work? Well, the first thing I would do is because of your service record, I would go and look for opportunities specifically for veterans. There's a lot of programs out there. There's a lot of companies that are going to show preference to people that have served our country. There are companies that are going to be owned or operated by other people that have been in the service, and so that's a great step because you have a networking opportunity there. The second thing I would do is, and I'm always a big fan of this, is walking into a place, a small business, a coffee shop, whatever, and saying, you know what? Give a demo of your services. Say, let me come and fix X for you, or do 4 hours of work for free, or something like that. And then you get in there, you show up before anyone is there. You leave before anyone else. You leave after everyone else leaves, and you do the best. You do such a good job that they literally can't get rid of you. And we had a person do that here, and they were our longest employee. They made themselves so stinking valuable that we just couldn't get rid of them. And if you think about it, even going back a couple of years, that's kind of how I got my start with Jupiter Broadcasting. Was I showed up at a conference, and I just made myself valuable enough that I made it harder for Chris to kick me back out the door. And giving a demo of your services, being willing to show that you can bring more value to their company than will cost them. That's almost always a surefire way in. And there's a book actually that I really like by, I think it's John Aicliffe, called Start. And it's, I think the book is called Start, doing work that really matters, or doing work that you really love, something like that. As a thank you for your service, I'd love to send you a copy for that if you can hang out on hold. Is that okay?
Yeah, absolutely.
Great. Well, thank you very much. I'll put you back on hold, and Sarah will get your particulars, and we'll get a copy of that book sent out to you. I think that's it's a really good resource if you're looking for kind of how to, as the book says, start a career. And it applies not just to IT system administration work, but really any kind of work. But he's got a lot of really good tips in there and stuff like that. Blue Zero is calling from we don't know where, but hi, Blue Zero. Welcome to the Ask Noah Show.
Hey, Noah.
Hi, how can we help?
I'm actually calling because I thought you would have some knowledge on this. I'm starting up my own open source company. I'm completely at a loss. The guys at Telegram group told me to look into Rocket Lawyer and get the LLC paperwork, and I thought I would ask you about more of it because that's all I know to do.
Okay, let me ask you this. Are you going to go into any work where you think you're going to get sued?
Probably yes, because it's a social media company.
Okay. I don't know much about social media companies. They have a track record of getting sued?
Not really, but Facebook has known to get sued.
Okay. You're not starting Facebook, right?
No. I'm handling people's Facebooks and Twitters.
Okay. I don't know. I mean, so I tell you what, if you really believe that if you really think there's a good opportunity that you're going to wind up with litigation, yes, go ahead and do the LLC. Go ahead and, or Type S Corporation, something like that. I will tell you, the only thing that filing an LLC or a Type S is going to do for you is give you what they call the corporate veil, or protection from liability. It is not going to help you with taxes. There's a common misconception that if you file an LLC, no, both have flow through taxation. You're not going to wind up with any tax benefit. What I would suggest for most people, and I might even really consider this if I were you, unless you're sure you think there's a real liability here, is start with just walk down to whatever bank you bank with and walk in and open an account, Blue Zero doing business as, or DBA XYZ, whatever the name of your business is. And you open that account, and every dollar that you make with your business, you put into that account. And the only checks you write out of that account are checks that are directly for your business, things that directly you need to spend to do your business. It's as if you have been hired by your own company and you have to turn in an expense report every month, and your boss is going to look at it and you have to justify every one of those expenses. By the way, you're going to save receipts for everything that you spend. At the very end of the month, all the money that went in there was the money that you received minus the amount of money that you spent. What's left in the bank account, by very definition, is profit. You're going to take the remainder of that money and you're going to write yourself a check for whatever it is that you want. You can take it all out if you want. And then you're going to set aside 25% of that money, and you're going to put that money into a completely separate savings account. This is, again, out of your business. So you've taken it out of the business. Now you're going to set 25% aside. And that's what you're going to use to pay your taxes, because you're going to pay estimated quarterly taxes. If you get big enough, you're going to have a tax. And 25% should cover you up to, I don't know. You'd have to talk. I'm not a tax professional. I don't play one on TV. But if you're under, we'll say $75,000 a year, 25% should probably cover you. Put 25% away. Now you can spend the money, you take it home, you do whatever you want with the rest of it. When tax time comes, you go back to this account that you've set aside 25%, and you pay your taxes off. Now, if you decide to do an LLC or a Type S Corp or a Type C Corp, whatever, you're going to pay every year. You're going to pay to file the paperwork. Then you're going to pay to tell the state that, it's still in existence and all of this. And what you need to do is you need to do all of the same things I just outlined, as in putting the money into the account, make sure you only take business expenses out, this kind of thing. Do not go to McDonald's and take your kids out for a Happy Meal on the work card, because if you do that, you pierce what we call the corporate veil. And basically what is going to happen is, if you ever do get sued, ordinarily what would happen is they can only come after the business because they can only sue the business. But if you start paying your personal car insurance and you bought Happy Meals and you bought a 6-pack on the weekend, what's going to happen is they're going to go through and they're going to say, well, Blue Zero doesn't actually have a business. He has a business, but really it's all kind of one and the same. So whether you sue him or the business, it doesn't really matter, because it's all kind of mingled together. You have to be absolutely sure that you keep that stuff completely separated. And really, to me, it's a bigger hassle than it's actually worth if you don't have a real chance of getting sued. Who do we have here? Simon is calling from Wisconsin. Hi, Simon. Welcome to the Ask Noah Show.
Good. How are you?
Good. How can we help?
Hey, so I wanted to ask you, is there any good open source DVR software someone can use to view local TV from an antenna? I mean, is there anything that you've used and recommend?
Yes. Now, there's two kinds of DVR software. The first kind is DVR software for security, and then there's DVR software I want to record the latest episode of 24. Which one are you looking for?
I'm looking for the second one.
Okay. So what I would recommend for TV type software is Myth TV. And I was a big Myth TV user back in the day. I then switched, I tried using the whole Linux Media Center, someday I'm going to cover this. I don't know if it's going to be on the Ask Noah show or User Error or something totally separate, but I had a real fun time trying to get Linux Media Center to work, and my posts are still on their form, and I've gone back and reread them, and it makes me laugh every time. But Myth TV is basically, it's open source DVR software, and it works with the Hoppage video cards. So they have Hoppage video cards that work with digital TV. They have it work with analog TV, and basically you can schedule and it'll record the TV show and go that route. Having said all of that, I'll tell you one thing that is on my mind and why I haven't bothered putting a Myth TV box back into production at my new house, and that is that almost all content these days is going over the internet, and so you can buy content on Google Play or Amazon or all of these places, and more of them, not all of them, and certainly not even the majority, but more and more of them are getting to be where you can find content that's DRM free. In my case particularly, I've kind of gone away from traditional TV and I'm going more towards independent stuff, things that are on YouTube, podcasts and stuff like that. But even if you don't want to do that, there's still a measurable portion of TV shows and stuff now that you can actually get just downloaded right to your box. But if you're looking for an actual DVR solution, I would suggest Myth TV. Does that help?
Yes, it does. Thank you.
Great. Thanks for calling. We really appreciate having you on the show. Neil is calling from from British Columbia. Hi, Neil. Welcome to the Ask Noah show.
Hey, how's it going?
Pretty good. How can we help?
Yeah, actually, this is kind of an odd one, maybe. I actually work for a small plumbing company. Right now we're working in a big office tower, so we're spread right across the building, multiple floors.
Okay.
It's kind of a Dropbox question. We got like a Google Sheets application hosted out of Dropbox, and we're basically just using that for all our inventory and equipment. I'm just wondering if there's like maybe a small portable, like SQL-based database that we could use to maybe help us out, just keep track of supplies and equipment while we're in there. I don't know if you have any other ideas for that. But we got loads of data on our phones and stuff, so maybe you have some ideas.
So you're basically looking to host like a very simple database, huh?
Yeah, just for inventory and equipment tracking purposes. Small updates, like we're using Slack. I guess I should mention, we're using Slack as well. So that's kind of integrated into, the Dropbox and Google Sheets. But I'm not specific to using Slack or I can change anything at any time. So yeah.
I don't know that I have a better recommendation than Google Sheets. I'll tell you what, I'm about to, I just wanted to chug through a couple of these phone calls because they were stacking up, but I'm going to get back to my main segment here, and I'm going to talk about what the sync solution I have landed on, and we'll see if that doesn't answer your question. Because you could do like a spreadsheet, an inventory spreadsheet, and then just have that sync around. In fact, that's kind of that is how we're doing our inventory, but we tend to update the inventory only once a month, and it's usually one person that's doing it. So I don't know how well this would work if you had 30 people or something like that all updating at the same time. Let me get back to my syncing thing. So a few weeks ago, I finally found what I've been looking for, and that is, drumroll please, C-File. Now, I know that there is a measurable portion of you that are listening right now that are screaming at your radio or your computer because when I started outlining what I was looking for, you guys were like, I know what it is. I know it. And you know what? Send your hate mail to alan@jupiterbroadcasting.com because no one told me. So C-File. C-File is quite simply perfect. First of all, I found the mother of all install guides. And usually when I do a how-to or talk about how I did something, I never actually give credit to the original install guide because usually it's not one that helps me. I have to piece 7 of them together, and I get super upset that people put out install guides and they'll put it out for a specific version, C-File 6 on CentOS 7, and then they don't, somehow something changes and nobody bothers to fix their guide. It just kind of drives me nuts. But then again, it's on the internet, it's free, so who really can I complain to? But this particular guide is fantastic. In fact, it's so good, I think you could make a script out of it. And so we're going to have the guide linked in its original entirety in the show notes for you, and a huge thank you to the guy who wrote that. But basically, you install the C-File server on a server of your choice, and the first time I did it, I tried it on DigitalOcean, because if you want to spin something up fast, that's where you do it. And the thing that makes syncing really great, the thing that makes syncing hit home, and we kind of talked about this already, is that whole black hole canonical source of data where I can just trust that anything I throw endlessly on the server, it will just take it and then it will just be there. And if I ever need to pull it down, I can go search for it. And then once I tried it for a couple of weeks and realized, yeah, this is really working. I should actually put this into production, see how it works. I bought one of those 1U pizza box half depth rack servers from Supermicro, and I put enough drive space in the thing that I couldn't fill if I wanted to. And there are two reasons why I decided to go with a box in my rack rather than a rented server or a VPS. First of all, as previously mentioned, pure raw disk space. I could never afford the amount of disk space that I have in that thing if I was, if it was on a VPS. But the second thing is, I just really like the fact that I have a box that I can go put my hand on, and this is where my data is. It's stored in a way that if I had to pull the drives out and I had to attach them to another box and recover data, I could do that. If I wanted to take the box out of the rack and burn it and destroy all the data, I could do that. And the thing is, on a lot of servers, I'm hesitant to host them myself because if anything happens to the server, if it goes down, if something breaks, then I have to deal with the headache. But if you think about it, a file syncing server means that by its very nature, I have multiple boxes that are backing up the data because that's the entire purpose of file syncing. So C-File right out of the box is designed with privacy in mind. So all of your files are encrypted with AES-256 before they're even transmitted to the server. So if you set nothing up, if all you do is download the compressed tar, tar thing, untar it, run the little setup script, you'll have some protection for your data. Now, the creator of C-File, who, by the way, Jonathan Wu, I think is his name, who is an amazing community member because literally every problem I see on the internet, if I Google an issue or I Google a question, he's the guy answering it. He seems to be like omnipresent everywhere on the internet. He really cares about his project and he really cares about being involved in the community and helping people use it. He's come out and said that personally he doesn't believe that his built-in encryption is good enough, so he recommends you use SSL. And the guide that we have linked in the show notes will walk you through exactly what it takes to generate a self-signed certificate. And of course, you could always use a Let's Encrypt certificate if you were so inclined. But personally, I get a little pop-up box that says, do you accept the certificate? And I click OK. To me, that's worth not having to renew the thing every 30 days or whatever. And the reality is that it's not like I'm going to the website a lot. I'm just using the built-in file utility. So I can accept the whole thing that says, do you want to accept the certificate? So once the server is set up, you install the client, and it's in, of course, the Arch AUR as well as a PPA, which we'll have in the show notes as well. After you install the client, you're simply prompted to log in, and you provide the server, the username, the password, and the server address. You don't have to use keys. You don't have to do any nonsense. Totally brand new machine. I can have data syncing in like 30 seconds. As for what data you want to synchronize, well, C-File has everything split up into what they call libraries, and libraries are basically subfolders of the parent C-File account that allow you to break up your data into organizational units. So, for example, I have an Ask Noah Show library, as well as a personal library, so I can choose to just have the Ask Noah data sync down to the computers here at the studio, whereas all of my data will sync down to my personal computers back at home. Sharing with other users on your C-File account is it's brain dead simple. All you have to do is right-click on a library and click share, and then give them access. And you can either give them read-only access, you can give them write access. Of course, you can go in and share just a given folder. You don't have to share it with the user. You can just email them a link, and they can have access to a folder, or they can have access to, so we have a public share, for example, at Altispeed that has, general files and stuff like that for our clients, and I can just hand that link out. In fact, the very show notes that I am referring to, they were composed in Sublime Text. They are edited locally on my computer, and then they are synced up to a C-File server where I would like it if our editor would just get them synced to his computer or pull them down, but he's big into the Google Docs. At some point, I'm going to find a way to automate it so it just pulls them out of there and syncs up to Google Drive or something like that, so I don't actually have to manually copy and paste them. But for now, that's what I'm doing. But it means I can do all my work locally on my machine, and I never have to I can access that work from anywhere without even having to think about it. The show that is being recorded right now is writing to a C-File sync. And so when that gets done, it will just automatically exist on my C-File server, and I won't have to stick around at the studio and manually upload that for our editor. I can either send him a link, or if he wants it in Dropbox, I'll just download it when I get home and re-upload it to Dropbox. But everything can be automated. And because it's self-hosted, it means my entire team can work on C-File, and it's costing me $0 a month. And that means that I have $1,000 a year to buy replacement hard drives, to buy a better server, to buy a backup server. Heck, using the library function, I could even have like an essentials files library, and I could have that sync to a VPS for a few bucks a month. So if there's something I really wanted to make sure was always getting backed up to something I didn't manage, I could do that. The possibilities are like endless. And here's my only caution with C-File. The sync indicator is not always a perfect indication of what's actually happening. So if you throw a large chunk of data, and believe me, I was trying to break it. I threw like 20 gigs at it instantaneously, and was having a hard time trying to process that data in real time. So it gives you a percentage, and then it will get stuck. And if you're a previously burned OwnCloud user like me, and you see your data stuck at 8%, then you start to freak out, and you're like, I need to troubleshoot. But really what you find after you look at the logs is that the syncing is moving. It's working just fine. It's just not accurately updating that little indicator applet. And now that I've been using it for about a week, I can say that I stress tested the heck out of C-File. Actually, that's an understatement. I spent the last week inventing new ways to try to get C-File to lose data or break. And so far, we're at like NOAA 0 C-File 50. So C-File gets 2 thumbs way, way, way up from us here at the Ask Noah show, and I highly recommend you give it a shot. And I'll be the first person to admit that I will switch to free and open source software before it hits its stride. So, for example, at JB, when we started using OBS, OB Studio, there was no way it was even close to competing with its proprietary alternatives. It was so bad that, like, I shouldn't say bad, because it was, I mean, literally, the software was not available on Wednesday. On Thursday, it got released. On Thursday afternoon, I was installing it and trying to use it for production. So when I say it wasn't ready, I'm literally giving these guys, like, the first 12 hours it was, version 1, beta 1 was released or whatever. But you couldn't do, like, hotkey switching, so I had to click inside of the manual scenes and stuff like that. And anyway, I am pragmatic enough to admit when we are behind the curve. And I'll tell you right here, right now, without any equivocation, having used Dropbox, having used Google Drive, I've used OwnCloud, I've used Nextcloud, I've used BitTorrent Sync, I've used SyncThing, all of them. C-File is absolutely the best syncing solution out there, even if you don't consider the fact that it's open source. I cannot find a way to make it lose data like OwnCloud. It never loses sync like SyncThing. It's more secure and less costly than Dropbox. In fact, hold up. So hold on a second. Let's drive this all the way home. Let's do this. Go big or go home. Let's truly compare apples to oranges right here on the radio. This is live radio. Okay, let's go to Kim Sufi. And what does a dedicated server... Okay, here it is. Okay, for $32 a month, you can rent a 2 terabyte dedicated i5 box. $32 a month, you guys. Seriously. So Dropbox is $12.50 per user per month, or $32 for the month for as many users as you can throw at a Core i5 with 16 gigs of RAM. But no, a Dropbox is managed by a team of highly trained experts. Yeah, so are servers managed by Altispeed. So call 1-866-280-1433 and we'll be happy to take your money each month and keep your box up to date with a highly refined piece of software that the creator of which is actively involved and participates in the forums. We'd be happy to take that deal. Take your Dropbox and shove it. This is a better deal. Was I unclear? Because I wouldn't want to be unclear. Now again, this isn't really a backup solution. If a machine got infected with ransomware, something like C-File, quite honestly, is actually probably going to make the problem worse, because it's going to spread your data even faster. It's going to spread that problem all the way around. So you need a good backup solution. That's not what we're talking about here. Now, we at the Ask Noah Show are putting hours of meticulous research into finding you the perfect backup solution. So make sure to come back the next few weeks and find out what we've landed on. But with that disclaimer out of the way, C-File can actually help you recover from certain types of failures. In fact, the only failures that I have ever experienced personally, I'm speaking, I know I'm using a specific example here, but say, for example, your hard disk in your laptop dies, or your laptop gets stolen, or in my case, my laptop gets damaged. With C-File, all of those files that I was working on, they're already populated to other machines. So you're going to have a path to recovery. A very quick path, I might add. All right, let's finish up the phones here. We'll go to Elijah. Elijah is in Idaho. Hi, Elijah. Welcome to the Ask Noah Show.
Hey, Noah, how's it going?
Pretty good. How can we help today?
That's great. Okay, so you've been talking about C-File and Dropbox and things like that, and that's great. So my question is how much more safe or private are my files on DigitalOcean rather than Dropbox? I mean, how hard would it be for DigitalOcean to receive a subpoena, from whoever, and they said, give us the files on this server? So how much more private are my files on DigitalOcean?
Well, really, if they're not encrypted, none. I mean, at the end of the day, we joke all the time. We say that a cloud means somebody else's computer. And I think we always laugh that off as cute and fuzzy bunnies, but it's true. Even on DigitalOcean, at the end of the day, if the court, presents DigitalOcean with a subpoena and says, we want Elijah in Idaho's data off of this DigitalOcean droplet, we know he has an account with you, give it to us. They don't have a choice but to comply. Now, you can encrypt locally on the DigitalOcean droplet, which would most likely, well, it depends, because if the machine is running, the keys are going to be in RAM, right? So if you can find a way to secure the box in such a way that they would have to power it down in order to extract data from it, then the keys would be lost. And that creates a whole nother mess, though, because then every time you boot up, you're going to have to console in and enter your encryption key. And it gets to be a huge mess. My suggestion is, if you have something that's really super private, well, let's start with this. If you have something that is undeniably private, like it absolutely cannot get out, then you better do what I do, and that's store it on a air-gapped computer that sits inside of a locked physical safe in an undisclosed location that's never connected to the internet. That's where you store your data if you really want it to be safe. And then we use the triangle of security and convenience. We'll look at the two, security and convenience, and we decide how far we want to move down the security rung to increase convenience. So for me, the Ask Noah show prep. Okay, that doesn't really need to be on an air-gapped computer. I'm going to publish the notes at the end of this episode anyway. All of our Altispeed corporate documents, that's stuff that I wouldn't want to store on Dropbox, because if a Dropbox employee got bought off by, my competition or something like that, and said, hey, we'd really like to know what contracts Altispeed is signing next month. If we gave you X amount of dollars, would you go figure that out for us? That's a thing that could happen. That's not going to happen to DigitalOcean, most likely. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, nope, that answers it. Thank you very much.
Yeah, no worries. Again, if it's something that's super important to you, just keep it off the internet. Sweet Lou is calling from Pennsylvania. Hi, Sweet Lou. How are you?
Hey, Noah. How's it going tonight?
Good. How can we help?
I just want to ask you your opinion about Facebook's guidelines of being leaked to The Guardian just recently, about how they handle certain situations and whatnot.
Okay, tell me about it. I've not heard this.
Well, what it is that Facebook's guidelines on how to handle certain types of posts and that were leaked by somebody to The Guardian. And The Guardian wrote up about it, I think, over the weekend, maybe even on Friday. And I was able to read a little bit of it. And
what does it say? I've not read it. What does it say?
It's about how they would handle something like somebody's death being live streamed on Facebook and whatnot. For example, whether or not they would take the live stream down, or leave it up to show as example to people as to what can happen and whatnot.
Yeah. Well, I guess here's my. I don't know a lot about it, so I'm gonna have a hard time giving you any real meaningful answer, but suffice to say that Facebook is a privately owned company, and so what Facebook decides they want to promote or not promote or allow to be promoted on their site is entirely up to them. And if you don't like it, or if I don't like it, then we don't do business with them. I have tons of things that I don't think are necessarily fair or right, but I don't really have a platform to complain on, because at the end of the day, Facebook owns Facebook, and they get to decide those things. Hey guys, if you're a newbie and you are joining us for the first time this week, we always try to carve out a section of the show for you. So if you've been wanting to try out, if you're listening to the show and you're like, hey, you know what? I do have a need for file sync, and I don't want to use Dropbox. I want to use something better. But I don't really know how to set up a server, and I looked at the guide, and there's a lot of commands, and I'm not really into, as Wimpy calls it, magical incantations on the command line. So what can I do? Well, head over to the Ask Noah Show dashboard. The Ask Noah Show dashboard is where you can find all of the resources for this show. It's where you can download previous episodes. It's where you can subscribe to an RSS feed. It's how you can send us contact information. You can watch the show live at 6 p.m. Central on Mondays. All of that stuff is there. And if you use the contact form and tell us you want to try out C-File, we're going to do something really cool this week. The first 5 people that send in a contact form that request to check out C-File, as long as you give us access to a server that is set up the way we tell you to set it up, or we can walk you through how to do it on DigitalOcean, the first 5 people that do that, we will assign one of Altispeed Technology server specialists to set up C-File for you from start to finish with a self-signed SSL certificate. Now, there's 2 ways you can do it. You can do it with a self-signed certificate, or you can do it with a Let's Encrypt. The problem with Let's Encrypt is you're going to have to renew it every, I think it's 30 days or something like that. And that process can be automated, but really you're going through a lot of extra work not a lot of extra work, but extra work to just not click a box when you sign into the server for the first time on your client. But the choice is going to be yours. Our technicians can do either. So head over to the AskNoahShow.com, the Ask Noah dashboard, and use the contact form and get in contact with us. Let us know that you want to try C-File, and we will set it up for you. Now, last week I told you that we were going to have a review of the Lenovo X270 ThinkPad, my beautiful new tiny shiny laptop that I have here. In fact, Just Ben, who is our producer, and oh, by the way, I have to say thank you. So Ben, our producer, and when I asked him how he wants to be credited, he said he wants to be credited as Just Ben. So we're going to credit him as Just Ben. Just Ben is the producer of the Ask Noah Show. He sits quietly inside of his lair every time we do the show, and he's the guy that is adjusting all the audio levels and getting all the music ready and making sure that it goes out over the radio fine. And if you say bad words on the radio, he's the one that dumps you. And it's just a huge thank you to Just Ben. Just Ben actually got accepted to MIT, and due to a series of circumstances, decided to attend university here in North Dakota, the University of North Dakota. So the Ask Noah Show gets to hang on to him indefinitely, I think, as we know it. And Just Ben got a ThinkPad P50 that he got last week, and I have the X270. So him and I were having ThinkPad love right before the show this week, and we were sitting out there and comparing it and stuff. And we did a review of the Lenovo X270 ThinkPad. It was going to get published last week, and then I got a case of the death. Like, I have not been to a doctor ever in my entire adult life. It was the first time I've ever set foot inside of a hospital. And I had a major lung infection, and so it just kind of threw off everything the rest of the week after I got off the air last week. But the video is live. It's on our YouTube channel, youtube.com/AskNoah, and it is a video that we tried to produce with YouTube in mind, not podcasting, not audio listening, specifically for the YouTube audience. So short, concise, to the point, punchy. We tried to get that for you. So go ahead and check out that review. Let us know what you think. If you like the video, please like it on the in YouTube and subscribe to our channel. We're going to have more video content coming shortly. One of the things you guys asked for is for an organization that we switch to Linux. And we actually have just started one of those processes, and I've spoken to them briefly about perhaps doing a segment for the Ask Noah Show video channel, and they are open to it. So we may have an entire little video segment on what it takes to get a company that is using all Microsoft Windows products and what the problems that they have with it and how you get them over to Linux, what that looks like. So youtube.com/AskNoah. Also, please support the JB Network. They need your help right now. There'll be links to the eBay auctions in the show again this week. They're on the Reddit from the show last week. But basically, we are selling 2 machines that we need to get rid of. And one of them is now sold. The iMac is sold, but we're still looking to sell the Mac Pro. And if you're interested, or you know somebody that's interested, we would really appreciate it. You can look at it in one of two ways. You can look at it as buying a piece of hardware that Apple is no longer making anymore, but you need it to be a real professional, or you can look at it as just supporting the network. Those links will be in the show notes. That brings us to the end of this week's show. We'll be back next Monday at 6 p.m. Central. A huge thank you to Ben, our producer, Sarah, Carl Streiner, Rakai, our video editor. We'll hand you off to Crosspoint coming up next on Logos Radio, KEQQ 88.3, LPFM, Grand Forks.
This is Coda Radio, episode 258 for May 25th, 2017. Everyone, and welcome to Coda Radio, Jupiter Broadcasting's weekly talk show, taking a pragmatic look at the art and the business of software development. This episode is brought to you by our two fine sponsors, DigitalOcean and Scale Your Code. I'll tell you more about those great sponsors as this here show goes on. My name is Chris, and joining us every single week, like an eagle perched in his nest, it's our host, Mr. Michael Dominic. Hello, Mike.
Hello, Chris.
Oh no, not again. I took steps. Jar Jar, listen, come here. Get in close. Is that Jar Jar? Is it you? I mean, we don't have video, so I'm assuming it's you.
It's right here, buddy.
Yeah, okay, good. Getting real close, Jar Jar. Okay. Jar Jar, do you see those gentlemen in the hallway? Did you come in the window again? Did you see those?
He said come through the plumbing.
Oh my, I did not think of that because I have drones on the outside of the building. I've got two gentlemen in the hallway with guns. I thought there's no way they're getting into Mike's room. There's no way they're going to be... And okay, now listen, Jar Jar, here's what I need you to do, okay? I need you to go into Mike's bedroom and dig through all the dildos and grab yourself the gun. And I want you...
Because that's exactly where I keep my gun. You know what? If you're going to search my house and you're willing to go through all the dildos... Is that what we're doing here?
From what I understand, is how it works on the East Coast. I'm not familiar.
Yes, those East Coast liberals. You know how we are.
Yes, I guns in your drawers and
guns in my drawers with a couple double-sided, of course, like Darth Maul, kind of.
This is what happens when we record on a Thursday. It gets dirty within the first couple of minutes of the show. I apologize. Listen,
well, I'm one of those Romney liberals where, you know what's up.
You know that a lot of graybeards are listening to us now.
They are.
Yeah, this is a big thing, and it's all thanks to Amazon and Jeff Bezos's incredible foresight into the future, where he decided that the only way to build AWS Cloud was to stuff it full of graybeards and demolish the cult of youth. Are you buying into this story? This is where we're starting.
Every year I buy into it a little more.
Aha. So this is good. This is good because this is actually a piece that got me thinking a little bit about this. The piece goes to set up how really the whole tech industry is built around, and the startup culture in particular, it points out, is built around the idea that if you're past 30, you're kind of over the hill. He points out that Zuckerberg, 33 years old, and some Facebook employees call him Uncle Zuck. They talk about young founders being able to work longer hours and grind it out and have higher stamina and generally don't have families that they want to spend time with. You know, pesky things like kids. They completely commit to the job at hand, whereas older people tend to have other priorities in life. Bezos himself, 30 years old when he founded Amazon. And so I thought this was interesting that when you look at Amazon, who's growing like crazy right now with their services division, they just announced they're hiring James Gosling, which is one of the original inventors of Java. He's 62. 62 years old. They also have other folks there, like James Hamilton, who continues to work at AWS. He cut his teeth with database technology. Of course, he's in his 50s. Tim Bray, he's one of the inventors of XML. He joined Amazon in 2014. He's 61.
So... You know, we call the show the art and business of software development.
Yeah.
Let's ignore the business part of it.
Sure.
An art implies that you get better the more you do it, right?
Yes, I would agree.
So wouldn't that, Logic 101 right here, wouldn't that imply that more experienced developers are on average more likely to be better? Unless, of course, your definition of better is, death marching them till 3 a.m.
Well, I don't know if I completely agree. I do in general. No, I do in general. I mean, I can't really deny with your logic. I can't disagree with your logic. What I can kind of take issue with is different tools for different jobs. Might be another way to put it. There are some times in a company's life where you just need people that will grind it out for hours and hours and hours, and it's more like an older generation can capitalize on the youth and on the self-sacrifice of the younger generation to grind out some of the things that the older generation needs accomplished. Maybe I'm more pessimistic, but to me, it seems like two different things. When a young engineer is coming up, she maybe is in her 20s, she's more likely to have to work 60 hours and grind it out. And then after serving in the trenches for years and learning and gaining experience, works her way up the company, becomes a CEO or becomes a middle management, and now all of a sudden is in her 40s, in her 50s, and is not working those same hours. I think it's two different types of worker bees.
Oh, I don't agree. I mean, and I'm someone who has done the death march. I have death marched other people. I've death marched beside people. I actually think a death march, barring, acts of God, right? Maybe a developer has to leave your project for some reason or gets sick or, God forbid, dies, and then you're shorthanded. A death march is usually a sign of bad process, right? And now that could either be process... Right. On the sales side, where the customer or if it's, internal, the manager's expectations weren't set properly.
Yep, sure.
Or just bad development process where, one of the things, in fact, we are actually instituting a modification of our development process at Buccaneer to have a little more kind of ground level accountability, right? Just so we can get more metrics on what we're doing. And actually a much heavier emphasis on automation and replicatability of what we're doing.
So I agree with all of that, except reality still happens. Like you have a ship date that can be ridiculous, or a window of time to get something done because of an agreement with somebody else that is just unconceivably unfair, or you have somebody in town for 2 weeks, and if you don't get that work done in 2 weeks, they're gone, and that work's not getting done. And so there are circumstances there are circumstances that come up that require you to just bust ass in a way that you would otherwise humanly at all costs try to avoid. And I would argue that maybe there's just different types of people doing that work. I agree that it's generally because of a lack of planning. And what this article is trying to paint the picture of, and I think it agrees with you, is that, well, look, if you bring seasoned engineers in, people that are in the range of somewhere between 40s and 60s that have been in the business for a long time, they've seen some major projects through, if you bring them in and get them working long enough, then you eventually get to a point where you avoid these kind of catastrophes and things even out, which is exactly what you would want from AWS, right? I like the idea that there's a bunch of graybeards sitting around going, what's best? And I say that now that I have gray in my beard, by the way. What's best is if we do it this way, because I've been there when this happened. These kinds of like lifelong experiences they can bring are going to make AWS a more mature, stable platform because it will reflect the people that are working on it.
All right, let me ask you about a little thing called Unix.
I'm ready.
Unix was built 9 to 5 by the good folks over at Bell Labs.
Well, it's not just Unix, it's everything.
How about the C language?
Yeah, look at Microsoft. It was founded by kids it's now run by people that are much older. It's Apple, right? Same thing. In fact, the original founders aren't even involved anymore or dead. Even Facebook, like all of these companies that are major players now were started by much, much younger people that are run by much older people now. In fact, the entire median age of that industry seems to me like it has shifted.
To be going up. Well, That's a little unfair, right? The tech industry was actually always an older industry until the personal computer.
Right. Yeah,
that was kind of my point with IBM and Bell Labs.
Yep.
I mean, I sort of think that one of the, and this is kind of a personal change for me, it's really, really nice to have, a beer in the office, right? Or to not have to get dressed for work, right? To wear a hoodie or a t-shirt or whatever. But the trade-off between, being lazy for 4 seconds in the morning and not just like combing your hair, and actually like never being able to be off and not having process and not having a disciplined approach to things, the more process we've added, the easier and more predictable our results have become. Now, that's not to say that sometimes we don't end up in situations where, a deadline is creeping up or expectations maybe aren't super well set. And of course, there can be disagreements, right? A development manager can think that something's totally doable. And then
sales.
A developer might not agree. More often it's sales, right? It's me. So it thinks that something can be done and it can't. But, I don't see a lot of value in the way we've been doing things since, say, 1997, right? I don't think that as an industry, I mean, of course, the proliferation of open source and distributed teams is all great. But in terms of the culture, in terms of the, sleep at the servers kind of stuff, we get this email about once a quarter about people saying, hey, it'd be great to have some startup input. I'm kind of thinking that baby should be thrown out with the bathwater.
Which baby specifically?
The whole startup sleep with the servers hoodie culture. I think it just needs to go. Because you know what? Unix was invented 9 to 5 by people who had families and were able to have lives, right? C programming language, OS2, DOS, all this. I mean, DOS was a little sleep with the servers at Microsoft.
It's interesting.
But all of many of these things did not require the fuel your development with your blood kind of thing. That seems to be some perverse mark of honor, right? Some perverse red badge.
Well, okay. What if you look at it in a different lens? And that lens is years ago, the tools and technology of the internet were more immature and they had not been fully built out yet or developed. And so more things were being created from whole cloth. People were learning how to set up infrastructure for the first time, discovering the limitations in, say, Ruby on Rails, and having to stack up more infrastructure as fast as they could display fail whales. Like, this was a different time, and there were different sets of requirements. And today, when you go in, like, there are frameworks that you can work with out of the box. There is Ruby and all of these other languages are totally different versions than they were. Many versions different than they were back in this era. So it's, again, I almost look at it like that was the kind of worker we needed for that time. That was what do we call them? IT heroes. That was the IT hero we needed at the time. And now we've moved on. Technology's moved on. Connectivity's moved on. Virtualization and VPSs have moved on. Like, it's just not required anymore to some degree. And so you're right. I think it should die, but I don't think it was necessarily wrong for its time. I think it was necessary for its time.
I don't buy it. I mean, I got to be honest with you. I mean, not to quote Peter Thiel, because I know he's one of the most hated people, rather, in the country right now. But, for all the blood, sweat, and tears that have been spilled, we were promised flying cars when we got Twitter.
Yeah. Okay. Fair enough. Yeah, and we got Facebook lock-in.
Right. There's no honor in like Facebook Messenger, right? I'm sorry, and I know there's a lot of startup guys who listen to this, but like, emailing me and telling me that you had a great exit from your startup that's a social network, it's just telling me that you're a great talent who wasted a good portion of his talent.
Mm.
Whoops.
What? I don't disagree with you. Actually, I think when you just convinced me. I think you switched me over to your side.
I mean, I really think we need to, like, if you are awesome, and this is my bro, because I know you like that word.
What is it, dude?
This is to the bros who like to email us and tell us about their startups.
Bro.
You are a much better developer than me. I will say that, if that makes you feel good, because I don't care, because it doesn't really matter. What is most important, though, is if you are that good, you don't need to be making a new social network. Yeah, I don't need a new way to share photos. We need a way to renew energy sources, to more sustainably grow crops, to automate dangerous jobs such as, extracting natural resources so that people don't have to do that. And maybe, if I could have a flying car, that'd be great too.
Hey man, I'd settle for a hoverboard. Like a legit hoverboard. Yeah,
I would not, because they blow up. I almost bought one, and then I saw
No, I mean, I want like a Back to the Future hoverboard,
I'm assuming you didn't want to lose your legs, right? I'm assuming you weren't looking for
only slightly more than I still want one. I mean, it's like a 60% ratio. Yeah. I don't know.
So you don't want like the Anakin Obi-Wan trim right below the kneecap, just slice them off.
Probably not. Yeah, maybe one day. Just a quick note. Of community news. I actually wasn't going to stick this in here, but it's been getting some attention in the Coder Radio subreddit this morning, so I thought maybe I would. And it does look like there's a nice new version, real slick version of Qt Creator, but aside from an integrated text editor, which looks a little Sublime texty and actually rather nice, updated toolbars, they have something that seems like a very, very useful features. I'm looking for it, what they called it. I can't remember. Oh, here it is. It's really simple. You think I'd remember. Qt Quick Designer. So it's going to be a way for you to mock up QML code while seeing a preview. And then, of course, you can use like property editors and things like that with the text editor. So you can click on an area in the preview thing, and it'll bring you to their new integrated text editor. So it could be a really quick way to bang out things that use a QML code for a quick interface for the Plasma desktop or really anything that uses QML, which is more and more.
Am I the only one who looks at QML code and it reminds me of the C# Xamarin Forms kind of scripting language?
Oh, really?
Yeah. I mean, I know.
Okay.
Yeah, it really does.
Huh. That makes sense. Yeah, I actually think, I don't know, to me, QML, I think, is a sleeper hit. I think when you combine it with the ability to do live previews, then it starts getting like approachable to somebody like myself.
Now, does it run well on your Mac?
Wow, dude, that was an attack. Don't you have a MacBook yourself?
I'm broadcasting on a Raytel right now. I have no idea what you're talking about.
Well, I'm broadcasting on a custom-built Linux box right now. So there you go.
You can tell when I'm on the Mac because the sound quality is better. Oh shit.
No, damn it. No, I actually find myself not using it very much when I'm not editing. Because it's,
Yeah, I weirdly use the Linux machines at work and the Mac at home right now.
Yeah. I just recently grabbed the old MacBook to do a couple of things on it, to grab a couple of things, and I noticed I don't like the old trackpad as much, whatever that's worth. There you go.
But you know what runs great on your MacBook there, Chris?
Besides Final Cut, not much. What?
Bad Managers.
Oh.
We have feedback.
Oh, boy.
Oh boy, are you ready to read this? Because I lack the stamina.
Oh, was it actually an email that came in? Was it actually?
Oh, a giant pastebin.
Oh, I don't see it. I just see that where you said Chris. Oh, I see. Oh, that one.
Oh,
okay.
Serious. This is serious stuff. And don't forget to read the postscript. It's about Jar Jar.
Oh God, dude.
I know how you are with ignoring my man.
No, I'm fired up and I'm ready to go. I've only had bone broth for breakfast today, so hopefully I don't get triggered. But here we go. This comes from Untitled, and he says, "My team recently got a sub manager." Okay.
First of all, what the fuck is a sub manager?
Dude, I've been there, and it is triggering me already. She says, and this reminded me of everything she's doing reminding me of an earlier episode where Mike had talked about some management classes he had taken. We're now doing this thing called North Star. All of our time is blocked out in 15-minute increments. Short talks with coworkers need to be entered in as meetings. Small talk is discouraged as we are quickly interrupted by our new manager and asked if we're having a meeting, quote unquote. Getting up from our desk to take a short break is discouraged, and if we do so, we need to put a block on our current task to show that we were away for that moment. Everything we do requires tons of paperwork and evidence to make sure we are accountable for our time. Everything we do needs a hard due date, even when the problem isn't properly scoped yet. This made me remember an earlier episode where Mike had talked about managers making employees produce artifacts to make sure they had someone to point the finger at when things just don't work out, because Jar Jar knows it can't be management's fault. Basically, the whole team is at a loss for what to do. All joy's been sucked away from the job, and quality is taking a big hit. That's interesting. Had this new manager been a new employee, we could have done something, but they have been here forever, and it's good ties to executive leadership. Maybe the only thing left to do is leave. Beware, North Star. Also, episode 1 was a great movie. Jar Jar was awesome. Yes. Star Wars is always for kids. A bunch of teddy bears took down a technologically superior empire with sticks and bricks. Hashtag Apple Action Show. That's a great feedback.
See, you were doing so well.
That was a good piece of feedback, actually. I really thought that whole thing was pretty great. Wow. So, talk about taking the art out of software development, right? I mean, that's really what's happening here at a meta level is you're just killing all the art in the process.
It's like the Bobby Kotick of web development.
It's like how we make teenagers get up at the butt crack of dawn to go to school so that way they can be sleepy, and we just completely ignore the biological fact that they need more sleep. It's
or
same
like
thing.
Guys who are bordering 30 have the same problem.
Yeah, well, or like myself, I've been really, really analyzing my productivity time. And I've definitely noticed that after about 1 o'clock, it starts to slide. And so at first I felt like I was a real jerk. Like, look at me, I'm a self-employed, and after about 1 o'clock, I don't get much done. But what the flip side of that is between about 7 a.m. and 1 p.m., I get a lot done. I'm extremely productive, and if I structure it right and I just plan around the flow of my energy, and when I'm better. So what I've been doing is I've been shifting detailed work to the morning, stuff that requires focus and concentration to the morning, and I'm shifting things that require like email follow-up or Slack interaction and Telegram follow-ups to the afternoon as much as I can. I still have shows in the afternoon that are kind of locked there, but I've found that making this shift has made me way more productive in those times. And I know that's got to be true for a lot of developers out there. And this kind of rigid system doesn't allow for any of that kind of natural flow of when you're better at maybe doing this type of work or better at doing another type of work and being able to shift gears like that. Or for God's sakes, be able to get up and walk around. Wow. So what do they do, Mike?
You got to go find a new job.
Really?
Yep, you're screwed.
You don't think that if a group of them got together and put together a letter that they all signed and sent it to management?
Kind of like the State Department. Yeah, sure. Maybe a memo.
I mean, I guess it depends on how much you actually care about the job. If this person's if this person's truly like this, it's probably not a secret to other people.
Well, I would also wonder what kind of environment it is. Is it an agency? Is it a product shop? Is it IT supporting a business?
Yeah,
because that makes a big difference, right? If it's an agency, for example, a reason she meaning the manager may be insisting on all these artifacts is because they have to justify their invoicing, right? And maybe they got some pushback, and she's trying to kind of protect the developers from that, which is something managers at shops tend to do, right? You tend to not tell the developers that whatever. More likely than not, that's not the case, just based on the statistics of the industry, and that this is just a manager who's trying to control something he or she, or rather she in this case, doesn't understand.
Yeah, and this is generally what you see is when the least amount of understanding generally leads to the most amount of ceremony. Has been my experience. So,
right, or God forbid they took an agile seminar.
Right, and so it's like it. Could you imagine from their perspective for a second what a fucking relief it is? Like, you have no idea what these people are doing. You don't speak their language very well. You know bits and pieces, and you feel like you pick stuff up pretty fast, but it's still years and years of stuff you don't know. And on top of that, these people are kind of smart, and so that's a little intimidating because these are some of the smartest people at the company, and I got to step in and tell them how to do their jobs. What the fuck am I going to do, right? So this process gives them a system to follow that they can have confidence in, that they can tell management about, that management can understand, that they can have confidence in. It's an agreed structure that even goes down to the developers, that at some level there's even developer buy-in. So everybody's on the same page with the system. And so as long as we're all following the system, we can manage the system. And that, I honestly believe what I believe what it's about. I could be wrong, but that's what I believe it's about. And if that rubs you the wrong way, if that doesn't give you confidence and security, like for some people it does, I too would go find a new job.
Yeah, I mean, process is tough, right? I've been on this long journey of like finding out what is the right type and right amount of process. And not enough process is bad because it makes you inconsistent.
Yep.
But and I have many customers who are like this. They just like serve their process, like where the process becomes kind of like its own monster that takes over.
You sort of end up building the business around a process. Just like I'm learning, you'll often build a business if you have real estate and property. You'll start moving the business around that property and real estate. Like we are,
right?
We're considering doing things at this place that would make us sort of permanently here. And it's like, well, do I really want to shape the business around a building, or should the building match the business? It's the same with process. Do you want to shape the business around a process, or should the process shape itself around the business?
It's tough, right? I mean, life is hard. Get a new job.
I would really say it's time to start job shopping, and
it is. I mean,
and be honest, and you don't have to be angry. Like, accept that this is the reality of the industry, and try not to hold a grudge, and try to be understanding that this is just the way it goes. And if you have an exit interview, be honest, but don't be confrontational.
Well, the other thing is a little bit of empathy might go a long way, right? Like, there is a very small chance that your manager, she could actually be like mean and evil, but more likely she's under some sort of pressure. And that's what middle managers do, right? When they're getting heat from upstairs, they start demanding artifacts. Why? Because they need to defend themselves. And they don't understand. They can't check out a Git repo. So write me a status report, right? Like that. I'm not saying that's the case, but before you take a position of confrontation or, it's you against her, you have to think that unless she is just, preternaturally evil, she wakes up in the morning, decides she's going to torture you, it's more likely that something is driving her to be this way.
Yeah. And she's got to be able to
I have to be honest,
quantify
I've been on both sides of this table.
Yeah.
And, on the manager side, the minute I have to start comping invoices or anything like that, I start demanding to see these kind of artifacts, not because I don't trust developers, but because I'm building a defense if I need it later.
Yeah, that's true. There is that aspect of it. And if that's how the organization can work internally, sometimes you do have to have your ducks in a row, so that way if it comes to confrontation, you can properly.
Well, and also when you're building artifacts, if you're actually doing a lot of work, git log is your best friend, right?
So
just git log filter based on your commit name.
If it was truly me in this position, and I've been in similar-ish positions, what I would do is I would start job shopping immediately. So that way you have backup plans. Because one thing you'll discover is even if you start getting interviews and you start getting some leads, that's going to change your entire life. All of a sudden, a huge weight will be lifted, because once you realize you don't need them, and even if you feel like it's a huge shift when somebody actually else wants to hire you, and then all of a sudden, you would probably find yourself willing to go sit down and have a conversation with that manager and explain what's going on and explain the hard position that you're in. And depending on how that conversation goes, you can opt to take the new job or stay with the current position. And you have the ultimate flexibility. You also have a way to communicate to that manager your feelings that maybe will sink in a little bit and help shape the way she manages the
I would take it a
going
step
forward.
further. I mean, I would not have the conversation till you had the new job lined up, and I would take the new job, because this kind of problem,
it's not really her. It's not probably under her control, right?
It's a process problem. It's there's something wrong either with the relationship with the end customer or with the end executive if it's an internal job or whatever it is.
I completely agree. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that you're not going to be able to fix, and frankly, she probably can't fix either.
That's why I say get the other job lined up, and then there may be a snowball's chance in hell you're going to stay there, but you have the option.
They might offer you a big pay raise to stay, but that's unlikely.
Yeah, exactly. Well, Mr. Dominic, speaking of a raise, give yourself a raise by switching to DigitalOcean. What? I know. If you use our promo code CODERDigital, you get a $10 credit. You apply that to the account, and you can cook around with DigitalOcean for free for 2 months, because the base rig is $5 a month. Really easy, simple to use dashboard that has a lot of flexibility and power, like the ability to choose data centers from all around the world, bake in SSH keys, SSH, and also set up your DNS. It's a great system. If you have, I go to Hover, and I register a domain name, and then I set up the DNS to forward to DigitalOcean. From that point forward, if you use the same names in the DigitalOcean dashboard that you used in DNS and on the droplet name, magic happens on the back end. You get stuff done on DigitalOcean in seconds that in the past would have taken days, and back when I was doing it took weeks. It's incredible, and the infrastructure is unbeatable. It's all SSDs, 40 gigabit E connections into each single hypervisor. They have the nicest API. It's super straightforward and clean and well documented. Speaking of documentation, they also have some of the best documentation online, like how to monitor services and hosts on Ubuntu 16.04, how to use different types of hosting environments like Caddy on Ubuntu, an introduction to continuous integration, delivery, and deployment just itself. These are so well documented too. Let's take this introduction to continuous integration and delivery and deployment, and look at this thing. Look at if you're on the video version, you can see the way they have it all laid out on the left-hand side. The clear way it's constructed on the page makes it super easy to read, so even complex topics are easy to understand, from server configuration to general concepts like this. It's all over DigitalOcean. You can get started by signing up, creating an account, and then apply our promo code CODERDigital to your account. You'll get the credit automatically, and then you can mess around. They have hourly pricing with incredible rigs. You can try out their load balancer, their block storage, and more. DigitalOcean.com. Just apply our promo code DO Unplugged. And a big thank you to DigitalOcean for sponsoring the Coder Radio program. So I guess did we talk about Google Cotton last week? I'm just going to go all in now. I'm going all in now. Google Cotton.
Cotton Eye Joe. We did, and you broke some hearts. You Cause a little bit of trouble there, Mr. Fisher.
It happens, man. It happens. I sometimes, like, I just step right on people's hearts, and I don't even mean to. I'm ruthless. Yeah. However, you were kind of fired up about it.
I'm a little fired up. I'm liking Kotlin. A number of people wrote us to basically tell us why they do or don't like Kotlin, right? Really? Or why it is or isn't like Swift. That's fine.
Yeah.
I mean, we're not going to go back into that.
Yeah, and to be honest, sometimes we do this, is we don't make it clear. It's not us necessarily making the comparison. We were discussing the comparison being made.
Right. I actually agree that, like, syntactically and kind of like stylistically, it's like Swift.
And it would seem like that would be a reason that Google might be inclined to want to make this official move.
Right, but my larger point was because Swift, uses LLVM and compiles natively, where Kotlin is on the JVM, that is fundamentally different.
Yeah,
still stands, right? Like, that's whatever. We don't need to belabor that point, but we did get a bunch of feedback on that. So I've been thinking about Kotlin a lot because I am doing some internal stuff, some automation stuff, and right now I'm writing most of it in Ruby. Now, these are kind of like Slack bots. When I say kind of like, they are Slack bots that integrate with, various APIs, right? So Jira would be one of them. I have a version of it that is currently running that doesn't do much in JavaScript, running on Node. I have another version that I've been kind of toying with running on Ruby. And of course, someone releases a Kotlin version, and I'm very tempted to, figure out if I can get a Docker Compose container with this running using a Java wrapper for the kind of the BotKit API, right? Or if BotKit won't work, just to roll my own.
Really?
I want to say yes, but I feel like I won't because that's swimming upstream a little bit. Because the supported languages are JavaScript and TypeScript, and it's easier to just go that way. But I think Kotlin actually adds a lot of advantages, particularly around tooling, because you can use IntelliJ from the folks who will never ever sponsor us over in Russia.
Oh, is that what the problem is? I'm happy to say great things about Putin if that'll get us a sponsorship.
My friend Jim's already on it.
Just call me a IntelliJ Today outlet.
Oh, hey, Tom Hartman's great. I don't care what you say.
I don't know if okay, all right.
You don't want to get into that, huh?
I don't think so.
It's interesting. One, it's interesting how passionate people are about Kotlin. Because no one gave a rat's ass about a month ago. Right? All of a sudden, a lot of you care. And you didn't care before. It's like a Rust level of hostility that we're dealing with here. Why is that, Chris? Why do you think that's happening? Because I honestly, we got the feedback, and I responded to one or two of them, and then I was thinking, there's no way all these people were writing Kotlin.
Oh, yeah, good point. I hadn't even thought of that.
Right? Like, and there's no way, like, at their jobs they're writing Kotlin. Like, what the hell do they care now? And, like, I like Kotlin. I think, actually, Kotlin is because of the interop with Java, is a great choice if you're extending a legacy system and you want to kind of modernize what you're doing. Because it goes all the way back to Java 1.6, right? So Java 6, that's awesome. That means you can use it in your legacy systems. But if you look at the numbers on Stack Overflow for Kotlin development versus like the volume of email we just got, or tweets or DMs on Reddit, we're so far out of proportion. You'd think that we
had said something about PHP again. I mean, like, but that would be legit, right? If we slam PHP, there is the actual deployed user base that would justify it. I think,
or even Swift. Right? Swift has a big user base. Like, every time I hit Swift, it makes sense that I get crap back because there's a lot of people trying to learn Swift. They see it as an opportunity.
Yeah. Well, that's what I was just going to say. Is it must be part of this is the way I need things to go, and don't screw that up.
Possibly. I mean, I think it's a good language, but I think like these, there seems to be this.
Do you think it's fanboyism? Because it could be like this is our next big thing. Don't slow them. I mean, it could be defending your fanboyism, but honestly, to me, it seems different. It seems more like advocation of something that's good, not necessarily defense of the Android platform.
Yeah, I mean, most people are writing in defending the language, not Android, right? And Kotlin is used for all kinds of stuff. So one of the things that was interesting is we had people kind of emailing and saying, see, look, it's just like Swift. And then other people saying, how dare you compare this to Swift? This is not like a Me Too product. Kotlin is older than Swift, guys. Like Kotlin was released publicly before Swift was.
Yeah.
Now, I don't know when development began in either of them, and that's not really material to the argument. But does it matter? Like this is that weird level of tribalism that just seems crazy.
Yeah, I definitely run into it in other aspects too. So I know it's not something that's unique to the developer community. It's not something that's unique to the Linux community. It seems to be any major community, you have a lot of that. And it feels like it's funny, Mike. I've gone through it a few times now. I've definitely been through it with a Linux desktop. But the time I was truly invested was when it was Microsoft versus the entire technology industry. And that was back when I was in school, and they were so dominant. And it was during that, Windows 98, ME, NT, Windows 2000, all of that, while I was also in training to get Microsoft certified. It just, to me, it was the battle of a lifetime. Everything was defined by this fight. Microsoft was truly the bad man, and they were the bad guy in the story. And it has been, many years now. If I really am honest, probably I still have a bit of a grudge way deep down, but it's not really there anymore. It's begun to fade. And now that I'm really almost completely on the other side of it. Now this is, of course, this is also like 20 years later, and I'm still just saying I'm barely on the other side. That's how deep this thing ran for me personally. But now I'm looking back at it, and it feels like such a huge waste of time and energy. Today I saw a tweet that really kind of blew me away. People are porting the ability to do Windows Dynamic Link Libraries, DLLs, to Linux. Right. Microsoft has announced that they've put the Windows source code up on Git. They now ship 3 different types of Linux, or they soon will ship 3 different types of Linux distributions in the Windows Store. Like, it all feels like, what was the point? It was so much wasted energy and grief for something that really didn't matter. And the market just changes and shifts over time, anyways. And I feel like I've also been fighting that tide with the Linux desktop. Like, I've been fighting for the Linux desktop for 11 years. To what end? Same thing.
First of all, who the hell wants DLLs on Linux?
Well, if you want to run Windows Defender on Linux, how else are you going to do it?
That's awful. DLLs need to go away. You know what? We don't need to replicate DLL hell on another platform.
There's obvious uses for it, but yeah, I agree. You could. You could obviously. It'd be good to have some.
But that's kind of the point, right? And you made a mention about how you were kind of younger and just learning, and I think that's kind of what the difference is. Most of the people who had really strong, I would say, slightly religious opinions about this stuff were younger. And it kind of makes sense, right? Because when you're learning, and we say it like every other week, and I know we sound like grumpy old men, but look at what happened to me with Objective-C, right? You saw that shit live. I invested a lot of my career in Objective-C, and then it was gone. It's not going to last, right? This thing that and when you're learning your first couple things, it's hard because you don't know enough general stuff, quote unquote, to make it easy. But as you go, things start to look really, really familiar, right? Things start to, when you have enough grounding, oh, okay, so this is like, this is a fancy block, right? Like dealing with all this kind of Lambda functional stuff. Initially, when I was trying to learn about it, the thing I kept referencing was Objective-C blocks, right? GCD blocks. Mm-hmm. Why?
Yeah.
Because the API I still know the best is Cocoa, because I spent years working in Cocoa, right? And I really invested a lot of time learning how things were done in Objective-C, kind of in that small talky pattern. So, you can even see it in my code today. Even when I'm writing Ruby, I tend to write quote unquote Objective-C stylistically Ruby, right? My method names tend to be long. They tend to be like almost sentences, things like that. and that's fine. But freaking out live on the air during WWDC. Oh wait,
did that happen?
That did happen. Remember?
Yeah, I know. I remember. I remember.
It's our most listened to show, in fact.
I tell you what, it strikes me as something you learn as you get older. It really does.
Yeah.
It's something like, oh, okay. So like I was trying to think. I was trying to visualize if time machines were actually real, and I could have gone back in time and shown, passionate me from 20 to 10 years ago, how bad Microsoft, at the peak of Microsoft, was evil and Microsoft was going to destroy Linux, and shown him that today Microsoft is the largest Git repo on the planet, and that they've made a GitHub virtual file system that they're going to open source, and that they have Linux on there, and all these things that I always cite.
They're one of the top contributors to the Linux kernel.
I don't know if it would have stopped me in my tracks or not, but looking back at it, I would have said, what was the point? Was it worth it? And I could have just gone with the flow and maybe capitalized on it more.
Well, I think that's the key, right? I think tribalism can be good initially because it kind of, especially when you're learning, it focuses you. But eventually things become commoditized, right? Things change. And if you stick in that tribalistic mindset, even if you, let's say you were let's say like a C# developer, right? Or Java developer, whatever. Let's take Java because I know it a bit better. And you say, you know what, I don't like all this protocol-oriented programming stuff. I don't like this functional stuff. I just like Java. Well, that's fine, right? You don't have to write Kotlin. You don't have to write Scala. But if you do, if you take a couple hours and like do a code school, or you do the code gaming kata thing I've been doing, you might learn, oh shit, these lambdas are actually pretty interesting, and holy crap, Java 8 has lambdas. I can actually do this and save myself a ton of hassle with callbacks at work, right? Like one of the big things is I'm a big fan of what's called the delegate pattern. Well, now that Java has lambdas, it's a lot cleaner just to do like a straight lambda function than to do a delegate callback. Now, in some cases, it's more appropriate to do an interface and a delegate pattern. But borrowing that sort of more functional way of doing things that really was influenced strongly by, in that case, really Scala, but, it could be any functional language, right? It helps you think about your code in a way that's a little less dogmatic, and you're not just replicating the same pattern over and over and over again. And this is kind of how I feel about kind of the Swifty and Kotlin-y protocol-oriented programming stuff. I don't agree that like OO is bad, because I've been doing OO forever, and I think OO makes a ton of sense. But you know what? There are lots of cases where a more protocol-oriented approach makes a lot of sense. Just like there are lots of cases where a more functional approach makes a lot more sense than an OO approach. It just depends on what you're doing. And being dogmatic is bad, right? But being dogmatic either way is bad. So saying that, well, I've been doing OO for 12 years, so I'm going to do OO forever, is stupid. But also saying that, oh my God, bow to the Haskell wizards and their white towers. Everything must be, reactive, and that's the way it is.
Yeah.
That's also stupid.
So, I want to jump in on a couple of points you made, because I think you're on fire. So the first point you started with was that perhaps tribalism is kind of important to drive passion. And I do kind of agree with you, because I was so passionate about Linux that I became a specialist in integrating Linux with Windows networks, and that's what got me a lot of gigs. And so if I wasn't so determined to switch people to Linux, I wouldn't have invested the time and resources to bridge those two systems. And so you could be on to something with that particular point. Also, I'll say this: I got to kind of agree with Azure in the chat room, and he says, looking at this optimistically, Kotlin and Swift. Again, he says optimistically, do one thing well, and that's promote safety across the board, which is going to be actually good for mainstream programmers. And I think that's kind of where we're ending up here. Is if you take a step back and you take off your evangelist hat. Like I think I'm going through a transition where I'm taking off my Linux evangelist hat. I'm still an advocate. I'm still a big fan of it. I still am going to use it, but I don't really feel the need to push it onto anyone else. And if people want to use Windows 10 or people want to use a Mac, I literally, that does not faze me.
They're running Fedora on Windows 10.
Yeah, well, there you go. Good, more power to them. Gets more free open source software on Windows boxes. So I look at this, and maybe it is because my beard is literally going gray. But I think going back to our first topic, with age does come a little wisdom. And so now I'm like, well, I'm going to use Linux to do my job. You know, I feel like I landed in this position where I'm not going to be an evangelist anymore a couple of months ago. But yeah, in the last few weeks, we deployed all Linux in our studio. Like, I'm still going to use it for my job, and I can still talk about why I think it's good for that. But I'm not. But I'm just getting a job done now. I'm not here to sell you on anything. And I feel like that's what that first article was talking about with these AWS developers. Same thing. It's like, I got these tools that I know work. I've been through the ringer a few times, and now I'm here to get a job done. I'm going to get it done right.
I think once you've seen like a major technology that you've worked in rise and fall, it just naturally changes your perspective.
Right. Yes, that's a good way to put it. Yeah, you've seen even like the biggest things, like the MySpaces and the Microsofts of the world rise and fall. It's like, it's possible.
MySpace. Poor Tom.
Hey, man. Hey, I'll be his friend anytime. He seemed like a good guy. All right, Mr. Dominic. Well, we have. Do you have any other thoughts before we move on the Microsoft using Git? And they've also developed GVFS. Which I guess, I did
Git version file system.
I did kind of want to share a couple of stats with you, just because this is kind of a monumental moment, and so I thought maybe we could just cover a little bit. So the Windows code base is approximately 3.5 million files, and when it's checked into a Git repo, it's about 300 gigs. Windows team is about 4,000 engineers. Yes, I said 4,000 engineers. They produce 1,760 daily lab builds across 440 branches, in addition to thousands of pull validation requests. They moved over. This is incredible. They moved over from an existing in-house system that they kind of forked for their own system. Check this out. So the first and largest jump happened this year, 2017, March 22nd. Just a few days ago. They rolled out to the Windows One core team, which is about 2,000 engineers. Those 2,000 engineers worked in Source Depot on Friday, went home for the weekend, and came back Monday to an all-new experience based on Git. And Microsoft has had to build this GVS file system to essentially make Git work for a project at this scale. And one of the things they're doing that they outline in this blog post that I have linked in the show notes, they've set up 20 Git proxy servers using Azure to help distribute the load of all of their developers. 20 Git proxy servers. Well, actually, they're GVFS proxy servers. It's fascinating to read this, and they have so much details in their blog post. They say, overall, with Git and GVFS, it's completely usable at a crazy large scale, and the results are proving that our engineers are effective. At the same time, we've done a lot of work to get the performance to a point where our engineers are happy with it. In fact, they talk about some of the benchmarks here. It's nuts. And they also they surveyed their own developers to see how they rated their approval with the system, and they overall they rated it somewhat satisfied. 54 were very satisfied. 54 were also somewhat dissatisfied. 17 were very, very dissatisfied, but 126 were somewhat satisfied. So I'd say that's, considering developers, that's pretty decent if somewhat satisfied represents the majority. And it's interesting that they decided to post that. It's only 251 people out of the 2,000 that they surveyed, but they said, "Welcome to the world," trying to get people to respond to surveys. They're pretty frank in their MSNDN blog post about this. It's pretty neat to see them doing this, and then they're releasing GVFS as an MIT licensed project on GitHub itself. So it's out for community contributions right now. The Git virtual file system, created by frickin' Microsoft. Microsoft. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Remember, Git originally created by Linus Torvalds. I just want to
thank you. I wanted to point that out. Yes,
throw that right out there for everybody.
I mean, what do you think Linus is thinking today? He's got to be sitting in the back in his chair going, "Holy shit!"
Probably fuck NVIDIA right now.
No, I think he's feeling.
Is that what he's always thinking?
No, I think he's feeling much better these days.
Oh, he's feeling a little better about it because I have that on tape.
Things are looking up. Things are just looking up in general for old Linus, I think.
Since you're in a Microsoft mood, I did have a confession I was going to make.
Oh, really?
So I was goaded into taking the Visual Studio Code Challenge.
I don't believe you.
Believe me, past Objective-C, happy you're developing, Mike. By the way, 2014 is going to be a tough year for you, son.
Yes.
It's going to be. Don't watch Dub Dub on the air. That's all I'm going to say. I love it.
What are we talking about? Visual Studio?
VS Code.
Oh, Visual Studio Code, really?
I actually like it. I can't freaking believe it.
You know, they just snapped it up, too, as a snap package, so it's super easy to install on pretty much anything.
Oh, I just did depackage for it. But yeah, it's... So far, it hasn't been annoyingly slow, and I was worried about the little MacBook, but only 8 gigs of RAM.
Mm-hmm.
But it runs fine on the RAID-TEL. The RAID-TEL is significantly more powerful, though. It is probably exactly what I was looking for.
Oh.
It's going well so far. I mean, because I've been getting a little tired of the gigantic IDEs.
Yeah.
My one complaint is that stupid sidebar on the left. I wish I could make it go away every once in a while.
You know, I had that same. That was my thought too.
Yeah. Other than that, it's not bad. I mean, it is the Sublime Text 2 that I've been looking for.
Can you be specific? Because here's, it's funny you bring this up because I've been considering. I went back. I just went to gedit, just straight old, plain old gedit, just to sort of like go vegan for a little while with my text editors. And now I'm ready to sort of introduce meat back into my diet, and I've been considering. Well, Sublime Text 3 is my front runner, but in the back of my mind, I was also considering giving Atom another spin because they just updated Atom, and now it has native GitHub integration, which would be particularly appealing to me.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm really at a crossroads. So what do you? Because I didn't even really consider Visual Studio Code. And now I'm wondering if I should put a third contender in this mix. What's your reasoning?
Well, the reason one, Atom isn't super beneficial to me because we're an Atlassian shop. So we don't use GitHub for anything other than our open source stuff. So all the GitHub integrations don't matter.
Right? Okay.
That's what it comes down to. I like the IntelliSense, and I feel like it's slightly, now granted, I haven't tried Atom in months, so it's a little unfair, right? I'm trying the most recent version of Visual Studio Code and Atom from like 6 months ago. It's been more performant than I found Atom. Again, that could be just because it's newer and they fix stuff. I like the Vim plugin is pretty good. It lets me have kind of the best of both worlds, because previous to this, I was just working in Vim. It was either giant JetBrains IDE or Vim on the command line, and never the twain shall meet. And I was okay, but sometimes configuring big IDEs isn't fun, particularly for anything that wasn't like RubyMine, because it's one of those things, right? I had RubyMine set up just so, right? Every time I get a new machine or I have to spin up a VM to do some work, it's a huge pain in the ass. Where using something like Vim or Visual Studio Code, it's just my local environment. So whatever setup of my environment is sufficient. I will say that installing plugins is very easy. I am concerned. I'm running it pretty plugin light, so I'm running Vim mode, and I'm running, I have a theme pack because I like the Tomorrow Night themes, and I have the Ruby add-on to do intelligent highlighting and some debugging stuff for Rails. But beyond that, I don't have many plugins running at all. And I do have a concern, given that it is an Electron app, what would the performance characteristics start to look like if I did decide to just load it up with plugins?
Yeah, or if that 8 gigs of RAM becomes memory constrained.
Yeah, and to be fair, right, I do most of my work on the RAID-TEL, which has 16 gigs of RAM. Power and is a much bigger machine.
Yeah,
but that's a fair point. When I'm on the road,
you're still making me think I should give it a shot, though.
I think you ought to give it a go. I mean, for your purposes, I'm not sure how much it matters. For me, I have a problem with misspelling API calls and things like that. And I'm finding the IntelliSense and Visual Studio Code really fast and really good. So that just saves me from a bunch of kind of stupid errors.
Yeah.
I'm also liking for HTML and CSS editing. It has the split pane. I don't know if you saw this feature, Chris.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's almost like if you guys remember Dreamweaver, when Dreamweaver was a Macromedia product way back in the day.
Yeah,
you could edit the code and then have a split pane of what it would render to.
I feel like most most advanced text editors now that you can usually get a plugin that'll do that, but it's
WebStorm can do it too, right?
Yeah,
that's what I was using for HTML before. It was WebStorm.
Yeah,
another JetBrains product, comrades. I'm just saying.
Vlad.
A hearty privyet.
I don't know what it takes. You know, Mr. Dominic, we have a little more to get to, so let's take a second
I'm sorry.
here.
I just got distracted. But Satya, can I have my money now?
Yeah, right. I wish. ScaleYourCode.com. Go there to learn from successful developers. You get access to interviews, inside looks, and tutorials once you subscribe to their low-flow mailing list. ScaleYourCode.com. Go there, sign up. No promo code, no nothing, no creating accounts. It's just basically a way to get access to interviews with experts. You can listen to what top-notch professionals have to say about their real-world problems that they themselves have had to solve. We've been talking about some of these people that are really established in the community and been working for a long time. This is it right here. This is where you go, ScaleYourCode.com, and get access to their insights. We've talked about this one before, but it comes up on this show because I think it's particularly relevant to the subject that we talk about. And so I know as we talk about it more, maybe some of you are getting curious. One of the interviews that I would love to point you to if you're a fan of the Coda Radio program is this one here with Thomas Meeks. It's building and scaling code with Docker. So they are Code School. If you're not familiar with Code School, then you probably haven't listened to this show for a while. But they use a service-oriented architecture, and they use Docker to power some of that. And Thomas Meeks is Code School's CTO. And so you learn how they use a service-oriented architecture to spread that load around. And they also talk about Docker, which they use in some of their newer coding sandboxes. And they use it also to run students' code and verify it safely. That's a fascinating use for Docker. And it would make sense Code School would do something like that. So you go to ScaleYourCode.com. You sign up on their mailing list, then you get access to the interviews. So go to ScaleYourCode.com to get in there. And, get about 2 to 3 emails a month, I'd say, probably. It's not bad. And trust me, I would notice if it was. ScaleYourCode.com. And thank you to Scale Your Code for sponsoring the Coda Radio program. And now we transition to Medium.com, where we talk about how protocol-oriented programming in Swift may have saved one developer's day. It's an iOS engineer at PayPal at that.
Yeah, this is pretty cool. So I don't want to get too deep into this because I realize we're coming up on your hard stop.
Oh, my hard stop.
I thought you had a hard stop today.
The only thing that's hard around here is...
Oh, Chris.
What? No, I was just going to say taxes. They're hard. They're rough.
See, now I have to go kill myself in the bathroom.
I could, I don't really have much. I mean, I could make something up. Though, if you need me to.
No, you're good. Yeah, so actually, let's save the protocol-oriented stuff for next week.
Okay. All right.
And let's talk a little bit more about Chris Fisher's conversion to Macintosh.
Wow. Now I will tell you, if I'm in full disclosure, it has crossed my mind to just use the MacBook Pro as the main desktop a couple of times.
We don't plan this stuff. I just assume it crossed his mind. That's why I do this.
Because, it's a big investment. So it's like, okay, if I'm going to invest in this and make it a good editing system, well, then that's going to be a multi-monitor setup. And it's not something I'm going to do right away. But over time, it's just, I don't know. But I so far have not pursued that endeavor. I've stuck, when I just want to sit down and get work done, there is something about, I don't know, I can't quite explain it. But something about the GNOME 3 work environment, maybe it's just that I've been using it for so long. I've just recently switched back to it on my main workstation too, and something about it draws me to it. Maybe it's the nice keyboard and the nice mouse with a multi-monitor arrangement that I already have working. The fact that it's always on and ready to go. I don't know exactly, but I find myself more and more drawn to when I'm working at a desk to want to use my Linux desktop. So it hasn't.
I feel the same way. I think GNOME 3 actually performs really well on a big screen. And not so well on a small screen.
Yeah, well...
I mean, this is what I've been finding, but...
Yeah.
I've been sort of feeling the same thing, but what's weird is the Mac is becoming like a specialty machine for me.
Yeah.
Like a build machine and a travel machine.
Yeah.
Because just like maintaining 2 dev environments is not super fun.
So I have done a couple evaluations. Like I've set up iTerminal or whatever it's called to give me a drop-down Quake-like terminal. I've briefly played around with Brew, which seems to be a pretty competent package manager that's also available for Linux, it turns out. And Brew is something I don't think gets a lot of direct attention. I know
Yeah, it does. Just not
okay, well, I mean, I know that people are aware of it, but it seems to be pretty good stuff. So I used Brew to install like YouTube download and a bunch of other little tools like that.
Yeah, I mean, I've been using Brew for years. I'm curious, though, why would Brew be a thing you want on Linux? I mean, you have apt-get, you have Pacman.
Maybe if I was on a distro that didn't have those tools?
I
I guess. I don't know. I wouldn't switch, but I'll tell you, what would you do? So I have in the kitchen here at the studio, all boxed up, a pretty, basically close to the highest end Mac Pro you could get when they still sold the cheese grater. I don't think it had the greatest CPUs, but it probably had at least mid-grade CPUs. It's got a decent amount of RAM in it. It's got a lot of storage, including an SSD for the OS drive, which is like 512 gigs. And you can put a pretty recent AMD card, or you can go straight up to a GTX 1080 in this thing. And you got a multi-Xeon or dual Xeon or whatever it is workstation with SSD storage and a super recent graphics. So this thing right now in my kitchen is all boxed up and it's on eBay, but it's not going. It's not selling. And my thought is, well, like shit, the business has already bought the thing. We've already paid for it. It's a pretty nice workstation, and it would definitely encode video faster than my current system does. So part of me wonders if it doesn't sell, if I should swap out my main desktop up there and hook this thing up and start using that to encode video. But then that would replace my main Linux workstation, which is sort of why I haven't made any moves. So what would you do? What would you do if you had the Mac Pro? You bought it 2.5 years ago, so the business is already paid for it. It's basically in great condition because it's just done one job for the entire time. And it's got a lot of horsepower still. I mean, they're still good machines.
I mean, if it still works, why not just use it?
Yeah, except for then I'd be using it as a Mac, and I don't think I want to bother with Linux.
Because I wouldn't even try.
Yeah, it's like otherwise I'd just rather have a tower piece, I have a custom built tower that I'd rather have if I'm going to run Linux. It feels like it's a better Linux box. So it's a tough call. I mean, I don't know. I'm waiting to see if it sells, really. I haven't really made up my mind because for me, more and more media production is a bigger and bigger part of my job, and it'd be funny because I just got done switching this entire studio to Linux. But I don't think it's going to happen, but it's crossed my mind.
There is a tremendous amount of value in being standardized, right? From a kind of a business management perspective.
Yeah, I guess I could put Anagros on it probably. I could make it pretty awesome.
What is the hardware support going to look like? That would be my
I don't know.
Because that's an older.
But I'd be more worried about the fans because they're all controlled by that Apple SMC controller. So I don't know how.
And they will be super loud.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I did that once. I put Ubuntu on a Mac, and it was. Ugh.
If you take out the evangelist aspect of it and just look at it as a practical work tool, it's a harder question to answer. But right now, my work setup works pretty well, so I'm not necessarily compelled to replace it either. But it does kick around. So you called me out. It's not that I've done anything, but it's kicked around more as the lines start to blur, as the world starts to blur. Like for a developer, they'll be on a MacBook and they'll be SSH'd into a Linux box, and I would be like upstairs on a Mac Pro, connecting down to my Linux systems in my studio. It's kind of ironic. Sort of a flip. Mr. Dominic, is there anything else we want to talk about? Because now you got us bummed. We can't end on this. We can't. I refuse. You got to give me something good.
Something good.
Birthday. You got a birthday coming up for the kid, right?
He already had his birthday.
Congratulations. Recently, though, right?
Recently, yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Wow, man. Wow.
I am going to be going on an adventure in about 40 days.
Jeez, I gotta say, congrats on not really screwing up the show at all. Like it really,
Yeah.
I mean, talk about a challenge, running a business, having your first kid, and doing a podcast. Trust me, as someone who's been there, that's not always necessarily an easy thing. So, job well done on that.
It's
who would want to hire this guy? Who wouldn't want to hire this guy? How do they do that?
I think actually, I'm just saying we are running some promotions. If you go over to buccaneer.io and shoot me a line and mention Coder Radio, you might get yourself a very affordable, very valuable DevOps evaluation.
I'm just saying. The proof is in the pudding, ladies and gentlemen, right here in the Coder Radio program. Where else can they find you online, Mr. Dominic?
They can find me at dominicm.com.
Oh, very handy. Find me at Chris Alias on the tweeters. Probably the best way to get a hold of me is that. You can find the network at Jupiter Signal. That's where you can get news and announcements. We have social pages on the other networks as well. I don't know about Mastodon yet, though. We also have a super secretive Telegram group, bit.ly/JBTelegram, and you're welcome to join us there, too. And don't forget that subreddit at coderradio.reddit.com and your emails at jupiterbroadcasting.com/contact. I think we're going to be live again next Thursday, too. Find it at the calendar page. Okay, everybody. Thanks so much for joining us this week. We'll see you right back here next week.
Hey, Rakai, did you watch 13 Reasons Why yet?
No.
Boy, look at that sunset. That is some fucking golden hour.
It's funny, Noah, that you think that with the launch of all these new shows and all the extra work that you give me with your fucking specialty bullshit is that I have time to watch fucking Netflix.
Wow. I think I have a case of the shifts. Not the shits, the shifts. I think I'm going through this weird shift that it takes this huge leap of faith and it kind of freaks me the hell out. And even though I keep having things in my life validate this over and over and over again, I'm still afraid to do it. And this show is a big part of it. It's really it's kind of funny. It's sort of the manifestation of this. We have been discussing that this show is better when we don't plan at all.
Mm-hmm.
We just sit down, we just talk about whatever we feel like talking about, and we just riff. And the show sucks when we plan it too much. Mm-hmm. And we try to force topics in, like we got to make sure we have a certain Linux quota, or we got to make sure we have a certain amount of follow-up on the last week's topics. Like when we've tried to force it, it really was awful. Like all three of us were like, this was not very good.
Mm-hmm.
And that problem is manifesting itself over and over again in different aspects of my life, where if I over-prepare and I over-plan, I create something that's passable, but it's not as good as if I just went with my instincts and just improv'd it, essentially.
Yep.
And this is hard because I have a product I have to produce, I have sponsors I want to please, and I have an audience with expectations. So it's really hard to just sort of be like, and the best way I can serve all of them is just by not doing any preparation and just sitting down and talking. Like that feels like I'm being lazy, and I'm trying to come up with reasons to be lazy. Because what I have told myself is one of the differentiators about me is I'll work harder than anybody else. I'll prep for 8 hours when somebody else will prep for 2 hours. Like I will research for 6 hours if somebody else is researching for 3 hours. That was my edge because I was willing to go further than other people would. And now something's basically so many different things are sort of have been showing me that if I don't overplan, maybe there's a rough structure, but if I don't overplan, I just sit down and go, like
it's more natural.
Yeah.
I think that's particularly true with this show because in this show, the entire premise of the show was born out of spontaneity. The show's content has come out of spontaneity. And so when you try to apply a structure to something that is spontaneous by nature, I think that's a great way to kill the very thing you're trying to produce. And also, I think it's kind of interesting because in a world of, filled with creative content, I think it stands to pretty good reason that the natural way to arrive at that creative content sometimes is just to kind of go with the flow.
But don't you think it also shows up in other aspects of life too? Like, so I don't know if you don't want to share this, you don't have to, but say.
No, I will. I know what you're talking about. So the thing is, I had two parallel conversations going on the last week. One conversation was you sent me a message and said, hey, do you want to go camping on the week of the 4th? And I said, no, I already got plans. You said, oh, okay. How about the week after? And I said, yeah, sure, that'll work. And then that was it. We've now planned the camping trip. And that was great. And that was really all that was needed.
Simple and straightforward because
simple and straightforward. Yeah. We know what weekend we're going. We'll, iron out the details, as if there's something that needs to be, we'll just go with the flow. Simultaneous to that, this weekend I'm going away with some friends, and so it's a group of 3 families that we're all going to go out, and I just said, let me know what when we're going to show up, and we'll be there. And I think what has happened is that the some of the other people that are going out there, they want to plan everything to like a T, and it was literally starting to drive me nuts during the week because they would start sending me like lists and like meal plans, and it's like, well, Saturday is going to be steak day and this day is going to be taco day. And I'm like, well, what if I don't feel like steak on Saturday? What if I don't feel like tacos on whatever Tuesday? Like, can't we just go and relax?
Right.
Like if I wanted to have a rigorous schedule and wake up at this time and eat this thing and do this thing, I'd just stay home and work. I can make money.
I wouldn't have agreed to a
schedule.
vacation.
Yeah.
Right, exactly.
And really, see, this is what you learn after you've owned an RV for a while. Not to make this about RVs again, but you learn that the reason I have an RV is so I can have a fridge and cupboards full of whatever I like, and I can be spontaneous. And if I feel like steaks tonight, I'll do steaks. And if I feel like hot dogs, I've got both because I've got my fridge with me. And once you've done it a few times, you learn that. But when you're new and you've just gotten yourself an RV and you're going camping with a friend for a first time, you got to quantify all of the variables and you got to track it all and have a plan for all of it. And that's how you wrap your head around it, I guess. And what I think I'm getting to is, now I've been doing this for like 11 years, like that seems to be almost doing a disservice for me. But it's this really weird, I have to give up in faith in my process and have faith that I'll just intuit my way through it. It's very strange. And it's, like Noah was saying, very applicable to the show too. So I have a case of the shifts right now. So I'm going through a weird transition. I blame LAS. Like getting off of LAS has just set me a spinning. You know, like I didn't quite know what happened after ending an 11-year project, because that's like ending an 11-year relationship.
And it was a super, super structured relationship.
Yeah, and it really was like I start working on Thursdays, the show goes live on Sundays. Noah and I start communicating pretty heavily by that point if we haven't already been chatting earlier in the week. Sometimes travel is planning's involved, and some weeks like that trip to Dell, that really took 6-7 weeks of steady communication and planning. And so now all of that's sort of gone, and it's just really weird.
Even the show itself was super structured. We need this, and this in the first segment. We need a main topic. We need this many feedback items at least.
I just thought after LAS was done, I thought maybe I'd like have this huge burst of productivity.
Yeah.
Like I thought I'd get like all this extra business stuff done. I thought I'd almost get back to daily vlogs.
Well, you do have a huge burst of productivity, just not in the areas of life that you thought you would.
Yeah, no, I find myself like reanalyzing lots of long time assumptions and rethinking things and looking at things from now a different work demand standpoint. Like it's been stuff that I actually in some ways am feeling is maybe multiple years overdue.
Mm-hmm.
That's just all kind of like coming in at once, and it's like just hitting me all at once. So like I was trying to think about like what I wanted to share with you guys, and that was like one of 7 things that I'm mulling over these days. It's just a lot of things. What about you, Noah? Has anything sort of hit you after post LAS, or have you just did you hit Ask Noah so hard that's because I mean you were still killing it with Ask Noah.
The thing is, I was not. I don't think we were in the same. I think we kind of were in different mind spaces when we came to the end of LAS, because I think you were, while you were looking forward to, not necessarily forward to, but like, looking to the benefits of it coming to an end. I was missing the show pretty hard towards the end. And so I just, basically what I did was I kind of took all of that energy and thought, well, instead of thinking about what I'm unhappy with, let's take that energy and just turn it into making something positive. And so, yeah. And in fact, if you think about it, I actually came to that decision pretty early on, like I'd say within 72 hours of when we decided that LAS was going to come to an end. And I think it was not probably more than 2-3 days after that, I said, this is when I want to start doing Ask Noah. Yeah. And then I just spent every waking hour up to that point prepping to get on the air.
Yeah, but the thing that's hard about a show is actually sustaining it after you start it. Like it can be a killer amount of work to get it off the ground, but then actually the long haul of sustaining it is where the real work lies. And I would say every episode, are you on 7 now? So we're on 7?
I think we just released 8.
8, geez. Well, either way, I mean, so for 8 weeks now, I've been like, yeah, that's a topic I like. That's a topic I think was a really good one to cover. And it makes me wonder if topics in the past that I maybe would have dismissed as boring, if given the right format, they're actually really great topics to dig into. Like, you give time to, like, you just recently talked about C-File, which I've been kicking around syncing solutions, as you know, for like 3 years now, trying to really land on something that works for everybody. And so your whole episode where you really got into the sync thing, but you combined it with backups, which I thought was a really good sort of connection, because syncing can be part of a data replication strategy, but it's not a backup strategy, but they all do kind of go together. And so watching you have sort of your own outlet to sort of flush out some ideas that you get, while you also have like a ton of drive and passion for it, really has been producing, I think, some super good stuff. And so when I talk about like over preparing, how do you contrast that with Ask Noah? Because I know right now you're in a phase where you're doing like a ton of preparation. When we talk about me kind of going more like off the cuff and just sort of like trusting that, well, I read the news every day, I stay current on community discussions and topics. So if I just sit down, I'm loaded and ready for bear. But I know with Ask Noah, you're at a phase right now where it's like ton of prep work every episode. In fact, I would almost bet most of Mondays your head must be chewing on Ask Noah almost all day long.
Yeah, I basically set the day aside, and then really what I've done is, I used to set, Fridays or mostly Saturdays aside to work on LAS. Now I'm setting that aside, and so it kind of starts Friday evening, Friday afternoon, kind of when I was doing LAS. And I sit and do Friday, Saturday, and now I've got all of Sunday and then some of Monday to prep for. But really, I think what I'm finding is that I know that we've had off and on discussions about this too, is I can do a really good job with something if I'm in the mood to do it and I'm I won't do a very good job if I'm not in the mood to do it. So the ability to not, I think the biggest thing that I've really appreciated about Ask Noah is whatever I happen to be in the mood to talk about that week, or whatever I'm feeling that week, that becomes the centerpiece of the show. And then I think I can make a much better show about that, rather than, well, we were committed because of the schedules, or because we discussed, or because
this guest got lined up, or this
right,
project doing a release.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Because I don't have to deal with any of those constraints, I mean, and you saw the messages. I sent you a wall of text on like Thursday or Friday, and I'm like, hey, I've been living in C-File for the last 48 hours. Well, it was pretty easy come Monday to say, all right, well, let's go on the air and make a show about this. And that kind of is how we're doing this episode right now, because we talking earlier today, and we're just really in the mood to cut an episode right now.
Yeah. And I think so. The message to take away from this is we're trying stuff we've never tried with, really committed to trying with User. We're going to really commit. So if it sucks for a couple of weeks, cut us some slack.
I think the very things that we're trying, though, we're trying because we are reacting to what experience tells us works, right? Instead of following a formula just for the sake of following a formula, we're saying, no, we're not going to have a preset episode, or a preset of topics, or we're not doing any of that.
You know what the problem is, dude, is I was the guy who had his imaginary picture of radio DJs crushed when I started watching like Ustream live streams of some of the people I watch on radio, like Adam Carolla or some of our local DJs here, and I would see the studio empty, just a shot of an empty studio, and like the music starts playing, and I start freaking the fuck out. Like, oh no, the music's playing and they're not in there. What are they doing? It's getting louder. Oh no, this is the part where they're supposed to start talking. And as the music starts cutting down and it's the part they're supposed to start talking, Adam Carolla or local DJs, you know, whoever, well, he sits down in his chair and starts saying, hey, welcome to the Adam Carolla show. Like, just, he had not been in that room literally half a second sooner than he needed to. And same with the other radio DJs I was watching here on our local local CBS affiliate, Cairo. And I watched that and I was like, these guys are lazy. Like, they're just showing up and punching the clock. What a bunch of assholes. And I sat there and I judged them for it. And I thought they were somebody who was not really passionate. They weren't really into it. They just were there for the money. And so I never wanted to be that way.
But the thing you didn't think about at the time was, if they're so lazy, why am I listening to them? Because clearly they're making good content because you were listening to them up until you learned about that.
Damn it, Rikai.
So here's a funny parallel. Rikai, do you want to tell Chris what was happening right before Ask Noah, or should I?
Go ahead, because I don't remember.
Oh God, don't tell me. Oh God, all right, don't tell me.
So Rikai and I are on Telegram. We're having a conversation. The thing is, the first week, I literally was in the studio, I think at noon, didn't have to be on the air till 6, and I spent 6 hours just rehearsing things and trying things and checking things and double checking things. And even then had a couple little minor issues I had to work out. And then of course, like the third week, we lost our phones and had to troubleshoot that. But every week it's gotten a little bit less every single time, to the point that this week I've been getting to the studio at about 4 or 5, about an hour, 2 hours before the show. And spending most of that time. Well, it turned out this week I really spent about 15 minutes and I was ready. And so I had about an hour and a half to just kill. And so Just Ben, the producer, showed up, and we were looking at his computer and talking to him. And then I got done with that, and he goes, well, I'm going to go in there and start getting things ready in the control room. I said, okay. So I sat down. I thought, well, now what do I do? I got all the show preps done. What do I do? Open up Telegram, and I start talking to Rikai. And as I'm sitting there talking to Rikai, the intro music kicks in, and I'm talking to Rikai. I'm like, well, it was good talking to you, Rikai, but I hear my intro music, so I probably should go do a show now. So I guess I'll talk to you later.
See, that's having confidence in your prep too. That's the confidence in prep. Yeah. That's what I used to live off of. Was I know I've thought this through. I know I've prepped this. I know I have my notes. I know I'm good to go. I have confidence in my prep.
It's just funny, though, when you talk about like showing up 1 minute before you have to. Like, I literally, I'm finishing up the conversation and I kind of poke my head up from my laptop and go right into the intro. Yeah. And I was like, well, okay, when you were, all right, here we are.
When you were out here for Linux Fest Northwest, you and I were hanging out an hour before Ask Noah. And I don't know if you noticed, but about 45 minutes before Ask Noah, I excused myself and I went upstairs to my office.
Oh, yeah.
And then I was like, I better leave him because I'm sure he wants to start setting up. And then about 25 minutes later, I came downstairs and you were still on the couch screwing on your laptop. And I was like, oh, okay. And I was like, And then I thought to myself, wow, yeah, I suppose if you start right at the hour and you know your show's going to be an hour, like, okay. So then I go upstairs and I keep working and I'm like, well, and now it's like, it's seriously 10 minutes before the show starts. And I'm like, well, I'm sure he's in the studio now. So I'll go get some water and I'll go check on him. I come downstairs, still on the couch. It was like 3 minutes before the show went on air.
That's where Chris started panicking.
I was like, wow.
Internally.
Because you know what, part of it is I don't have faith in the equipment that much. I don't have faith that everything's connected, everything's working. And so I want to get in there and I want to get connected way before I have to. So that way I have more than enough time to fix something. And I think that comes from the bad old days of fighting with the old studio.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess part of that is, and if you think about it, really what I have done in a lot of ways is I have substituted troubleshooting for a really large check.
Yeah,
and basically,
you've got a really tight radio industry setup.
Right. Yeah, I just subsidized troubleshooting for buying really expensive purpose-built hardware so that I push a button and I know I'm going to get connected. And really the other thing was too is, as far as testing and stuff, prior to that, I had been setting the mixer up. So I knew like the microphones and stuff were all set up. I knew the levels were good.
Yep.
Like you said, though, there is the connection issue. And a part of that is, this is something I just have to deal with having such a tightly scheduled show is like, either it works or it doesn't. And if it doesn't work, there's nothing I can do about it. I get about a minute and a half to fix it. And if I can't fix it, then we're just not doing a show that night. And there's nothing I can do about it. And I've kind of accepted that. And so far it hasn't bitten me. We'll see. Well, actually, that's not true. That's not true at all. It did bite me. It bit me the week the week after Linux Fest. Wound up, we were out at lunch and we were getting ready to leave. And about the time Chris said, well, if we're going to make it to the airport in time, we better leave. I look at my phone and it hit me like a ton of bricks. And I'm like, I just start doing time calculations in my head. And I'm like, there's no way this works out. And I didn't want to say anything at that point because, obviously
we were committed to going to the airport.
We're committed. We're doing this. And the other thing is that, I wanted to, say goodbye to Wimpy. But before we ever got into the car, at that point, I was already like, the ship has sailed.
Yeah. And so that was the first time in the show's run so far that you've had to call the radio station and say, I'm stuck in traffic. I'm in Seattle and there's a thing called traffic here. It was interesting watching your process because when you're using the physical equipment that you're using, that is essentially it's like the next generation ISDN over the internet. I mean, that's a really horrible thing to call it, but that's kind of, you're getting...
No, that's actually exactly what it was designed to do.
I know. It makes me, it's like calling things 4G and LTE, but it is essentially like as reliable as you can get with today's technology. So you're working with a very solid platform. But I'm coming from a background of where this studio was running on a series of Macs and things that were not super reliable. And so I know the Beard can attest, like technical issues were the norm.
Yeah.
And so it was like, not will we have technical issues? It's which technical issue will I have to solve before I go on the air?
Should we preemptively reboot this system to make sure it doesn't crash while we're recording?
Yeah. And now
I was there for the days of the HDMI the HDMI musical chairs.
Yeah, musical chairs is a very generous way to put it. It was a ridiculous process that could sometimes take up to 15 minutes to get capture working right. And now that we have redone the studio and the move over to Linux, I've had a couple of like little rough edges, like I have to like reset display resolutions or sound interfaces, but it is things that take me 30 seconds. And I know that if I get here within 5 minutes, I'm good to go. So like today's Coda Radio that I just recorded earlier today, I didn't even walk in the studio until 15 minutes before it was time to go. Now I know that seems like a long time to you, but for me, I traditionally, for all of our shows for the last decade, have showed up an hour before the show starts to get the stream going, to do any kind of troubleshooting, and I sit in the studio to make things work for an hour before the show starts. And so today, I didn't even bother showing up until 15 minutes before the show started, and everything just worked. And then we sat down to do this show, and we literally just sat down and started doing this show, and everything just worked. And so it's sort of the perfect timing for us to make this switch in the studio because it's sort of coinciding with this just sit down and wing it a little more that I'm sort of allowing myself to do and take away some of my faith in the process and have faith in myself and my experience. And now I can also, at the same time, I have more faith in my equipment than I've ever had. And the two things go really well together. So the switch that we've made in the studio could literally not have come at a better time for me.
So I'll tell you one thing that came to my mind this week regarding evangelism, so to speak, or compromise, so to speak, is I've been getting a lot of comments lately about my use of Thunderbird. And so one of the things I decided to do was look at some other mail clients.
Oh man! We need old man time with Noah right now.
Yeah. Fair. Okay. Yeah. Full disclaimer. I might get a little grumpy, but I'll try. I have a positive spin on my grumpy attitude. But so I
that's okay, man. You're gonna represent some of the people in the audience.
I think so.
Yeah,
I think so. I think there's some other grumpy sysadmins. But so I was talking to Wimpy, and I said, Wimpy, what are you using for a mail client? And he says, I use Nihilus, formerly N1.
Yep.
And code is available on GitHub. And there are two things that appeal to me about it. One is I really respect Wimpy, and so I respect the software that he chooses in this and the things that he thinks are a priority for Linux users. That then I'm willing to consider that as well.
Oh my god! Oh my god!
What?
Tell him, Rikai.
Chris has talked about Nihilus long before Wimpy.
I've been using it since I'm an OG Nihilus N1 mail user, dude.
Even on LAS, no less.
That is true, and I think I remember making an apps pick, but at that point I wasn't ready to consider another mail client. So my mind was not open.
What I'm hearing is you don't respect Chris's opinion.
Just triggering me. I'm getting all
no. That's not. Let me ask you something. Okay, all right, hold on.
I don't know if you can tell by the tone of my voice, but I'm bouncing in my chair right now, Noah.
Okay, all right. Here. Bounce to this then.
Okay.
Who suggested Simple Note to me, and I installed Simple Note?
That would be me.
Who? No.
Yeah.
That was Chris.
No.
I made it an app pick, and we talked about it on last, and then like the next week I installed it.
Yeah, but I told Chris about it, and I told you about it.
But here I got one for you. Who said to you one day? Somebody said this, but you tell me who it was. Noah, once you wrap your head around syncing software, it's going to change the way you work. Who said?
Right. Okay, that's fair too. So who got me interested in syncing files, albeit even if it was I landed on a slightly different solution. But you're right. There are tons of things that you make recommendations for that I switch whole hog. In fact, sometimes not even necessarily understanding why I'm switching. When I installed Quassel, for example, and I just maybe a bad example because now you're off of Quassel, but when I installed Quassel, I didn't like Quassel. I didn't want to use Quassel. I liked IRSSI. Yeah. I was happy with IRSSI. Yeah. In fact, I fought the change all the way through. Yep. And the only reason I installed it was because Chris gave it a recommendation, and if Chris recommends it, I'm going to at least try it. Right. So there's plenty of examples going the other way.
Hang on here. You know something I'm noticing here?
I guess not.
Something I'm noticing here is that every recommendation that Noah ends up liking are things that I recommended to you.
You recommended Quassel to me? Oh, that's true.
But in the case of Quassel, and I'm sorry to tell you, but even in the case of Simple Note, I heard about it from Chris before I heard about it from you.
All right, fair enough.
And you have your own list of things. There's Netra.io.
What
I'm saying,
Noah,
of you, Rick.
What I'm saying, Noah, is that the list that you get from Chris is
sublime.
It's filtered through me.
You know what I got to say? You know what it is, Rikai, is this is the life of a trusted source. Because you're one of my trusted sources. You come to me with information. I'm like, if Rikai is recommending this, I'm going to take a look at it.
So what?
90% of the time.
So what you're saying is you're Hillary Clinton and I'm the Democratic National Convention?
No, I'm saying you're more like my Sidney Blumenthal in that analogy, where you're giving me secret information on the back end, and I go on air and I'm like,
you get all the credit.
Yeah. Anyways, you were in the middle of a story.
Anyway, so yeah, right. Okay, so getting back to it. So anyway, so I have this Nihilus, which Wimpy had recommended, and not that nobody else had recommended it, or I don't trust anyone else's recommendation, but in this particular case, there was a particular individual that recommended it. So I installed Nihilus, and I'm like, okay. And I kind of went into it a little bit begrudgingly because it's Electron, but again, I'm trying to restructure my thoughts on Electron too. Electron is the hope of the Linux desktops. I'm parking that for a little bit too. So I install it, and doesn't really install. So I try the Get version. Get version installs on Entargos and works okay. All right, fine. Go to sign into my Gmail account. Can't sign in. Gives me an error. And so I researched the error, and turns out you have to go into Gmail and do some configuration, generate this app password thing, and okay, fine. Get through all that.
Have two-factor.
Yeah, I don't know. It is some convoluted thing, but I got it installed and it works. Okay, fine.
All right.
First thing I try and do is I try to reverse the order of the messages. I just want to click on the date and have it reverse. Nope, you can't do that. Okay. How about sort by sender? Nope, can't do that. How about sort by subject? Nope, can't do that. I go and look. Everyone's answer is use the search, use the search, use the search. Okay.
Wait.
All right.
Wait a minute. You said, what did you say? You can't sort by, I got to load
So
it up
let's say,
now.
okay, so
Can't
you
sort
open up
by date,
Nihilus.
can't
Let's
sort
say,
by sender.
Well, I know for a fact you can sort by date.
Okay. So no. So like it's by default it's going to do that. Let's say you want it to reverse. So instead of like the newest message coming on the top, you want the newest. You want to go to the oldest message on the top.
Yeah.
Or whatever. You can't.
I don't know why
change the
anyone
order.
would want to do that, but okay.
Okay, so can't do that. Okay, that's fine. Everyone's answer is, or organized by. I'll tell you why I want to do it. Why I want to do it is because sometimes I am looking for a specific message, stream of a block of messages, and I can go through and say, well, that was 1 year ago or 2 years ago or 3 years ago or whatever. And every so many years I dump all of my email out, and so that it's either closer to the beginning of that time or to the end. Anyway. I realize that
dude, you're triggering me right now. I don't even know what's happening.
And that also actually does sound like the optimal case for search, where you can do this date range.
I am.
Okay.
My head is literally spinning right now. I'm having such a hard time following you. Okay, so
okay.
Your issue is UI configurability. Yes.
Well, so far, but I'm looking past that at this point. It's okay. It's fine. I can get past it. It's all right. So I'm going to use the search. So okay, I'm going to start using the search.
Yeah, the search is pretty ass, dude. It's pretty much ass, right? Don't you think?
So it's not like Gmail search?
No, I mean I don't love any search, but I find that N1 search is pretty weak.
I actually really like Gmail search.
In Thunderbird, there are two ways to quote unquote search. The first is what Nihilus and what most things are searched, which is you put in a phrase or a keyword or whatever, and it will go through and literally search all of your messages and try to find everything matching that. That's what we think of as a search. The second thing that Thunderbird does, and I use this feature all the time, is called the filter. And the filter, for example, I can click in the filter mode and I click on like sender or whatever, and I just type in the name, and it will just show me the messages with the sender field matching this particular name. Like I don't have to create a search query and fill in all the appropriate information. I just click on the filter and type in the name and click on, for example, from, and it gives me all those messages. So, okay, that's a little bit more work because now I'm waiting for this search to complete to show me all of these messages to find the thing, but it's fine. Where the camel broke, where the straw that broke the camel's back though, was yesterday or today. I went to do something and I had this big, long communication stream with this large organization. And the thing is, email naturally gravitates towards this because the more communication I have with a given entity, the more emails that show up in my email box. So things that are really important naturally occupy a larger space in the message history than, the one-off guy that sends me an email. So I'm looking for this thing from this large organization. I'm scrolling back and forth and I'm like, it's got to be in here because it's probably 50, 100 emails at this point. They got to be here. Well, it turns out Nihilus will compress all of those messages down into a single bar. So it has the same weight as every other message that has come in there. This is this thing called Conversation View. Worse than that, when you click into the Conversation View, I can't actually see all of the message history. It truncates all of the older messages, and you have to click into each one to be able to see all of these older messages. So there's no way for me to have all 5 messages up at one time to compare. This is what they said the first time, and then the IP address has changed to this, and this. This email
baby. I'm not saying this is a workaround, but you can turn on multiple view modes, so that way you have all your inboxes in one view, the box itself, and then the messages. So you can have all of your inbox items on one side and all the emails on another side, and they're all the threads.
Yeah, I have that. I have the multiple pane, but you can't. So anyway, so it's still in the first pane where it has all the messages. It still shows all of those emails under one bar, and then you click into that bar, and then the second pane, then it will open up the most recent message, and then you get all of the rest of messages concatenated at the top. It's kind of hard to explain, over a microphone, but if you open up the email client, you kind of see what I'm talking about.
I think it's wasted effort.
Well, so what I did was I looked in and I said, okay, how do we turn off Conversation View? There's got to be a way to do that. Well, the entire mail client is designed to mimic the Gmail interface, which of course is kind of based in this Conversation View. And so it turns out that the majority of people that are using Nihilus like this presentation and like the way it is set up and actually don't want it to change. And so there's a couple people that have asked, but for the most part, the answer has been that's not really what we designed the mail client for, and it's really not on our roadmap. And it kind of hit home with me. I thought this is another example where I am a product of an older generation, and the world has moved beyond every email comes in as a separate quote unquote file, and I can open each one of those. Like that is no longer a paradigm that is desired or accepted by a lot of people. And my time has just moved on. And so what I've decided is, kind of what I landed on was, I'm really glad that Thunderbird has reached a point that it does all the things that at least I want it to do, because as long as I can still install Thunderbird, it's a perfectly usable mail client. And as far as I'm concerned, these newer ones, they're not. I'm going to have to either augment my expectations of how I do email, my workflow and how I do email. Really what that'll probably mean is I'll just get off of email altogether. Or I have to hang on to these legacy products.
Can I provide a counter to that?
Sure.
I don't think that this is a situation where you don't like it. I think it's a situation where you have experienced a bad implementation and then you are writing that entire category off. Because what you described is essentially, okay, Nihilus took the Gmail concept and then re-implemented it badly. So why don't you just use Gmail, which solves pretty much all of the issues that you run into?
I hate Gmail though. I actually Gmail might be my least favorite mail interface.
But yeah, but you know what, dude? People that are the quote unquote more expertise on the internet, they look for Gmail replacements. That's right. Gmail's the new standard. Welcome to the internet.
It is. And the changes that Google has made to the Gmail interface are very widely appreciated by the majority of people. So this train is not going the other direction. Like, it's not like there are two schools of thought and I'm in one and and this is the other one. It's like there's everyone else and there's me. And that's pretty clear if you go through and look at Nihilus, the GitHub things. For every one person that's like, oh yeah, it'd really be nice to have the old way of doing this. Like, there's literally 100 people that are like, we all hate that, and we have all been trying for 20 years to get away from that, and now we finally have, and there's no way we're going to get drugging back.
User Error is brought to you by Ting. Go to last.ting.com. They've offered a new URL to us. I just have to take them up. Kyra's been chatting with me about it, and I was thinking we should come up with something good for the show. So we got to, or maybe something kind of just like really great in general. So anyways, we got to come up with something. But in the meantime, last.ting.com is where you go to support the show and save $25 off a Ting device. Or if you bring one that's compatible with Ting, and they support CDMA and GSM. If you bring one that's compatible, they'll give you $25 in service credit, which is pretty nice because the average Ting bill per line, $23. It's just $6 to have the line, and then it's paid for what you use. Minutes, messages, megabytes, you just pay for what you use. And average works out to about $23. Just like, I think for me with 3 phones, I think it's $37 last month. It's pretty great. It's pretty nice. That's why both Noah, myself, and the Beard, wow, all of us right here in this very show are frickin' Ting users.
Yep, never had a problem with it.
It's pretty great. Last.ting.com. You can go check it out. Also, take a look at their blog. And a big thank you to Ting for sponsoring the User Error program. So I have been so jazzed about USB-C. Today, as we're recording, Intel announced that they're going to open up the spec without a license, some non-exclusive license. I haven't said what yet, but you don't have to go pay them to get the royalties to use the Thunderbolt 3 spec with the USB-C connector. This is going to be the defining factor. This is the little stupid legal thing that allows manufacturers like Nikon and Canon and all the other ones, Panasonic, etc., to use Sony, I don't need to list them all, but to use USB-C in the camera. Because if they don't have to pay that Intel tax, they can put that port right there. It's about the same size as micro.
Well, and the other thing that I think is going to drive a lot of adoption is now AMD can put USB or Thunderbolt 3 on their motherboards before they could not.
You're right. Yeah, you're right. And Intel's announced in future, we don't know when, but in future CPUs, they're just going to integrate the Thunderbolt controller into the Intel CPU.
Yeah. Although I do kind of feel like Intel screwed AMD over a little bit by announcing this right after AMD released all of their new CPU line.
Yeah, I suppose. I would really love to see this take off, though. I am so sick of carrying around 3 or 4 different cables all the time. And the truth of the matter is, in all pure technical sense, this should not be an issue that we have. We should never have landed here. There's no reason to land here. And so USB-C sort of rights an industry wrong.
Yeah. I'm really glad Noah went AFK to get a picture.
Yeah.
No, I wasn't AFK. I was sitting right here.
Oh.
But I sent the picture. But basically it's like, this is like my favorite card reader ever, because what it is it first of all, it's all aluminum. Second of all, it's heavy as all hell, so it doesn't slide around the desk.
Are you trying to trigger me right now?
No. You don't like it?
Rikai, I know this requires you walk away from the mic, but I need you to come over here to see this. You got to see this. Tell me that doesn't look like a teeny tiny Mac Pro.
Well, what do you think? Who do you think they're catering to?
That you have a Mac Pro on your desk. You have a Mac Pro on your desk.
No, that's not a Mac Pro.
It looks like it. You think of a Mac Pro. You think of
course,
Apple
it's supposed
computers.
to match the Mac Pro. It's supposed to match. So when you set all this stuff up, it looks all good
Linux
altogether.
advocate Noah Chelaya thinks of the Mac Pro every time he sits down at his desk.
So what I'm hearing is that Noah hates Macs, but he loves Mac accessories.
Yeah, so we're going to put a picture of this in the show notes. But anyways, go ahead, buddy. It does look like it
more
looks
than welcome
nice.
to. But here's the thing:
it looks like it's
first of
heavy,
all-
so it doesn't scoot around when you plug in the cards and stuff.
So that's what I was about to get to. If you can get past the fact that yes, they designed it to match your Macintosh stuff, and I've never said Macs don't look good. I just don't want to own one or use one. But here's the thing: the card reader, because it's so heavy, sits on the desk, means I can plug a card in almost like the old floppy drives, where. And I stick an SD card in there. I stick a compact flash card in there. And then, like you said, it's always in one place. And the other thing is it has a super bright LED light on the front of it. So you can tell when it's reading and when it's done reading.
That sounds horrible.
I guess that's nice so you know when it's safe to unmount. Right.
Yeah. Exactly.
Okay.
Yeah. I wouldn't necessarily put it in my bedroom.
Hey,
yeah.
Send me the link to that. I'll put a link to it in the show notes if people want to check it out.
I don't know if they make them anymore. I will.
Probably not because they have to update them to match the new Apple trash can design. They got to make it circular. They can't make it look.
But I hear they're going back away from the trash can now, so they have to redesign it as soon as they release it.
You're gonna have more money to spend soon, Noah. I really love it. I love having this little So it's got two USB-A ports on it, which are USB 3.0 something. It's got the SD card, the micro card reader, and it supplies power. So I have it taped to the bottom of my desk, and I have power over USB-C coming into it. So I take one USB-C cable, I plug that into the laptop, I get power, and I get the card reader, the USB ports, everything mounted right underneath my desk. And I just sit down and I plug in right there, and it works so good because as soon as I'm done using the SD card reader, it's right there by my keyboard. I reach out, pull it out. I really like it. No more reaching around my machine. Nothing. I am a USB-C hippie. I'm a USB-C evangelist.
I'm also a USB-C evangelist. I actually bought a bunch of USB-C power cords for my computer, and I actually have a dirty secret I have to share too. But one of the ones that I bought, the first one that I bought, what I did was I took my bed apart, turned it upside down, and the under frame of my bed, I actually took a bracket and bracketed the USB-C power cord into the bed, and then ran the wires with wire clips, within the bed frame, coming out the back and then into the wall. So you don't actually see where it goes into the wall. But basically, right in between the mattress and the frame, there's now a cord that sticks up with USB-C. And the reason I can do that is because I know it's the last power adapter I'll ever need to put in there.
You have a technology addiction.
Well, so here's what I did. Here's what I did. So
I also have one in my bathroom.
In Lady Jupes, on my side of the bed, I have 3 drawers. And behind the drawers is open space. So I took one of those Anker 5-port USB-A adapters. It's like high amperage to all the ports. And I, get ready for this, 2-pound double-sided taped the Anker thing to the inside the top drawer. And then the power cord, the AC power cord, goes down behind the drawers, comes out at the bottom, and plugs into an outlet that's right at the bottom of the drawers. And so I open up my top drawer, and I have an Anker 5-port USB-A hub in there, and I can plug in like the USB-C cable, a lightning cable, a micro USB. In fact, that was literally the setup I had last night. And I charge all of the things, and then when I'm done, I can put the cords back in the drawer, close the thing, good to go.
Now, here's my question for you, Chris. Will that charge your laptop?
Well, it does do a high amperage. It does do one of the ports is like super high amperage. I don't know what it quite puts out. I haven't tried it yet. But see, my laptop has like so much battery life. No, I don't know. I know your battery only lasts a little bit on that Lenovo.
Just a little bit. Yeah,
just a little bit. Not very long. So I know you got to charge it.
22 hours.
You got to charge it constantly because 20 hours isn't.
I feel like the super old guy in this conversation because I'm the one that's on the computer by far the most of anyone, I think. And I have, 4 computers in my room now? None of them have USB-C.
They have a PCI card that you can add one. But anyway, what I was going to do is, and I sent you a link. You can put this in the show notes if you want. But it's basically, it's called the iVoliere, and it's a 75 watt Type C charger with the USB-A thing. So it's kind of like your Anker, except it has a USB-C port to charge. That is 75 watts.
That
you can
is
charge
the
your
issue.
laptop
My
off of it.
current USB-C hub is 65 watts, and so if I'm pushing the CPU and the GPU, the laptop has to pull from both the USB-C source and the battery to compensate.
My Anker wouldn't even charge my USB-C laptop. So if you can even get your laptop to charge, that's good. But this was my answer to that. So this is what I'm carrying now in my computer bag. So when I travel, I just take this one little thing with me, and then I can plug my cell phone into it. I can plug my laptop into it, plug my tablet in. All that stuff just charges right off this. I am USB-C, all the things. And here's a dirty little secret, and I hate to admit this, but I have to be pragmatic about it. Do you want to take a guess what the most cost-effective, highest quality, most compatible USB charger on the market is?
Is it a mono? Is it a mono price thing? Because I haven't looked at.
It's made by Apple.
What?
It is made by Apple. The Apple 75 watt USB-C. Well, actually, the cable specifically is the most universal USB-C cable. It has worked with everything they have tried, up to and including the HP Spectra, which apparently is a very finicky laptop for USB-C.
Which we
cables.
tried ourselves when Wimpy was here.
Yeah, I don't know if I think the charger on that particular laptop is a little weird because it requires like special firmware from HP to be able to accept the charge. And actually the Dell Precision is the same way. It can't take the full 100 and some watts, so you need the Dell USB-C version. But everything that will accept a normal USB-C charger will work with the Apple one. So if you're looking for a Type-C charger to buy, and I hate Apple with the best of them, I'm buying all Apple chargers. If they were available. Unfortunately, after that article came out in Wirecutter, Best Buy has been sold out since I've been back in Grand Forks. They have not had USB-C cables in stock.
You got to go to the Apple store.
Store.apple.com.
Yeah, right. We don't have one in Grand Forks, actually.
Store.apple.com.
Yeah, they have them on Amazon, too.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, I love it. I love the switch to USB-C, and so I'm super glad that Intel's going to open up that spec. I would love if AMD integrated that. But just getting a little taste of it now, I'm ready for all of it. I'm ready for it to come down. Finally, USB-C, all the things. I've tried to always make the time I spend with my kids really matter. And one of the things that we've kind of happened into, and I don't know if it's good or bad, but every now and then we take each kid on their own trip to just make sure they get some good one-on-one time for a while. And everybody's comfortable with it. They all understand that, their turn comes around and it's not a huge deal. But it does mean that each kid gets a little bit of time. And I really feel like I get a chance to connect with each kid a little bit more. And we don't do it very often. We just do it a few times a year. And so just yesterday, I dropped her off this morning before I came into the studio. I took my youngest, Annabella, on her trip. And we took her down to the zoo, and she got to see penguins, and she loved seeing the penguins. And, I got to, realize that this little kid is, starting to read. She's not quite 4, but she can read the word pet and penguin, which was pretty amazing to see that. And, you get to connect with your kids in a way that's kind of unique. And I look at it, I think to myself, I'm coming now, all these years back with my baggage. What am I screwing up today that I don't even freaking realize I am screwing up? Because I know I must be screwing something up. And so it's I feel very paranoid. But I go back to our topic before. It's not like before I go out on my daddy-daughter day with Annabella. It's not like I sit down and I plan it all out in a doc. And I have different headers, and I have different segments of our day, and I have links to things. I don't do that. I just do what feels great for us, and I just trust that it's going to work out fine. And so it's interesting. Even in my parenting life, I feel that momentum to just go more with my instincts, and things will turn out okay. Maybe that means I'll produce some screwed up kids. But maybe it means doing things a little bit different than people have done in the past. I don't know. What do you think, Noah? I mean, you got 3 kids. What are your thoughts?
Somebody told me very early on. I used to. I don't know if I've ever done this in front of you. Yeah, actually, I bet you have seen me do this. If I go around somebody that is a very successful business ownership, that's something that I want to do, and so I'll ask them, "What can I do today to be where you are?" Tomorrow. And and anytime I come across somebody that I want to that I envy where they are, envy maybe the wrong word, but I appreciate where they have gone, I'll always ask them for advice. And so when I first found out Sarah was pregnant, one of the things I would do is anyone that I saw that was particularly good with their kids or had a really good relationship with their kids or had it brought up very good kids, I would ask them, I'd say, what can I do to be a good parent? What secrets have you found? And I'll never forget what I think the most useful piece of information anyone ever gave me was a guy, and he told me, parents always try to give their kids that which they didn't have. So what you'll find as you're bringing your kids up, even if you had a great childhood, there's always going to be something that you said, when I was a kid, I always wanted X, and that will become the cornerstone of what you'll try to give your kids. And, he told me, he said, try to keep that in mind when you think that you have the perfect picture of what it takes to bring up your kids, the perfect way to raise your kids. Just keep that in mind, that your perspective it's going to be tainted by that, and try to keep that in mind. Yeah. And that was really good advice. And so as I brought my kids up, one of the things I've tried to do is I've tried to look at and say, okay, what do I feel like is really important that I need to be doing for my kids or what to do? And then I try and back out and say, okay, long, big picture, is any of this really going to require counseling? If they don't, if they don't have, the latest tablet or the latest electronics, which is something I always wanted when I was a kid, are they going to wind up in counseling later in life? Probably not. So, and I've just tried to kind of meter myself and say, and the other thing I guess I've tried to do is I have tried to keep myself from using gifts and things to compensate for time, because that was one of the things that when I was a kid that my dad did a lot was, he didn't always have a lot of time, but he would say, well, I'll get you this thing.
And that seems like that'd be a temptation for you. That seems like that'd be a particular temptation.
Right. Because as an adult, oftentimes I subsidize my own time with buying stuff for myself. Right. So, and I guess those are the two things that I guess I've tried to guide, so to speak. And I guess we'll find out when I get the final bill for the kids counselors later in life. We'll see how good I did.
I like that you're going to be paying for your kids counselors.
Well, if I screwed them up, I guess I kind of feel obligated.
To me, that signifies that you're a good parent, though, because I feel like a lot of parents wouldn't pay for their kids counseling.
I won't admit to doing any harm. Screw you. Take care of yourself.
Well, once they hit 18, they're out the door. They're not my problem no more.
So a little report on how the switch to Linux has gone in the studio. A couple of early observations, and I'll start with the bad, and then we'll do the good. Because the bads aren't really all that bad. We just traded some wonky Mac issues for now a couple of wonky Linux things. So the first issue is in our studio. Machines' HDMI connections must reset at some point. We sit down and none of our HDMI feeds work, and we have to go around and reset the refresh rate on all the machines. That wasn't really an issue in the past, but it's pretty solvable, so it's not a big deal. GNOME 3 is continuing to crash on us. It seems to be observed about once a day. We're not quite sure what causes it. We thought maybe it was with a certain set of external monitors, but now we're doubting that. So that's changing a little bit. And every now and then, when the Ubuntu Skype machine reboots, it loses which is the default sound interface, and you have to go back in and reset to the default. And then I guess sort of just a secondary issue, which we can talk about more later, is the soundboard has incredible progress by the community. Currently, though, does not launch on the soundboard machine. So it's a bit of a downside, is like, going along. Now the soundboard doesn't work. All right, give it a day or two, then the soundboard works again. But it's just not great for broadcast production. Now, that being said, it's going to get there. We'll talk about it more later. Now, the positives, though, are way better performance. The systems run much better than they did under macOS, and we have a lot more headroom. It is almost conclusive that the green screen keying appears to be better in OBS than it was under Wirecast, which is a huge surprise to me and an extremely welcome one, which makes our episodes of TechSnap look better than they have in a long time. Our general setup we've gone with, where we've arranged the Linux machines, is working really well. I love having the local access to the machine right here. And all of them have been extremely solid. None of the operating systems themselves have had a single problem since they've been in production. We've had a couple application issues, but None of the OSs have had to be rebooted because of some sort of system issue or memory issue. They've all been completely rock solid. It's really been a lot of, for about 2 weeks now, sit down and just do a show, which is nice. So that's really what I like to go for. A couple of little minor issues I think we still need to work out. Like the soundboard otherwise has been a huge success, don't you think?
Mm-hmm. I feel like most of the features that we request get added within like a week. And I feel like most of the features that we still want are going to be added in the next week.
Yeah, and even like little cosmetic things are getting tweaked now by Albert and others, and it's just really looking great. It's I don't know why it's not loading at the moment. That might just be something specifically wrong with the AUR version.
I think it is.
But I've been hearing from a couple of folks who I got a tweet from a guy yesterday. He's like, I was just starting a podcast, and this came just in time. It's pretty cool to hear.
Chris, it should be in the Snap store now.
Oh, yeah?
So you might install it via Snap instead.
Oh, well, there you go. That's fascinating. So if you want to take a look at it, it's github.com/Jupiter Broadcasting. That's been a really cool community project to see the Caster soundboard come together. And now it is genuinely feature competitive with commercial soundboards that were only available for macOS. Some really nice features in there. And then there's been some progress on that visualizer we use for the video version of this show, too.
So are you familiar with the old Winamp visualizations?
Yeah. Maybe some of them.
It turns out that years ago, those were open source at some point.
Oh.
And it's called Milkdrop. But then there's been a fork of that project that's updated them to newer interface and stuff called Project M. So I proposed yesterday in the GitHub and in the Jupiter Broadcasting Telegram group to take those visualizations, write Python wrappers around them, and connect them into the app so we could use Winamp visualizations to make videos.
That'd be so cool.
Yeah. And the developer seems open to it, but we might need somebody that knows C++ and Python.
So if I can go back just for a moment to the switching to Linux, I had a couple questions. So you said GNOME 3 crashes. I think it's kind of an interesting paradigm, and I think it's a problem that we don't always acknowledge in the Linux world. So the original issue, we had a broadcasting machine that worked flawlessly for a year and never had any problems with the desktop crashing, and it streamed 24 hours a day, 7 days a week indefinitely. And then the problem, though, was that Mate implemented on Arch Linux was not finely tuned enough to be used as a daily desktop driver. So when you actually sat down and you were having to interface with it all the time, within the first 10 minutes, you realized it was completely unusable. So we went to GNOME, which is a great desktop driving machine. And while you've not had any problems with the GNOME 3 desktop crashing on your main machine, which is a build identical to the one that we're using for broadcasting, or on your one upstairs, which is yet another completely duplicate build, isn't it interesting that now all of a sudden we have this weird, unexplainable problem that occurs?
I suppose some of that could be contributed to the HDMI splitter. Yeah, because this has a couple of HDMI devices, extra HDMI devices hooked up to it.
That's the main differentiator.
I guess the dual display.
And it's got an application that's pinging the GPU constantly for compute resources. So perhaps in competition with Mutter, maybe there's something there. But yeah, I agree. It is kind of odd. I hadn't really thought about the fact that we have two other identical builds to the system, also running GNOME 3, also running Arch, that don't exhibit this issue.
Yeah,
right. And then that machine didn't have the desktop crashing problem when it had a different desktop environment. So it's very straight. Like the computer, the physical resources are obviously there to handle it. It's kind of an interesting problem, and it kind of parallels the same frustration I had at Linux Fest, when we had this machine that was custom purchased, custom built to do on-location streaming. We put everything into it to make sure that it works that way, and all of a sudden, problems that we've never experienced on any other machine all of a sudden surface the day that we go to do this remote broadcast. And I think that kind of inconsistency is one of the problems that we don't really ever talk about and we don't ever really address on Linux, and yet it's a really frustrating thing to deal with.
Boy, you are getting me fired up for a conversation I want to have about GNOME in this episode. I want to talk to you guys about. I went down the rabbit hole on something. I noticed something, and I'm like, wait a minute, am I seeing things, or is there something to this? And so, of course, Chris had to go down the rabbit hole and start benchmarking and getting metrics, and then finding bugs. And I have a little report. I want to give to you guys. But I thought before we got too far into that, we should do just a little bit of follow-up from last week. So we also have the DuckDuckGo challenge that I think we should talk about. I have a rat update. But we also have the Amazon shenanigans. Last week on the show, we called Amazon. This was about our 4th or 5th time we had been on the phone with Amazon, and they told us things would be wrapped up. Now, just a quick recap, we have a $1,500 mixer, which is actually a $2,000 mixer, but we ordered a $1,500 mixer from Amazon. It's just actually not all that expensive for kind of serious studio equipment, and it never arrived. Turns out the shipper has like a 70% bad rating, and tons of the reviews say, they claim it shipped, I never received. Oh man, if only we had noticed before we ordered it, but at the time they were the only seller. But no problem, we thought to ourselves. We'll have Amazon fix it all up for us. We opened up a ticket. They started an A to Z guarantee, and now they continue to jerk us around. They still have not given us any kind of refund. In fact, they tried to close it once. We had to call them back and tell them, no, we still haven't received it. And now the clock's really ticking, because they haven't refunded us the purchase price on Amazon. And we bought a replacement mixer at a physical Guitar Center store here in Washington on a credit card. And now the minimum payment on that is approaching, and we still haven't received our refund from Amazon. The saga continues, Noah. So for those of you who don't care, first of all, go fuck yourselves. And second of all, I agree, this is not really all that interesting, but everybody around me wants to know, so a Henry update. Here we are. It's the last episode of the Linux Action Show. We just had our final show. There's an after party. We're sitting around, and I get a push notification on my cell phone.
And he becomes a little girl.
And I start making like these, oh my God, noises. And everybody sees me staring at my phone, and now I realize that I've been vocalizing out loud my thoughts because I was so shocked by what was on my screen. And I start passing the phone around, and what everybody comes quickly to realize is that the security camera in my RV detected motion. The motion that it detected was a huge rat running around my RV, who was named Henry by Wimpy. Now, I went to war. This is not my first rodeo, and I went all out. And we set up traps, 3 of them, 2 on camera, 1 off camera, and we then vacated the RV for 2 days, waiting. And on day 2, I heard a noise on the camera, so we went home, and we found that Henry had been trapped by the one trap that was off camera. And he was still alive. He had gone down the steps, and he was right there at the front door. He was still alive. And so I had to finish poor Henry and then go bury him in the yard. And so the noise we were talking about in the last episode, I thought was another rat after Henry. I thought this was a post-Henry rat. Very upset, very concerning, can't handle it. Turns out, it was stuff just falling off the wall. It was fine. No rat.
Spinning up a new virtual server is a lot of fun on DigitalOcean.com when I can use their dashboard. Their amazing dashboard makes it super easy, quick and simple to spin up my own Linux rig using the code Here's the Thing. Get $10 credit, and that for me, I can use those $5 rigs, and I got my C-File server up and running, and I was able to spin it up and blow it away and try something else. It was absolutely fantastic, all thanks to their incredible dashboard and their API and their SSH keys. So I was using it with my YubiKey, and I was able to quickly spin them up and take them down. Again, DigitalOcean.com, use the code Here's the Thing and get $10 off your first Linux rig.
Okay, Chris, you want to know what I hate about GNOME?
Uh-oh, what's that?
How about the fact that when the desktop crashes, it doesn't tell you why. It just comes back. It's too magic.
That's not so bad for me, because I like that it gets right back to work. In fact, until recently, GNOME 3 has consistently been a great desktop for me. So I want to make sure everybody understands where I'm about to go with this. I'm still using GNOME 3. The computer I'm sitting at in front of right now is GNOME 3, but I went down a rat hole this week. So if you run GNOME 3 on Wayland, you might notice that when you bring up the all applications overview, like when you hit the super key, things get a little stuttery. And I did some digging into this, and I discovered that GNOME's Mutter, I guess, compositor, forgive me if I'm butchering this, but the compositor, which is also the display server in the Wayland setup, is now responsible for tracking the mouse, where something X used to be responsible for, but under Wayland, Mutter is now responsible for doing this. And so it turns out Mutter really fucking sucks at doing this. Like, it's really bad. It like consumes a ton of CPU, and it's all one thread. One thread for all of it, for rendering where the windows go, for tracking where the mouse is at, all of it. And the longer GNOME 3 runs, the worse it gets. Literally every time you bring up the overview window, it gets slightly slower. And it is actually reproducible under X as well. It's just not as bad because it's not having to keep track of the mouse too, which compounds the problem. I started looking into this, and it turns out the Fedora community has been all over this for about a month. It's been going on for a while. This particular bug is essentially a design flaw in GNOME, which I'll get into. But they've been digging into this since Fedora 25 really came out, but they've been getting serious for about a month. And I stumbled into their discussion because a lot of them are on Wayland. And I found, this is on Bugzilla for GNOME, bug 745032, mouse tracking is laggy on Wayland, and mouse movements cause frame drops in other OpenGL applications. Well, boy, does it. So when you're playing games, it can cause your mouse cursor to slow down, so that way your response time is laggy in the OpenGL application. It can make things like when you hit the All Applications button, when they expand out on the screen, it goes stuttery, and it gets all kinds of crappy. And all of this really comes down to, unfortunately, the way GNOME 3 is built. The issue in particular is the way that GNOME is essentially running everything on a single thread when it comes to the compositor. Memory allocation is expensive, and it doesn't seem to be doing that very well either, and it ends up dropping a lot of frames. And so I have a little code that I'm going to try to put in the show notes that I came across that allows you to benchmark it. And it's apparently it's built into GNOME because it's gnome-shell-perf-tool. And now when you run this, it will make your GNOME system unusable. It launches like a benchmarking mode of GNOME, so it drops some of your theming and things like that, not all of it. And then it runs through there. And what you will see, aside from all of the shit that all of the extensions in GNOME cause to go on the log every time you do something in GNOME, but what you will see is over time, especially if you let the thing run for 5 minutes or so, your frame rate gets lower and lower and lower and lower every time the overview screen comes up. And I did notice in the benchmark, like pretty soon it was jerky-herky when my applications would come out on the screen. Now there's a couple of short-term fixes. Obviously, if you're on a laptop, put your CPU into high performance mode. Run GNOME on X, which gets you a lot further. And then the other nice thing about running GNOME on X is you can do Alt F2 and then hit R, and it reloads GNOME, and it essentially clears the problem up. You cannot do that under Wayland because it's a Mutter issue there. Also, if you install the Impatience shell, GNOME shell extension, if you install Impatience GNOME shell extension, this reduces animation times, so it essentially band-aids the problem. Because there's less animations, there's less things to stutter.
So what does this mean, like, long term? Is this something that is a temporary problem while we transition from X to Wayland, or is this a implementation issue that has no hope of being improved or fixed long term?
So this is why I think it's a big deal in a sense. This is a use case and an example, but I think there's going to be a wider problem. I think it's both those things. First of all, it is a design issue with GNOME, and it's going to take a fair amount of reworking to fix it, but it is not unsolvable. But it would take a lot of work. But number two is it's really the first start. But the second problem is it's really exposing cracks in the transition to Wayland, as the GNOME project is all of a sudden responsible for also being essentially the display server. They're doing a lot more work. Now somebody who was never really doing that work is having to do something new, and there's going to be a transition. I am really concerned that the transition to Wayland is going to be a lot rockier than we expect.
Now, do you think that this is this kind of making the case for not using Wayland, and maybe Canonical had it right. Maybe they should have actually gone with their own display server, because
Mir was a server. Yeah, it was a full API you could use.
So in that case, if they were using Mir, GNOME wouldn't have to re-implement the whole display server. If I'm understanding that correctly,
if
right?
GNOME was ever going to have a chance of actually supporting Mir out of the box, correct?
Right.
Yeah. That is kind of ironic. It's because you end up with two great examples here, because the Plasma desktop is rocking it with KWin. Like, this is totally not an issue with KWin. And then the GNOME desktop, which is my preferred user interface, is really suffering with the compositor.
Well, on the other hand, I've heard nothing but good things about the KDE port to Wayland. It's having no issues, so maybe it's just a GNOME issue.
Yeah, I feel like it's getting more attention under GNOME because more and more people are looking at GNOME with Canonical's recent announcement.
Maybe.
And we're going to have a lot more users all of a sudden trying GNOME on Wayland and trying GNOME on X. I suspect it's because of because this has been an issue essentially since 2015 is when the bug was created, but it really goes back to the way that GNOME is designed. So this has always been an issue, and in the last 20, 30 days, it's gotten a lot of attention from the Fedora community because they have critical mass on Wayland over there. And we've also had we've had a couple of friends of the show try going from Unity to GNOME, and then they've switched back to Unity. I don't know if they want to be called out, but their complaints were that GNOME was slow and crashy.
I don't know. I guess maybe I'm just a GNOME hater, but I feel like this is an issue with the GNOME project and how they develop things more than an issue with Wayland.
Gosh, I love GNOME so much, but now I can't unsee this problem.
So let me ask you this: if that's let's take that train of thought for a second and say that maybe there are some systemic issues with the way that GNOME develops and implements stuff. Why is it then that GNOME is clearly the most popular desktop across distributions? I mean, you have Red Hat, you have Fedora, you have now Ubuntu, you have SUSE. All of these companies are shipping GNOME as the default desktop. Why is it so prevalent if it is so problematic?
I'm not saying I think this is the reason, but I'm going to put it out there.
Okay.
Is it because maybe it's the most Mac OS like?
Also, maybe because it was the first to market of the new generation of desktop environments.
That's true. Plasma 5 has really only been stable for like the last 5 or 6 releases, and this stuff, it was market forces that were assembling for the last couple of years.
Yeah, and stuff like Mate didn't exist at the time either.
You actually touch on something really interesting. So if I am a Mac user and I am looking for an alternative operating system, KDE is very busy to me, and Mate is very retro to me. So GNOME really strikes that balance of I've got that single bar along the top, I've got the dock along the side. It really does parallel Mac OS very nicely if you're looking for a clean, sleek user interface. I wonder if that doesn't have something to do with the fact that these developers are coming over and that the workflow is for at least from my limited experience with macOS seems to be somewhat similar as compared to KDE or
I would say even to give the GNOME project a little bit of credit, I would say some of the recent changes to macOS remind me more of GNOME than anything I've ever seen out of Apple before. And so I would perhaps suggest that it is not GNOME copying macOS, that is simply GNOME just trying to design an out of your face, easy to use interface, and they ended up with some of the similar kind of concepts. And so there is a it's not necessarily a one-to-one interface exchange, but it's sort of a one-to-one UI philosophy swap. Does that make any sense at all?
Yes.
That sounded really stupid.
No. I understand exactly what you're saying. They've arrived at the same thing they've arrived at the same thing because they are inspired by the same end goals.
Yep.
This is why I'm having a crisis of faith, because I am the type of person that I do notice, and I never really talk about it much in the reviews because I can't quantify it, but when I install Elementary OS or when I install Unity 7 or when I install the Plasma desktop, there is a smoothness to the interface that I can't quite describe. The way windows open up and move around, just the way the whole thing feels, there is a smoothness and slickness to it that GNOME does not. It feels just like Mate and XFCE, unless you turn on Compiz in Mate. It feels a little like Windows XP. The way the windows load, I would say.
I have always said, in fact, I've said so far back to you can actually listen to an ongoing debate between you and I back at System 76 when we were there. I have long since asserted that I think that Unity is a more polished desktop than GNOME. But here's my hope. My hope is talking with a couple of people that I know have some very serious clout with the future design of the way that Canonical is going to go forward with the desktop. one of the two people I've spoke with that are in charge of that has told me that they are developing a small group of people to bring the same kind of polish to GNOME that existed in Unity. And so if Canonical does even half the effort of what they've done before, my hope is that the rest of the Linux desktop world can come together and say, okay, let's fix all of these little tiny things. And when you have that many eyeballs working on it, and all of the eyeballs that are naturally going to arrive there just because it's shipping by default with Ubuntu, I think there's a very good chance that at least some of the polished stuff will get worked out. What I'm not so convinced about is these new problems that you're bringing to my attention, where I think from my understanding of what you're describing, it's a systemic issue. It's not just a matter of, we crawl in there and fix that little bug. It's like, this is an implementation issue.
Yeah, and I think we're just beginning to discover them with the transition to Wayland too.
And that's kind of what makes me sad that they ended up choosing GNOME over, say, KDE, because the whole reason KDE took so long to get to market is because they went and they fixed all of the systemic issues. I mean, there's still some left, but I feel like it's a much better base to work off of.
Yeah, but the choice not to ship Plasma tells you, or Mate, tells you everything you need to know about what their intentions are, because either Mate or Plasma would have required a considerable investment by Canonical to make it quote-unquote Ubuntu ready, whereas the GNOME desktop is pretty damn close, and I bet they feel within 3 or 4 releases they could get it there. These kind of systemic issues aside, and I suspect that they think for the consumer base is going to be buying these products is going to have a terminal up on their window using the Chrome web browser. It simply just is not a main issue. It's an unfortunate compromise, but it's not an issue. And I think what you're talking about is exactly, and I think what you're talking about perfectly illustrates what their intentions are. So this is why I have a big crisis of faith, because it's not good enough for me.
So, Chris, I'm kind of disappointed with the audience. Last episode, we put out a call for suggestions on chairs, and we got no suggestions on chairs.
Yeah, or social security numbers, or bank routing information, or PayPal.
Yeah.
And my butt still hurts.
Yeah, my butt is killing me.
I know, man. It's rough. Perhaps our patrons can solve it all. Perhaps they can save it all, Rika. What do you think?
Yeah, I think our patrons can save it. And
aren't they concerned about our butts?
I don't know. Based on last week, no. But maybe they are concerned about getting awesome backgrounds from our episodes.
Patreon.com/JupiterSignal. Support the network. Maybe keep this show just to 2 sponsors. #JustSaying. Who said that? Jupiter Broadcasting is trying to get more patrons, because we're at a point now where we have new shows and we could bring on new sponsors, or we could bring on new patrons, and I'm just kind of seeing which one lights up first. I'd love to see your support at patreon.com/JupiterSignal, and then also while you're there, once you become a patron, look around. We've been posting those backgrounds, like Rikai just insinuated, from the video version of this show for our patrons, so they can set it as their wallpaper. They're generally pretty high resolution too, so it's a good source of high-res backgrounds. Patreon.com/JupiterSignal.
So Noah and Chris got duck fucked.
Oh, I don't think that's accurate, actually.
I don't know, from what you were saying in the Telegram.
By the very nature of trying to document your process of doing something, it often leads to you just focusing on the negatives, because if things work as you expect them to work, then you don't really notice. You just kind of move on with your day. And that was the first day or two, I think, kind of how my experience with DuckDuckGo went. Every search that I went, I found the results I was looking for. And of course it would happen that after I settled with this huge lung infection, and I'm on the phone with the doctor at like 1:30 in the morning trying to figure out if I'm going to go into the hospital or not, and if they can do anything for me, and I realized that I need to find a 24-hour pharmacy for it to be any use to actually go into the hospital that night. I start looking, and I realize that when I do a search for 24-hour pharmacy, instead I got results for hotels that were open 24 hours. And while I'm sure they were excellent hotels with fantastic accommodations, they didn't have antibiotics or steroids, and so it wasn't completely helpful to me. But what I kind of walked away with is that it's not Google itself, the Google searches, that make Google amazing. Yes, there's a couple of things that where Google excels others, like, for example, the pharmacy thing. I thought that was kind of a failure. 99% of the time, though, DuckDuckGo is fine. Where it really falls apart, or where you're going to want to stick with Google, is all of the auxiliary services around Google. So, for example, Google Cards, when you punch in a business, it tells you the store hours. It can tie directly into navigation. It prompts me with a little button that I can click on to call that business. Those kind of those things don't seem to exist in DuckDuckGo. When I do an image search or I want to search for videos on YouTube, if I do a search, I can just right at the top, click on shopping, I can click on videos, I can click on images, and it takes me to all of these various places that have all of those resources.
Okay. All right,
I didn't have that in DuckDuckGo.
You're going all off in the weeds. Before you go too far into like the ecosystem, I want to talk about my experiences with DuckDuckGo. So first of all, I was both wowed and disappointed. So I'll start with sort of the wowed stuff. Sometimes DuckDuckGo pulled up contextual, I wouldn't call them cards, but gave me information that was super, super handy. I use simple things like the stopwatch functionality was really useful when I was doing some stuff earlier this week. Just like little tiny mini apps that were built into the DuckDuckGo search. There's also some bang commands. One of them is bang Google, and it'll search on Google. Of course, you lose the benefits of private DuckDuckGo search when you do that, but it is nice that that is available. For me, I was going pretty good. It was going pretty darn good until today. And then today, a really big story started developing. It's developing right now while we're on the air. And it was striking the difference in search results when a breaking story is happening. I was doing some searches on the terrorism attack in Manchester, and DuckDuckGo brought up things like the Wikipedia page, the university over there, stuff that's handy but not what I was looking for. And when I did the search on Google, it was a big difference. So first of all, Google surfaced an immediate card that was talking about the incident in the area where I could click on it and see exactly where everything was happening. And then the next card down was 3 different news stories about what's happening, the details and video. Then the third card down was a map of the location of where everything's at. And then the card below that was real-time tweets of people reporting about the situation. And so Google understood some sort of intention there and understood the breaking news context of the search and was able in real time to give me a completely different set of search results that were exactly what I wanted. The stuff that DuckDuckGo gave me might have been what I would have wanted yesterday. But at this very moment, before we went on air, I just wanted to know what was going on, and it surfaced everything. I actually did want to see a map. One of the things I do for Unfilters, I like to look at everything on a map. And so that was actually something I wanted. And so there's the third result was a snapshot of where this is at on the map. It was a totally different experience. And it really, to me, was a demonstration of how Google can really get it right sometimes. So I think for the next week, I might try experimenting with startpage.com, which was something that the audience told us about after we talked about our DuckDuckGo challenge. So I'm going to mess around with Startpage. And then just one other tip. If you want to try the DuckDuckGo challenge, I recommend you get the Chrome extension if you use Chrome, and beware of your mobile devices. A lot of them just like to default to Google or Bing, and so you have to do a little configuration on that end too, which I had to catch myself. So that was a little tip too. So I'll try to report back perhaps on Startpage. The Beard has a birthday coming up.
Oh, really? Happy birthday, Beard!
Yeah, it's coming up. Not yet. It's soon, though. It's soon. It's
Sunday.
And it's a big one, right? I mean, it's like you're in that 30 range now, yeah?
Yeah, I'm turning 31.
Yeah.
I feel super old.
You know what I realized? I'm 5 years from 40.
Yeah.
And
you're basically dead.
You don't actually ever age a day over 29. You just level up.
It's for me, I have in my mind, I have 40, 44, 45 that's like when I have the image of my dad in my mind, that's the age he is 40, 45. And so when I think of myself now turning 40, that blows my mind. I'm not there yet, but that just is a mind job. Did you have that when you hit 30?
I don't feel like I'm 30.
Yeah. I freaked out. I had to start this network. That's one of the things I had to do is I'm turning 30 years old and I don't like what I'm doing and I can't do this for the rest of my life. I've got to do something. And so that's when I decided I was going to make Jupiter Broadcasting full time.
Are you trying to convince me to quit JB, Chris?
No.
Maybe I need to freak out and start my own shit.
I'm just saying I freaked out. For me, I was bad. So I'm worried I'm going to freak out for 40.
I'm going to start freaking out and start my own podcast network, Chris.
Yeah. You should. Beard Broadcasting. Yeah. Beard Broadcasting.
Oh, that would be good.
Yeah.
But you can't use BB
all the
because
show
that's
ideas that you
trademark.
reject, I'll pick up.
How do you feel about it, though? How do you feel about birthdays in general? What's the Beard take on birthdays?
I feel like we are indoctrinated as children to have birthdays be a good thing, and it kind of screws you over for the rest of your life because then every year when your birthday comes around, you're super fucking disappointed and really sad.
Jeez, I am so I am so 100% on the same page with you. I feel like it's narcissistic. I feel like people think it's their special day as if they've earned something. I've actually seen that. I've actually seen people call it, this is my day.
Well, but in a way, I don't blame them because, okay, for like the first 5 years of your life, your parents are super excited about your birthday because you're their new thing.
Yeah.
And so they throw you the best parties they can. They get you super awesome cake. You get a ton of presents. And then the next couple of years, you maybe get less presents and it's less important, but it's still cool. Then by the time you're a teenager, it goes one or two ways. Either your parents like your birthday again or they completely forget about it.
Well, usually it depends on your income. So for my family, it just became as I got older, the things I liked